Chapter 3183. Let's go. Follow this old man. Xiao Jian raised his head and shouted unhappily. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of beating drums. The sound of the drums wasn't very loud, but it was clear in Xiao Jian's ears. In particular, the sound of the drums was getting louder and louder, and there were also some messy noises. Ha ha ha. Someone is coming. Xiao Jian laughed and threw the bamboo pole away. He had just scolded Yuanya for being petty, and now he rushed to the front of the Taoist temple. However, Xiao Jian didn't jump out directly, but instead, he peeked out half of his head and looked outside the Taoist temple, just like how Yuanya hid on the banyan tree and peeked at Xiao Hua's practice. Don't look. Xiao Hua's faint voice sounded from above Xiao Jian's head. You can't see anything if you hide in the Taoist temple. They have just reached the foot of the mountain. Hee hee. Xiao Jian awkwardly straightened his back and looked at Xiao Hua who was standing beside the door of the Taoist temple. He smiled embarrassedly. I want to see if the group of people from the General Ridge came again. They turned our Jiangqiao temple upside down. It shouldn't be the group of people from the General Ridge. Xiao Hua glanced at the distance and said, they seem to be fishermen. Some of them are holding fishing nets, and some of them are holding oars. In addition, some of them are wearing white mourning clothes. They should be here to worship the Taoist temple. Worship the Taoist temple. Xiao Jian seemed to be a little disappointed. He coughed twice and was about to walk out of the Taoist temple. At this moment, Yuanya's cheers sounded, Master, there are pig heads. Big fat pig heads, cow heads, and sheep heads. Slurp. At this point, Yuanya couldn't help but drool. When Xiao Jian heard this, he naturally swallowed his saliva. He walked to the front of the Taoist temple and looked down along the mountain path. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua and Yuanya had said, there were dozens of people at the foot of the mountain path. In front of these people were three bare-chested strong men. Above the heads of these three men were a red lacquered tray. On each tray was the head of a cow, a pig, and a sheep. Behind the three heads were two children, one male and one female. Each of them was holding a fist-sized incense burner. At this moment, there were 3 incense sticks in each burner. As soon as the incense sticks were lit, the incense sticks slowly floated up and were blown away by the mountain breeze. Behind this group of boys and girls, there were another dozen or so people. Among these dozen or so people, 2 of them were carrying a red drum that was several feet in size. There was also a burly man who was several feet tall, holding a drumstick that was even larger than his fist. He was beating the drum with all his might. Large beads of sweat dripped down the man's forehead, and his veins throbbed as he beat the drum. Next to the 3 people beating the drums, there were 4 people holding gongs in their hands. Clang! Clang! As for the people dancing along with the gongs and drums, there were 2 men dressed as lions. In front of the 2 male lions, there was actually a thin young man holding a colorful ball in his hand. It was like a lion dance. As they pounced on the young man's colorful ball, the young man nimbly jumped in front of the male lions, dodging and leading the 2 male lions up the mountain path step by step. Behind these people, there were dozens of fishermen wearing tattered clothes. Each of them held a fishing net and/or in their hands, respectfully following behind the lion dance. Their faces were solemn and pious. As for the people in mourning clothes that Xiao Hua had mentioned, they were walking at the very end. There were about 10 people, women, children, and the old and weak. What is going on? Xiao Jian was shocked. This was something that he had never encountered in the years he had been at Jiangqiao Temple. What are they going to sacrifice? Could it be that they are going to make a water and land Dao temple? Xiao Jian said to himself. Then, should they go to Shaojin temple? Master. On the branch of the banyan tree outside the temple, Yuanya's figure strangely appeared. He shouted, I'm afraid that your reputation has already spread out last night. These people are here to worship you. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Jian suddenly understood. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at his own Dao robe and immediately felt extremely dissatisfied. He turned his head and crashed into the temple. It was unknown whether he went to lock the door or to change his Dao robe. In short, when the sound of gongs and drums arrived in front of the temple, Xiao Hua quietly watched from the side. Xiao Jian was wearing a new Dao robe and brought Yuanya out of the temple. At this time, Yuanya was also wearing new clothes. However, looking at Yuanya's twisted head and back appearance, he was definitely not used to it. However, this did not affect Xiao Jian's face full of smiles and extremely amiable. Xiao Jian walked in front of the three big men holding the tray and bowed. I, Xiao Jian, am the temple master of Jiangqiao Temple. May I know the reason for your visit? Who knew that the respect and answer that Xiao Jian expected did not appear? The three men did not pay any attention to Xiao Jian at all. In the order of sheep, pig, and cow, they walked past where Xiao Jian bowed and entered the Taoist temple. Even the boy and girl behind them with the incense burner in their hands did not pay any attention to Xiao Jian. Cough cough. Xiao Jian was extremely embarrassed. He coughed twice and was about to speak when Yuanya suddenly said in a low voice, Master, I forgot. Previously, when I was in Longevity Town, I seem to have heard someone say that this Jiangqiao temple used to worship the sea god. Did they come to worship the sea god? Are they not looking for master? Damn it. Xiao Jian lifted his leg and turned around to kick Yuanya's knee. Why didn't you say so earlier? Disciple just remembered. Yuanya felt very wronged, but he still nimbly dodged Xiao Jian's kick and explained in a low voice. Go in first. No matter who they are worshipping, you are the temple master now. Xiao Hua said in a bad mood. Yes, what fellow Xiao said is right. Xiao Jian felt that it was reasonable and felt less embarrassed. He did not have time to argue with Yuanya and took the opportunity to enter the temple while the lion dance was showing off in front of the temple. Sure enough, after Xiao Jian and the others entered, the dozens of people behind the lion dance also rushed in. In an instant, the small temple was completely surrounded. Xiao Jian had just walked to the center of the temple when he saw the three big men enter the main hall. One of the three big men waved his hand and the candles on the altar were swept to the ground by him. Seeing this, Xiao Jian could not help but feel anxious. How were they here to worship? They were clearly here to cause trouble. The Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect were not on good terms. The monks of the small gold temple also did not come to the Jiangqiao temple to cause trouble. Xiao Jian shouted loudly. However, without waiting for him to shout, the three big men simultaneously turned around and angrily said, Where did this wild Taoist come from? This Jiangqiao temple is the place where my Longevity Town worships the sea god. Not only did you secretly occupy the temple, but you are also here to act mysterious. If you dare to say another word, see if I don't chase you out of the Jiangqiao mountain range. When Xiao Jian heard this, he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to say another word. He was afraid that he would be chased out of Longevity Town by these fishermen before he could fight with the monks of the small gold temple. Lord Sea God! Mournful shouts came from behind Xiao Jian. Dozens of old and weak women and children wearing mourning clothes entered the Jiangqiao temple and cried as they rushed towards the main hall. Xiao Jian tactfully dodged to the side. He was even more agile than Yuanya. Following the cries and shouts of these fishermen, the three burly men placed the three offerings on the altar. The two virgin boys and virgin girls also presented the incense burner respectfully, then stepped back to the altar with their heads bowed and eyes lowered. In the main hall, the three offerings shone brightly. The two young boys and girls were beautiful and charming. Smoke curled around the incense burner. Although the statue was still tattered, with the cries and sincere worship of the fishermen in the main hall, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was compared to the worship of Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Hua stood not far behind Yuanya. His eyes flickered as he saw everything clearly. After less than an hour, the fishermen wearing mourning clothes paid their respects. The other fishermen also paid their respects. Xiao Hua already understood. He knew that a disaster had occurred in the Liao River last night. 10 fishermen lost their lives in the river. These fishermen came to pay their respects to this statue for their own safety and future livelihood. They did not know how many years they had not paid their respects to this statue. At the end of the worship, a few craftsmen first went forward to pay their respects. Then, they took out a strange ruler and thread to carefully measure the statue. Then, they took out a brush and ink to carefully mark some numbers on an image. Xiao Hua also clearly saw that the image was of a statue. This statue was of a male body. The 2 strands of mustache above his lips were especially obvious. Other than the mustache, the statue was full and round like a heavenly palace. His ears were even drooping over his shoulders. In his eyes, other than some compassion, there was even more ferocity. Oh! Is this the so-called sea god? It seems like it is only a so-so. Compared to Taoist Master Xiao, it is still far inferior. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and looked elsewhere. Unlike Xiao Hua's indifference, Xiao Jian was laughing non-stop. He promised the villagers of General Ridge that he would reconstruct the statue's golden body. However, in reality, he did not even know what the statue originally looked like. Moreover, he still had to find the craftsmen and discuss with them how to repair it. In particular, although he had a lot of copper coins last night, it was far from enough to repair the statue. Now that the fishermen were paying their respects to the sea god, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble by reconstructing the statue's golden body? How could Xiao Jian not be happy? When the villagers of General Ridge ask me, this old man will say that I repaired it myself. Xiao Jian had already made up his mind. Moreover, he believed that the villagers of General Ridge would definitely not ask too much. The craftsmen wrote down some numbers and hurriedly left the Taoist temple. It was obvious that they wanted to reconstruct the statue's golden body in the shortest time possible. The fishermen in the Taoist temple excitedly paid their respects a few more times. Seeing that the ritual that had nothing to do with Taoist Master Xiao Jian was about to end, more than 10 people came in from outside the Taoist temple. These people looked different from the fishermen. However, when they looked at the fishermen in the Taoist temple, there was no surprise in their eyes. Naturally, the fishermen did not pay any attention to them. They even nodded to each other in a friendly manner. However, when these people kowtowed, their first sentence successfully caused the emotions of the 2 groups of people to explode. Chapter 3184. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. One of the vigorous old men knelt down in the main hall and said in a low voice, last night, I received Taoist Xiao's miraculous elixir and took it overnight. The chronic illness that I've had for decades disappeared at once. Before the old man finished speaking, the fishermen who were packing up and preparing to leave the Taoist temple could not take it anymore. A strong man hurriedly shouted, Old man, what are you talking about? This Jiangqiao temple worships the sea god of our fishermen. There's no Taoist Xiao. If you want to worship, you can go to Taoist Xiao's Taoist temple. Don't worship blindly here. If you annoy the sea god, not only will we fishermen have nowhere to make a living, but the entire longevity town will also be eaten up by the monsters in the water. Little guy, what do you know? The old man glared at the fisherman with disdain and said, this Jiangqiao temple worships Taoist Xiao. He just showed up yesterday. Not only did he save my family of 3 in General Ridge, but he also gave me elixirs. Look, my chronic illness and these people's illnesses are all thanks to Taoist Master Zhao's blessing. Bullshit. Before the old man finished speaking, another old man who looked older than him rushed out from the fisherman. He held a small oar in his hand and scolded, rebellious thing. This is the place where my fishermen worship the sea god. It has been here for thousands of years. When did it become the place where you worship Taoist Shao? Seeing that you are all villagers of my longevity town, get out of here quickly. If you dare to say filthy words again and slander the sea god, I'll beat you to death with a stick. How dare you? The few villagers next to him could not take it anymore. This is obviously Taoist Shao's Taoist temple. Last night, we just worshipped Taoist Shao. Furthermore, Taoist Shao has already shown up. Beat them to death. The old fisherman was so angry that he was trembling. The oar in his hand was also trembling. When these fishermen heard that nearly 10 fishermen had died in the river last night, they already felt that something was wrong. They discussed overnight that they would rush to the sea god of the Jiangchao temple to repair his golden body. Moreover, this worship ceremony was decided after a night of discussion. Who would have thought that after they had been busy for the whole morning and were just about to end, the villagers of General Ridge would appear and call the sea god Shao Taoist Shao. This was obviously blasphemy to the sea god. The painstaking efforts of nearly 100 fishermen were all in vain. How could this old man not be angry? He seemed to see the Liao River filled with fishermen's corpses. Since the old man had such thoughts, the other fishermen naturally had the same thoughts. Over 10 fishermen who were closer to the main hall waved their oars and pounced forward. In an instant, they had knocked over the villagers from General Ridge to the ground. Quickly go and save them. Xiao Hua saw that the situation was bad and knew that the situation today was worse than yesterday. He hurriedly ordered Yuanya. Yuanya was stunned for a moment, then he let out a loud roar. His figure pounced out like a leopard, rushing to the side of the main hall. He raised his hands and stomped his feet. In just a short moment, he had knocked the dozen or so fishermen to the ground. Where did this bastard come from? The old fisherman's mouth was so foul that it hit Yuanya's soft spot. Roar! Yuanya kicked a fisherman into the hall, raised his head and roared. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at the old fisherman with his bloodshot eyes. Plop! Without waiting for Yuanya to make a move, his gaze that was as sharp as a sword was enough to scare the old man to the point that he wet his pants and sat on the ground. Great-grandfather! A few strong men in the distance shouted and prepared to pounce over. Yuanya's strength had already gathered and was about to erupt. It seemed that he would be able to rush to the front of the old fisherman without the need for those strong men to pounce over. He only needed to lightly slap and he would definitely be able to kill this old fisherman who flaunted his seniority and spoke vicious words. As long as it was a farmer in the countryside, no matter if it was a fisherman fishing on the Liao River or a farmer digging for food in the fields, all they cared about was the life of their family members. All they thought about was their ordinary life. When they were powerless to control their lives, they would always place their hopes on God, on an existence that was beyond their ability. Moreover, in their simple minds, they might not risk their lives for the sake of living because there was always a glimmer of hope in life, making them reluctant to risk their lives. However, for the sake of the God in their hearts, for the sake of their last hope, they would definitely risk their lives regardless of everything. Perhaps the farmers were simple, but if they were stubborn, then even if they were to bang their head against the wall, they would not easily turn back. Therefore, even if Yuanya suddenly showed his power and knocked several fishermen to the ground in an instant, and even looked at the old fisherman like a wild beast. If something went wrong, he would immediately kill him. However, those fishermen who had been fighting against the fierce wind and fierce waves for many years instead became ferocious. That old man clenched his teeth, as if he did not care about Yuanya's snake-like gaze staring at him. He waved his hand and said, "Hit." Xiao Hua was slightly angry in his heart. He could clearly see the farmer's pity, but the farmer's selfishness was also something he did not expect. Even if it was just a clay sculpture, it did not really bring them any hope, yet they were already fighting over it like this. If there were really any benefits, then it would be just like yesterday's chaos. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and was just about to speak. However, he heard a loud and clear voice speak before Xiao Hua could say anything. "How dare you? This is the dojo of my Taoist god. I would like to see which one of you doesn't want to live anymore and dares to anger the god. It doesn't matter if you don't want to live, but don't let the god's anger land on Longevity Town, General Ridge, and Liaojiang." Xiao Hua was startled and looked at the main hall with some disbelief. Xiao Jian, who was cowardly and fearfully shrinking back just now, actually stepped over a screaming fisherman and stood in front of Yuanya as he said coldly. The fishermen were somewhat unruly. Just when they heard the old man's command, the dozen or so well-built fishermen all wanted to pounce towards the main hall. However, Xiao Jian's cold words were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck their heads, instantly scaring them. "You are all originally pious people. Today, you came to worship Lord Sea God. Lord Sea God is also very happy." Seeing that the group of fishermen were temporarily frightened, Xiao Jian hurriedly said, "But now, you dare to behave atrociously in front of Lord Sea God. Do you still have Lord Sea God in your eyes? Since you dare to make a move in front of Lord Sea God, how can you say that you believe in Lord Sea God? Since you don't believe in Lord Sea God, how can he accept your offerings? Although these three animals are extremely revered, how could they have the slightest bit of weight in the face of your disrespect? Even if you offer 10 offerings and reconstruct your golden bodies 10 times, you still won't be able to obtain Lord Sea God's gift." Hearing Xiao Jian's short words, not only did the expressions of all the fishermen change, even the old fisherman who spoke viciously was greatly shocked. "That's right, today, I came to worship Lord Sea God. If I were to make a move here, how can I be considered to be worshipping? Since I'm not worshipping, then wouldn't everything today be in vain? Lord Sea God, please forgive our mistakes. We are all people who deserve to die. I hope that your mercy will exempt us from the disrespect in our hearts." There were already a few women and children who were trembling with fear. They threw themselves onto the ground in front of the main hall and started crying. How could the fishermen who were about to make a move still move? They hurriedly shrank back and stole a glance at the old fisherman. The old fisherman clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Jian beat him to it. "You aren't my Taoist disciples, so you don't understand my Taoist rules at all. Let's not talk about the thousands of titles of the gods we worship. Even I, other than my original name, have different titles like Taoist Xiao and Wanderer Tranquil. If I were to succeed in my cultivation one day, perhaps even a holy name would descend. Therefore, Lord Sea God is Taoist Xiao, and Taoist Xiao is also Lord Sea God. By the way, this old benefactor, I want to ask you, what did Lord Sea God call himself that day? Has he ever appeared in front of you?" This. The old fisherman originally wanted to say something, but his words were immediately choked by Taoist Xiao. He opened his mouth, but was unable to say anything. "If I'm not wrong, Lord Sea God should have appeared before. Even all of you have seen his heroic bearing." Taoist Xiao continued. "However, we don't have the immortal lifespan of gods, so how can we remember so clearly? Even if our ancestors knew that Lord Sea God was Taoist Xiao, when it was passed down to our generation, his name had long been forgotten. I can't help but say that Taoist Xiao appeared at the River Tide Temple 2 days ago and scolded us for forgetting him and cutting off his family line." Plop. The old fisherman didn't dare to say another word. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground again. "Damn it." Xiao Hua at the side couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Taoist Zhao's serious face, he thought to himself, this Xiao Jian is definitely not an ordinary person. With a few simple words, he was able to convince these irascible fishermen and force them to kneel down. Truly amazing. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. Could it be that what this guy said before, and those stories, are all true? Xiao Hua's impression of Xiao Jian wasn't particularly good. He felt that Xiao Jian's mouth was full of nonsense and slippery. Therefore, he only believed half of what Xiao Jian said. Now, looking at Xiao Jian's appearance, he was somewhat pensive. Just when Xiao Hua was admiring, he suddenly saw a strange expression appear on Daoist Zhao's incomparably pious face. Daoist Zhao's two eyes were blinking at him, as if he wanted to say something to him. Oh! Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and immediately opened his mouth. Humph! An extremely cold voice floated above the main hall of the River Tide Temple. Ouch! At the same time, in the River Tide Temple, other than Daoist Xiao and Yuanya, everyone held their heads with one hand and a painful expression appeared on their faces as they wailed with all their might. Chapter 3185. A bunch of stubborn things. At the same time, the voice scolded coldly, "Back then, I saved you from fire and water. How many years has it been, and you actually don't even know my name? Lord Sea God! Lord Sea God!" Everyone was trembling with fear, shouting loudly and banging their heads on the ground. Moreover, all of you actually dared to cause trouble in my training ground. You've truly disturbed me. You wait. Forget it. Following the last sentence, the faintly discernible voice suddenly stopped. At the same time, everyone's head no longer hurt. Lord Sea God, Lord Sea God. All the fishermen wailed loudly, "Please don't give up on us, Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao." More than 10 villagers from General Ridge also shouted loudly, looking abnormally remorseful. Sigh, humans, their nature is just so despicable. Daoist Xiao's words leisurely rose, living comfortably, they forget their own beliefs. Only after receiving a lesson in suffering, do they realize their unbearable stubbornness. After saying that, Daoist Xiao turned his head and knelt in front of the statue. Keng keng keng, he kowtowed a few times. His forehead was clearly bruised, but Daoist Xiao was still unwilling to give up. He directly kowtowed 9 times, a stream of blood flowed out from his forehead. Only then did he cry out sorrowfully, "Daoist! Don't blame them for not believing, don't care about their stubbornness, this is all my fault. It's all my fault for not waiting for Daoist to teach them properly. If Daoist master wants to blame me, any punishment will fall on this lowly one. I am a Daoist disciple, I should receive this boundless punishment. I am willing to represent everyone in Longevity Town." Speaking until here, Daoist Zhao's voice immediately stopped, he hugged his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. In just a moment, his Daoist robe was already in a mess, his teeth were also clenched so hard that it made creaking sounds, blood even seeped out. Xiao Hua was stunned, he looked at Daoist Xiao with some disbelief and said inwardly, "This guy, isn't his acting too realistic? I didn't use the soul-piercing technique on him at all." Daoist Xiao, Daoist Xiao. Seeing Daoist Xiao in such pain, a few villagers hurriedly shouted. Humph. When he saw this, Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him to enter the arena. Thus, his cold voice resounded once more. "Out of consideration for the fact that I'm a disciple of the Daoist sect." Xiao Hua had also learned to be obedient now. He didn't even finish his sentence and let others guess the second half of his sentence. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Hua's voice faded, everyone cried tears of joy and shouted, "Lord Sea God, we know our wrongs, we know our wrongs." Naturally, Xiao Hua wouldn't make another sound. As for Daoist Xiao, he stood up in an awkward manner. His face, which was in so much pain that it was almost convulsing, still carried a trace of glory and even some unusual excitement. Oh no! This Xiao has fallen into his trap again. Xiao Hua looked at the excitement on Xiao Jian's face and suddenly had a feeling of being schemed against. That's right. Last night, no matter how Xiao Jian probed, Xiao Hua didn't say anything. This caused Xiao Jian to be puzzled the entire night, unable to determine Xiao Hua's cultivation. Or perhaps, he couldn't be sure whether the so-called miracle was done by Xiao Hua or not. Even if he was sure that Xiao Hua had some tricks up his sleeves, but, as long as he was a little clever with his mouth, wouldn't he be able to achieve the effect of scaring ordinary people? But now, he was able to make hundreds of people hold their heads and cry out in pain. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even an ordinary cultivator probably wouldn't have this kind of magical ability. Xiao Hua, who claimed to have just entered the grade yesterday, was now probed by Xiao Jian all of a sudden. This guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no need to say more about the following scene. The fishermen and the villagers of General Ridge wept bitterly and almost hugged each other. They all regretted their contempt and ignorance, just like brothers who had met after dozens of years. All the previous grudges vanished like smoke in thin air. Then, the crowd, under Taoist Zhao's gratified gaze, gave out a lot of copper coins. Only then did they respectfully bid farewell to Taoist Xiao and Lord Sea God with their longing for a beautiful future and their unwavering belief in Taoist Xiao or Lord Sea God. The entire Jiangchao temple gradually calmed down. Although there were still some believers who were reluctant to leave immediately, they still wandered around inside the temple, wanting to touch the divine aura or encounter the so-called miracle. But these Taoist Xiao didn't care anymore. Without the previous carefulness and that charming smile, Taoist Xiao leisurely instructed Yuanya, watch over here properly. Don't let the secular people offend Taoist Zhao's dignity. Yes, Master, Yuanya answered, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua. The scene just now had made him extremely shocked. He was able to knock down 10 strong men in one go, but he didn't have the means to give hundreds of people headaches at the same time. This was really beyond his knowledge. After inviting Xiao Hua into the east room, Xiao Jian looked outside and saw that there weren't many people paying attention. He bowed and said, "Disciple Xiao Jian greets Senior." "No need," Xiao Hua waved his hand and stopped him from bowing. He said lightly, "You're not a true Taoist disciple, and I'm also not your so-called Taoist successor. You don't have to be so respectful. I'm just staying here for a few days. When the time is right, I'll leave." "Yes, Senior." Xiao Hua's cultivation hadn't recovered by 10%, but Xiao Jian was even worse. He tried but couldn't kneel. Xiao Jian took advantage of the situation and said with a bitter smile, "Disciple knows that I've offended Senior before, and even I've offended you a lot. But right now, River Tide Temple can be considered a Taoist sect. Although Senior has already agreed to take action 10 days later, I hope that Senior will take into account the fact that the villagers of Longevity Town worship Taoist Xiao and Lord Sea God, and help us. In this world, there might not be a God. It's just that when there are many people who believe in it, there will be a God. This God is nothing more than the hope of these villagers. Whether or not the God exists, is not important. That so-called miracle, is even less important." Xiao Hua said indifferently. "Yes, Senior's words are very pertinent. But right now, the ignorant villagers don't know that this God is in their hearts. They've only been blinded by the mortal world, and only want some miracle to help them escape from the mortal world. It's just like how poor people yearn to become rich overnight." Xiao Jian agreed with Xiao Hua's words. "That's why, although this disciple tried his best to pass on my Taoist teachings to them, they simply didn't listen. They only looked at the methods of the Xiao Jin Temple's bald donkey." He. Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian and Monk Mingyu were the same kind of trash, so he was too lazy to point it out. He only smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Jian was somewhat unable to understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. He looked at Xiao Hua somewhat awkwardly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "If you have something to say, come in and say it." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. "Do you think this old man can't see you hiding there?" "Yes, Master." Yuanya jumped out from the door of the east room and once again knelt down in front of Xiao Hua with a plop, kowtowed and said, "Master, please accept this disciple's kowtow. It's useless for you to kowtow again." Xiao Hua didn't stop him. his tone was still indifferent as he said, "This old man has already said that you are already old, and your meridians have completely matured. You simply can't cultivate my Taoist techniques anymore. Moreover, your temperament hasn't been guided since young, only knowing how to kill. Now that you haven't obtained a divine ability, you are already somewhat unable to control yourself. If you obtain this old man's divine ability, wouldn't you be even more rampant? This old man can naturally control you, but what if this old man isn't here? You will bring about a huge disaster." "Master." Hearing this, Yuanya's face became very anxious. However, he also didn't know how to explain himself. He obediently got up and opened his mouth, not knowing how to persuade Xiaohua. Xiao Jian even gave him a look, telling him to continue kneeling and rather die than get up. Xiao Jian already saw some clues. Xiaohua was someone who could be persuaded but not cowed by force. If he continued to pester him, he might be able to make Xiaohua change his mind. Unfortunately, Yuanya wasn't Xiao Jian. Although he understood Xiao Jian's look, in the end, he still didn't kneel down. "Senior." Xiao Jian's eyes turned, sighed several times, and similarly pleaded, "Ya is a good child. This is something this disciple knew when I first saw him. That's why I brought him by my side, Xiao Jian." Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't think that this Xiao is kind and deceived this Xiao. Don't think that this Xiao doesn't know that you left Yuanya behind, because you want him to protect you. It's not because of your so-called kindness, nor is it because of his nature. Don't think that this Xiao doesn't know that there are several eyesores under Jiangqiao Ridge. This." Hearing this, Xiao Jian's face immediately turned pale. He bit his lips and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He didn't understand. In just a day's time, Xiaohua already knew so much. It's all this disciple's fault." Xiao Jian lowered his head and said very sincerely, "Just now in the main hall, this disciple had some thoughts. This disciple actually had the delusion of testing senior's cultivation. I really deserve to die." Xiaohua didn't comment. He was indeed a bit angry because of what happened just now. Moreover, this disciple also admits that when I saw ya, my first thought was that he was a rare commodity worth hoarding. Since he was going to be thrown into the wilderness or killed in the arena, why not see if I could make him submit to this disciple and become this disciple's protection? Xiao Jian continued, "However, this disciple's heart isn't made of stone. All these years, this disciple saw something in you that this disciple couldn't see in other people. Although he didn't live in the human world since he was young and didn't understand human nature and ethics. But it was also because of this that he maintained his pure heart and maintained his innate hobby. He likes to kill, and this is the most direct way to solve problems. But he wouldn't cause trouble for no reason and kill people for no reason. You also saw it for yourself. He would rather buy a few meat buns on credit than rob others. He would rather give his precious meat buns to senior than let senior starve." Chapter 3186. How is that possible? Hearing Xiao Jian's explanation, Xiaohua sneered, "How can a person who came out of the forest not rob other people's things? Otherwise, how could he come out of the forest?" "Yeah, tell the senior." Xiao Jian kindly looked at Yuanya. "Yes, master." Yuanya nodded and looked at Xiaohua with some fear. "Master, when disciple just came out of the forest, disciple often robbed other people's things. He had even injured someone before. However, that was something that happened in the gladiator arena. Since then, I have followed master. Master told disciple that other people's things belong to other people. Only things obtained with one's own strength are one's own. Especially when disciple saw the bun shop owner and his staff buy meat, knead the dough, wrap the buns, and steam the buns. Disciple knew that buns are not fruits on the tree and do not grow out of thin air. Disciple stopped robbing other people's things. And Xiaohua's expression did not change. Seeing that Yuanya had stopped talking, he asked again. And? That's all. Yuanya was stunned and answered casually. Sigh. Xiao Jian sighed in his heart. Xiao Hua's tone was obviously a little loose. Perhaps Yuanya could say a few more words. Actually, Xiao Hua had already vaguely promised Yuanya before, but Xiao Jian was still not at ease. After all, Yuanya did not become Xiao Hua's disciple. How about this? Xiao Hua saw Yuanya's honesty and thought for a moment, this old man has a weapon here. If you can pick it up, this old man will accept you as his disciple. Saying this, Xiao Hua shook his hand and took out the heaven-leveling rod and casually placed it on the ground. Looking at this 1-meter-long iron rod as thick as a duck egg, Xiao Jian was overjoyed. Yeah, quick, quick. Senior Xiao wants to accept you as his disciple. That's right, this heaven-leveling staff was so unremarkable. Anyone who saw it would know that this was Xiao Hua giving Yuanya a way out. Xiao Jian was very clear about Yuanya's strength. Not to mention this thin staff, even if there were 2 more, Yuanya would still play around with it. Yes, master. Yuanya's eyes were also filled with ecstasy. He rushed to the heaven-pacing staff, bent down, and grabbed it with one hand. He channeled his strength and tried to lift the heaven-pacing staff. Unfortunately, when Yuanya exerted his strength, his hand actually slipped. He leaned back and almost fell. Ah! Xiao Jian was stunned, and he couldn't help but stare fixedly at the rod that seemed extremely ordinary. Rise! Yuanya didn't dare to be careless this time. He walked in front of the heaven-leveling staff and reached out with both hands. The sky-leveling staff didn't rise as Xiao Jian and Yuanya had expected. It didn't even sway. Master, I can't lift it. Yuanya was very direct. He immediately let go after trying. His eyes were filled with frustration, but he still answered Xiao Hua honestly. Then don't call me master. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Yes, master. Yuanya was so used to answering that he blurted it out without thinking. Xiao Hua was too lazy to bother about it. He stretched out his hand and easily grasped the heaven-leveling rod. Then, he pulled the rod into the space. Seeing the sky-leveling staff mysteriously disappear, Xiao Jian suddenly exclaimed, "Small universe pouch." Senior actually has a small universe pouch. Alright, you can busy yourself later. Xiao Hua didn't ask what a small universe pouch was. He saw that Yuanya's shout had already attracted some villagers. He waved his hand, turned around, and walked out of the east room. Now, there seemed to be some people in the temple, and they were respectfully offering incense. He walked out of the temple, found a secluded place, and started practicing the Big Dipper Divine Fist again. Seeing that Xiao Hua had left, Yuanya hung his head dejectedly. Xiao Jian looked at him and wanted to comfort him, but he knew that anything he said would be useless. He could only say nothing and walk out on his own. As soon as Xiao Jian walked out of the east room, someone immediately saw him. 2 middle-aged men hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Daoist Xiao, this humble one is from the immortal town's eastern suburbs. I just heard that Daoist Zhao's cultivation is profound, so I hurriedly came to seek Daoist Zhao's advice. This humble one's family is about to be married, and I don't know which day is suitable. Seeing that there were people coming over, Xiao Jian's face immediately became solemn. After listening to the 2 men, he pretended to be profound. His finger was still moving up and down. After half a cup of tea's time, he opened his mouth and said, "If we're talking about marriage, cough cough, if we're talking about an auspicious day, it's tomorrow at noon." Xiao Jian's spittle flew everywhere, and he spoke for half a meal's time. The 2 middle-aged men were completely convinced by his words, and they were so happy that they wanted to take out their copper coins as thanks. Xiao Jian shook his head slightly and pointed at the merit box that had just been placed on top of the main hall. He said in a deep voice, "This old man is under Taoist Zhao's orders to solve the problems of the villagers of Immortal Town. These gifts can be sent to the merit box. That's for Taoist Zhao. This old man will use the merit in the box to reconstruct Taoist Zhao's golden body, so that the villagers of Immortal Town will forever be under Taoist Zhao's grace." Excellent. The two middle-aged men looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with sincerity. Fine, the merit given to Taoist Zhao was naturally different from the gifts given to Taoist Zhao. The copper coins from before were not enough, so the two of them took some more before they were willing to put them into the merit box and hurriedly left. Damn it, this old man finally knows why the monks of Shaojin Temple are so rich. Seeing this situation, Xiao Jian could not help but curse monk Mingyu in his heart. Those bald donkeys took too many copper coins from this old man's pocket. In 10 days, no, in 9 days, I will chase all of you out of Immortal Town. This old man wants to take back what I lost before. Yeah. Taoist Zhao was prepared to go to the main hall by himself, but he thought that it would be beneath his status as a Taoist disciple, so he thought of Yuanya. However, after a while, Yuanya did not reply. He raised his head and saw that Yuanya had unknowingly climbed up the banyan tree and was secretly looking out of the Taoist temple. His caution and eagerness made it seem as if he was peeping at a woman taking a bath. Taoist Zhao could not help but shake his head and sigh. Senior Zhao has already said so much, and even took out something heavy that you can't lift. Don't you know that the old man has already blocked the way? Forget it, this old man will go there myself. Taoist Zhao had no choice but to personally go to the main hall of Jiangchao Temple to receive the devotees who were worshipping the sea god. There were not many people on this day, and it was much better than the deserted streets. Of course, it was a world of difference compared to Shaojin Temple's prosperous incense. However, in Taoist Zhao's eyes, this was already the life of a deity. Every time he saw the devotees take out copper coins, and every time he heard the crisp sound of copper coins falling into the merit box, Taoist Zhao's wrinkles would increase by another layer. His eyes had long been narrowed into slits from smiling. There were even more people on the second and third day, and Taoist Zhao became more and more tired. However, the more tired he was, the more his heart was filled. It was filled with flying copper coins. However, just as he was about to calculate the most suitable birth characters for a boy and a girl who were in love with each other, a pungent stench rushed to his nose. A hoarse and pitiful voice sounded, "Taoist Zhao, have pity on us." When Xiao Jian raised his head, he saw a filthy beggar wearing tattered clothes. The beggar was holding a bloody thing in his arms as he knelt in front of him. The stench was coming from the beggar's body. Sigh, how pitiful. Xiao Jian hurriedly reached out and took out a few copper coins from his arms. That kind of nimbleness was far different from the poor man who could not even take out a single copper coin a few days ago. Then, he happily handed them to the beggar and said, "Take these and go buy some food, Taoist Zhao." The beggar did not get up. Instead, he handed the bloody thing in his arms to Xiao Jian and said sorrowfully, "I don't dare to ask for Taoist Zhao's charity. I only ask for Taoist Zhao's grace to save this child." Ah! Only then did Xiao Jian see clearly that there was a bloody child in the beggar's arms. Although he did not know where the child was hurt, looking at the child's purplish lips and tightly shut eyes, Xiao Jian already knew that this was not something he could do. Get up quickly. Xiao Jian hurriedly took out a few more copper coins from his arms and handed them to the beggar. This child is injured, right? I am not a doctor, how can I cure him? Quickly take these copper coins and go to the medical hall to find a doctor to treat him. Taoist Zhao, please take pity on this child. The beggar still did not get up and pleaded, "This child was picked up from the gutter by me. I have already raised him up. Today, I was begging on the street with him when he was hit by a crazy horse carriage. Not only was this child trampled by a horse, but he was also run over by a horse carriage. A kind doctor in the medical hall has already seen him. I'm afraid he won't survive the night. I heard that there is a deity in the Jiangqiao temple who saved the villagers of General Ridge. Therefore, I came here step by step from the town. Please pray for this child, Daoist Xiao. Please save this child, Lord Sea God. Father. I'm in pain. At this point, the bloody child seemed to wake up and groaned as he spoke softly. Gua, Gua. The beggar shouted, Father is begging Daoist Xiao. He will definitely save your life. Ah, this beggar. At this moment, some people had already gathered around. A young man exclaimed, he has no legs. He crawled up the Jiangqiao temple while kneeling. Io, that's right. This is all blood stains. Another few young men exclaimed. Two of them even ran out of the Daoist temple. Indeed, the faint blood stains were imprinted on the mountain path of Jiangqiao Ridge, all the way to the bottom of the mountain. Previously, Xiao Jian was still hesitant. He was afraid that this beggar adopted this child so that he could use some means to cripple this child and make him beg like a beggar. Now that he saw the blood stains, he knew that the beggar loved this child dearly. He hurriedly shouted, Yeah. Quick, go to the west room and get some warm water to wash this child. Oh right, let Daoist Xiao come and help. I will beg Daoist Xiao to see if he can show mercy. Chapter 3187. Yuanya was originally lying on top of the banyan tree, secretly watching Xiao Hua practice martial arts. He was startled by Xiao Jian's fierce shout. When he saw the situation inside the Daoist temple, he hastily shouted, Master, quickly come over, there is a pitiful child here. Master asked you to come and help. As he spoke, he quickly jumped down from the tree and started a fire on the stove in the corner of the temple, preparing to boil water. Xiao Hua, who had been in peace for 3 days, suddenly heard Yuanya calling him. He released his Buddha's sense, and when he understood, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Jian was right. This matter, he had to help. This injured child's injuries were very serious. If it wasn't for the fact that the child was young and full of vitality, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Moreover, the child had already reached the final stage. In less than an hour, if he wasn't treated, he would definitely die. Forget it. Xiao Hua withdrew his fists and slowly walked back to the temple. After all, it is a life. If I can save it, I will save it. When Xiao Hua walked back to the west wing, Yuanya had already placed a large wooden bucket inside. He was waiting for the water to heat up so that he could wash the child. Go and bring the child in. Xiao Hua ordered. Yes, master. Yuanya responded and prepared to go out. However, after taking 2 steps, he turned his head and whispered, Master, this child, you must save him. As long as you save him, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Including not peeking at me practicing martial arts. Including not worshipping me as your master. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes. Yuanya clenched his teeth and said. Oh. Why? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Because, this child also has no parents. Yuanya said, then turned around and left, not saying another word. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya's firm back and didn't know what he was thinking. Yuanya carried the child into the west wing. However, other than the beggar who was anxiously looking at him, everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Hua who was shouting in the main hall. Daoist Master Xiao, please have mercy and save this child. Xiao Hua's words came one after another as if he didn't stop. It was as if the worn-out statue could still hear his voice. While Daoist Xiao was trying to act mysterious, Xiao Hua took the child from Yuanya's hands. Xiao Hua placed his hand on the child's pulse, closed his eyes for a moment, then moved his fingers as if they were flying, pointing at several places on the child's body. Soon after, he strangely took out a dozen silver needles and inserted them into the child's body. As the silver needles entered the child's body, black blood slowly flowed out from the child's 7 orifices. Ah! Yuanya was shocked at first, but when he saw that there were small blood clots in the black blood, he immediately understood that this was the dirty blood that had accumulated in the child's body. Xiao Hua was cleaning this dirty blood out. Immediately after, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 2 pieces of yellow paper. He waved his hand and placed them on the child's body. With a flash of green light, the yellow paper disappeared. The child's body slightly trembled and no longer moved. Call Xiao Jian in. After Xiao Hua fed the child another pill, he handed the child to Yuanya and said, "Clean the child." Yes, this time, Yuanya did not call him master. After cleaning the child, Yuanya hurriedly called out according to Xiao Hua's instructions, "Master, the child has been cleaned. Come and take a look." Xiao Jian, who was in the main hall, was already exhausted. He was waiting for Yuanya's call. He knew that Xiao Hua would definitely not watch with folded arms, so he hurriedly rushed over from the main hall. Immediately after, he pretended to take a look, then turned around and returned to the courtyard of the Taoist temple. He kowtowed towards the statue in the main hall and muttered something that no one knew. When the beggar saw this, he hurriedly moved to Taoist Zhao's side and kowtowed with all his strength. When the people at the side saw this, a woman knelt down first, then everyone else also knelt down one by one. They called out to Taoist Xiao or Lord Sea God, asking for the God's grace. The sound of prayer became louder and louder, causing Xiao Hua's heart to move. When Xiao Hua's mind entered his Naiwan palace, he saw that the Buddha's fire in the Buddha's saraira was flickering with a golden light. It was flickering incessantly above the prayer. This Buddha's fire. I'm afraid it's related to prayer and the power of faith. Xiao Hua looked pensive. His mind came out of his Naiwan palace, and with a flick of his finger, a banyan fruit on the banyan tree fell on top of Taoist Zhao's head. Taoist Xiao has bestowed the medicine, Taoist Xiao has bestowed the medicine. Xiao Jian shouted and hurriedly took out the banyan fruit that was smaller than a soybean and hid it on his head. Then, he took out the banyan fruit that was smaller than a soybean and landed on the ground. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Hot tears flowed out of everyone's eyes. The joy of helping others was 100 times greater than the joy of helping oneself. Xiao Jian took the spirit medicine and walked in front of the child in Yuanya's arms. He glanced at Xiao Hua, then handed the banyan fruit to Xiao Hua and said, "Taoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to give this spirit medicine to the child." Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian unhappily. He knew that he did not dare to put the banyan fruit into the child's mouth. He only took the banyan fruit, pretended to give it to the child, and then put it into the space. Sure enough, it's really a spirit medicine. Xiao Jian said extremely exaggeratedly, "It melts in the mouth. It melts in the mouth." That is to say, Taoist Xiao bestowed a spirit medicine, and we picked ordinary banyan fruits. How could there be such an effect of melting in the mouth? It melts in the mouth, sure enough, it's an immortal medicine. Hearing these words, Xiao Hua despised Xiao Jian to the extreme. Other than melting in the mouth, what other words can there be? Thinking of the craziness from a few nights ago, Xiao Jian did not know what Xiao Hua was thinking and hurriedly added the last sentence. This banyan tree is not young anymore, it can no longer withstand the blind worship of the villagers. Fortunately, with Xiao Jian's words, everyone shifted their fanatical gazes away from the banyan fruit. At this moment, Xiao Jian's face froze. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the statue with an even more inconceivable expression. He hurriedly bowed towards the top of the main hall and said anxiously, "Disciple knows, disciple knows, disciple will definitely explain in detail to these benevolent masters." Everyone felt strange. They had already guessed that it was definitely Lord Sea God or Taoist Xiao who was talking to Taoist Xiao, but what exactly were they talking about? This. Looking at the dirty beggar in front of him, the high-spirited Taoist Xiao suddenly did not know how to address him. Immortal Elder. That beggar hurriedly called out, "This lowly one does not have a name, and also does not dare to mention my name in front of God, lest it blasphemes his ears. Immortal Elder can just call this lowly one Dog's father." "Oh, Dog's father." Taoist Xiao slightly shook his head, "This is your fault. This lowly one, this lowly one." Dog's father was really anxious, and hurriedly kowtowed again. He really did not understand where he had gone wrong. In front of Taoist Xiao, in the eyes of Lord Sea God, we are all ants, no matter if we are rich or poor, male or female. We are all his people, and we all have to be protected by him. If you feel that your name has blasphemed Lord Sea God's ears, then wouldn't you have to remove yourself from Lord Sea God's eyes? This lowly one does not dare, this lowly one does not dare. That dog's father was moved to tears. He really did not expect that a beggar like him would actually have the same status as others in front of God. "All right, I will not say any more." Taoist Xiao hurriedly waved his hand again, and then raised his voice to say to everyone, "Just now, I received Lord Sea God's oracle, Dog's life is already fine. However, there are still some injuries on his body, and these are things that I, a mortal, can heal." Thus, Lord Sea God disdained to take action, and let us send Dog to the town's medical hall. Why does Taoist Xiao need to personally go? Just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, a few kind men and women had already stepped out from the crowd. "Leave this matter to us, Taoist Xiao should still stay in the Taoist temple and serve Lord Sea God." All right, in that case, many thanks to everyone. Lord Sea God will see what everyone has done. Seeing that these few people were dressed like fishermen, Xiao Jian immediately changed Taoist Xiao to Lord Sea God. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was both angry and amused. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao Jian to take out some copper coins to give to that dog's father, and let him go to the medical hall to treat the injuries in his body. In Xiao Jian's mouth, he actually directly asked the kind men and women in the Taoist temple to go, saving himself a lot of copper coins. A woman hugged the dog, and a few people held the dog's father, and a large group of people followed behind to watch the show. Thinking of how the doctor in the medical hall would determine the condition of the dog, and personally seeing a child on the verge of death come back to life, they would probably be able to show off to others every day for the rest of their lives. Everyone left, and the entire Taoist temple suddenly became cold and cheerless. Xiao Jian looked to his left and right, seemingly not used to it. "Many thanks, Senior." Xiao Jian saw Xiao Hua walk out, and Yuanya, who was behind him, easily carried the large wooden bucket to the outside of the Taoist temple to pour water. He hurriedly bowed and said to Xiao Hua, "Why didn't this disciple think of letting that child go to the medical hall? This way, wouldn't a lot of people in Longevity Town know about the miracle of my River Tide Temple?" "Humph, how can this old man be so narrow-minded like you?" Xiao Hua waved his hand, slowly walked out of the Taoist temple, and said disdainfully, "This old man originally didn't know the Qi Huang technique. That child took a pill, but it couldn't heal the bones in his body. These things can only be cured by a real doctor. Do you really think this old man is really the sea god?" Yes. After seeing Xiao Hua's ability, Xiao Jian really admired Xiao Hua from the bottom of his heart. How could he dare to refute half a word? Xiao Hua also didn't pay attention to him, and went out to practice martial arts. Yuanya scuttled back to the banyan tree, and continued to secretly learn from Xiao Hua. The matter of the dog seemed to be very sensational. The River Tide Temple, which had returned to its peaceful state before noon, welcomed a stream of people in the afternoon. These people didn't just bring incense and candles, they also brought sacrificial items, and many of them even left copper coins in the merit box. At this time, although Taoist Xiao was smiling from ear to ear in his heart, his face was even more solemn. He didn't even ask questions like he usually did. He held a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, and in front of the damaged statue in the main hall, he pretended to be an expert and answered the questions of the kind men and women. Chapter 3188. On the sixth day, the long-awaited statue of Lord Sea God was finally completed. The face of the statue was the same as the one Xiao Hua saw that day. The craftsman's craftsmanship was very exquisite. The statue looked very lifelike, as if it was alive. The celebration of the reconstruction of the golden body was even more grand. At this time, the matter of the Jiangqiao temple was no longer Taoist Zhao's matter alone. Not only did the fishermen come, there were also the villagers of the general ridge and the devout townspeople who came to help. The celebration was extremely lively and took half a day's time. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Even if there were some chores, Yuanya would go and help. Taoist Xiao did not dare to rashly trouble Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was naturally happy to have peace and quiet. He was constantly using the Big Dipper divine fist beside the Taoist temple. Xiao Hua's appearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, the adult's attention was only attracted by the bustling Taoist temple for a moment. Who would still look at a Taoist who was endlessly practicing inexplicable punches and kicks? On the other hand, there were some children who were happily playing near Xiao Hua. There were even some who were standing there and gesticulating. Only when the sun set in the west did the people in the Taoist temple gradually become sparse. Only when the sky was completely dark and a half-moon appeared on the horizon did the Taoist temple become completely deserted. Senior. Xiao Jian walked out of the Taoist temple and stretched his body. He raised his voice and said, "You have been practicing punches and kicks here for an entire day. Aren't you tired? You have your tiredness, I have my leisure." Xiao Hua withdrew his punches and kicks. Naturally, he would not be tired. However, this kind of boring punches and kicks, even though there was a cool current flowing from his bones and he enjoyed it very much, he also felt bored after a long time. "You don't look any more. Quickly go and boil some hot water for this old man." Xiao Jian shouted towards the banyan tree again. "This old man is tired for an entire day. My whole body stinks of sweat. You are just hiding on the tree and idling." "Yes, master." Yuanya's unchanging voice came from the top of the tree. Then, there was the sound of the branches swaying. The pitiful banyan tree, in these few days, other than Yuanya hiding on top of it, it was also ravaged by many good men and women. The effect of the banyan fruit was already equivalent to an immortal pill. Who didn't come to Jiangqiao temple to get one or two? Although Xiao Jian had already made it clear, how could a person's greed be dispelled with just a few words? Looking at this Xiao Daoist who was not too particular about cleanliness a few days ago, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Congratulations Daoist Xiao, this Jiangqiao temple is becoming more and more prosperous. Today, Lord Sea God's golden body has been reconstructed. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiangqiao temple is rebuilt. Hehe, isn't it all thanks to Senior's help?" Xiao Jian said with a smile, "And in a few days, I still have to rely on Senior's help. Yes, if Senior wins against the little gold temple, this disciple won't have to rebuild the river and tide temple. I'll just chase away the bald donkeys in the little gold temple and erect the statue of Lord Sea God there. It can't be that simple." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Jiang Chao Guan is but a single disciple of Yuanya. This old man doesn't know how many monks there are in Shaojin temple, but there are definitely more than Jiang Chao Guan. With just the two of you, how can you stand firm in Shaojin temple? Hehe, I won't hide it from Senior." Xiao Jian laughed softly and said, "Disciple is already considering how to recruit disciples. But," speaking to here, he said regretfully, "it's a pity that this disciple has only used a few Taoist techniques. I can only rely on Yuanya to teach them some martial arts. I still can't form a real threat to Shaojin temple." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Although this old man doesn't know, this old man doesn't believe that other than Jiang Chao Guan having Taoist disciples, there aren't any other places. As long as your Jiang Chaoguan's name is spread out, there will definitely be other Daoist disciples coming to contact you. Yes, it should be like this. Xiao Jian didn't hide anything from Xiao Hua inside. Today's Jiang Chaoguan can be considered as a paradise. It is the time for this disciple to be at peace. If other Daoist disciples were to find out, they would definitely reach out. But this disciple doesn't have any magic power, so I can only be used as a wedding dress by others. Actually, this disciple is sometimes very conflicted. On one hand, this disciple wants Jiang Chaoguan to have a flourishing incense and endless miracles to benefit the longevity town. But at the same time, this disciple knows that after the flourishing incense, this disciple is very unwilling to provoke. He. Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed coldly and said, "This Xiao doesn't know what will happen in the future, but now, your trouble has already come. It can't be so fast." Xiao Jian was shocked. His eyes flashed with a trace of panic as he hurriedly looked down the mountain. Unfortunately, at this time, the night had already enveloped the entire mountain. No matter how far Xiao Jian looked, other than darkness, there was only darkness. However, Xiao Jian immediately recovered his calm and said with a smile, "With Senior here, this disciple has nothing to be afraid of. This Xiao only promised you to accept the challenge of Xiao Jin Temple." "I never promised." Xiao Hua said with a smile. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned and his brows slightly wrinkled. "Yuanya," Xiao Hua raised his voice. "Yes, master." Yuanya answered naturally, but when he appeared, there was a trace of awkwardness and embarrassment. Xiao Hua ordered, "There are 2 children at the bottom of the mountain, but you brought them up." "Bottom of the mountain?" Yuanya looked down the mountain in the darkness and was somewhat puzzled. However, he still obediently flew down. After a while, he came out of the darkness with a child in each hand. "Oh! Isn't this Brother Lu?" Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Xiao Jian saw the blood-stained youth in Yuanya's left hand and the flesh on his body was lacerated. "Oh! You know him?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. This disciple doesn't know this Brother Lu's name, but he is a small hoodlum from the town of Longevity's cloak gang. This disciple often saw him when he was selling divination in Longevity's town of Longevity. Xiao Jian nodded. Yuanya came in front of the 2 and put Brother Lu down. Brother Lu shouted as soon as he landed, "Daoist Xiao, quickly leave. Boss Cheng is here to find you." "Boss Cheng? The boss of the cloak gang?" Xiao Jian was shocked. Why is he looking for this old man? "My Jiangchao temple is in a complete mess. The few copper coins we have were all donated by benevolent people. Those are Lord Sea gods." "Ah! Immortal Elder. It really is you." At this moment, Lu Gu saw Xiao Hua at the side. Although there was a kind of surprise on his face, it was more of a gratification. Then, with a plop sound, he knelt in front of Xiao Hua and cried, "Immortal Elder, please reach out and save my sister." "I know. Lord Sea God who saved Go-Er is you. As long as you give me a pill, my sister's life will be saved." "Oh. This child still hasn't recovered?" Xiao Hua looked at the girl in Yuanya's hand. Sure enough, the girl's eyes were tightly shut and she looked like she was unconscious. "That's right, Immortal Elder. That day, you gave me some copper coins. I immediately brought my sister to the medical hall." Louis knelt on the ground and refused to get up. He cried and said, "The doctor prescribed medicine for me. However, after taking it, not only did my sister's condition not get better, it became even worse. Now, the copper coins have been spent and my sister is unconscious. Moreover, my sister's body is very hot. No matter what, I can't lower her temperature. A few days ago, I heard about the miracle of the Jiangchao temple from the medical hall's doctor. I also wanted to ask Lord See God for help. But Boss Cheng has been looking for me. I don't dare to show myself. At this point, Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. He knelt and shouted, Daoist Xiao, you must leave quickly. That Boss Cheng has invited an expert and is about to go to the Jiangchao temple. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Brother Lu, this old man's Jiangchao temple is extremely poor. Why did Boss Cheng come here? Even if the Jiangchao temple is prosperous these few days, it shouldn't attract the attention of the Zephyr gang. Xiao Jian trembled and asked Lu Yi, do you know the specific reason? I don't know. Lu Yi was very anxious. He urged again, I have been hiding in a secret place. However, I was still found by Boss Cheng this afternoon. The two leaders of the Zephyr gang disappeared. Boss Cheng suspected that it was related to me. Therefore, he blocked me and my sister at that place and used cruel means to deal with me. The injuries on this little one's body were caused by someone beating me up in the afternoon. Looking at Boss Cheng's posture, I knew that I wouldn't be able to come out alive today. However, at dusk, someone suddenly reported to Boss Cheng that the person he was looking for had arrived. Boss Cheng seemed to attach great importance to everyone. He immediately ordered his subordinates to hang me up high and let me slowly starve to death. Then, he hurriedly left. When I was in a daze, I heard him shouting Jiangchao Temple. At this point, Louis licked his dry lips and said with a trace of luck on his face, fortunately, I used to have a life and death friend in Longevity Town who could be said to be congenial. After Boss Cheng left, he sneaked back and put me and my sister down from a high place. He told me to quickly leave Longevity Town. Dog butchers always have righteous people. Xiao Jian sighed when he heard this. Humph. Dog butchers are more vicious and merciless people. Xiao Hua coldly retorted and asked again, then why didn't you quickly escape from Longevity Town? Why did you come to Jiangchao Temple? Don't you know that coming to Jiangchao Temple is leading a disaster for Jiangchao Temple? Because. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Hua's calm face. He didn't know what he was thinking. He slightly gritted his teeth and said, I know Daoist Xiao and also know Ya. I remember that I was caught by Ya. However, not only did he not send me to the Yamen, he even gave me a meat bun. There is such a thing. Yuanya nodded at the side and agreed in a low voice. It was obvious that he had a good impression of Lu Yi. Also, Lu Yi stole a glance at Xiao Hua and said carefully, just now, I already said that I heard that Jiangchao Temple has the miracle of Lord Sea God that can revive the dead. Thus, I had the thought of sending my sister here. Now that my sister is on the brink of death, I can't care too much. Moreover, I can also send a letter to Daoist Xiao. Chapter 3189. Xiao Hua nodded inwardly. His heart was as clear as a mirror. That day when he met Lu Yi in Daoist robes, other than Daoist Xiao, wasn't he the only one in Chongqing town to pass on Daoist robes? Since Lu Yi knew Xiao Jian, he naturally knew where he came from. Following that, so many things happened at Jiangchao Temple, and Lu Yi had seen him easily kill 2 people from the cloak gang. With Lu Yi's intelligence, how could he not know that these things were done by him? Today, Lu Yi came for 2 reasons. First, he picked up the child and gave it to his sister. Second, he wanted to inform him. He was afraid that Boss Cheng was looking for him. Although Lu Yi didn't say it, Xiao Hua could tell that Lu Yi didn't say anything under Boss Cheng's torture. Moreover, he didn't mention anything in front of Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Lu Yi's mouth was really tight. Humph, you're here. But you didn't think. Xiao Hua said indifferently, maybe Boss Cheng didn't think so much. Now that you've run away, he will think more. Perhaps that friend of yours was instructed by Boss Cheng to do this? You coming here, aren't you leading the way for them? This. Lu Yi's face was already pale from the loss of blood. He hurriedly shouted, "This little one deserves to die, this little one deserves to die. This little one has implicated immortal elder. There's no need to be like this." Xiao Hua suddenly laughed, "Jiangchao Temple is here, it's not a secret place. Whatever bullshit Boss Cheng can come if he wants to, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, it has nothing to do with this old man. Yuanya, give this child to me. You accompany Daoist Xiao to welcome Boss Cheng." Yes, Yuanya's consistent answer finally changed under Xiao Hua's threat. Taking the little girl from Yuanya, Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned. The little girl's body was especially hot, like the heat of an ordinary person. However, when Xiao Hua looked at her, this girl's face didn't have any special redness. She didn't look like a normal child with a fever. "Lu Yi, come with this old man." Xiao Hua put away his cold face and said warmly. "No." Lu Yi shook his head, "Immortal elder only needs to accept Xiao Yun, this little one will be at ease. This lowly one is preparing to escape from Longevity Town. Boss Cheng is already at the foot of the mountain, where can you escape to?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "With this old man here, there is no need to be afraid." "Ah. You." Lu Yi stood up with difficulty and couldn't help but look back at the dark mountain road in surprise. That place was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Then, Lu Yi swayed slightly and was about to fall again. After being tortured, the fact that he was able to carry little Yun all the way to Jiangchao Ridge had already exhausted all of his strength. If it wasn't for Yuanya who had brought him to Jiangchao Ridge, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come up on his own. Now that he saw Xiao Hua and the others, the determination in his heart disappeared. How could he still hold on? "Sigh, this child." Xiao Hua sighed. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Jian's neck, easily lifting him up. He didn't care about Xiao Jian's anxiety and returned to the Daoist temple. Yeah. Daoist Zhao's heart was already beating like a drum. He looked at the mountain ridge where the night wind was howling and whispered, Can you beat Boss Cheng? This disciple has never seen Boss Cheng, so I don't know." Yuanya looked at the foot of the mountain and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have noticed something. "This disciple will go and get the hammer." With that, Yuanya quickly entered the Daoist temple. Seeing Yuanya being so serious, Xiao Jian became even more restless. He was almost about to pace back and forth. He even occasionally looked in the direction of the Daoist temple and secretly complained about Xiao Hua's decision. "Master, don't worry." Yuanya eerily appeared from the shadows of the Taoist temple and said in a low voice, "Since my Jiangchao temple doesn't have any money that the cloak gang cares about, then it must be because they want the incense of Lord Sea God. I remember that when Master met the local ruffians in Longevity Town, he always used copper coins to solve the problem and didn't let me do anything. Then this time, he used copper coins to solve the problem. I'm afraid it's not that simple." Xiao Jian shook his head slightly. "If Boss Cheng is interested in the prosperity of the Jiangchao temple, then it's easy to deal with. In the future, if there are any profits, just give some to him." "But didn't you hear what Brother Lu said? Boss Cheng even brought an expert to the Tidal River Temple, that clearly wasn't for the sake of incense. It must be, for Senior Xiao. I'm afraid it's one of Senior Zhao's enemies. Since it's for Senior Xiao, then why are you so anxious? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yuanya hit the nail on the head. "It has nothing to do with you. Killing to silence. Yeah, why don't you understand?" Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. "You grew up in the jungle, so you don't know how vicious and merciless these people are. We already know so much, how can they let us live to see the sun tomorrow?" "Ah. There's such a saying." Yuanya was also stunned. "Where did you get this stick?" Xiao Jian suddenly saw that the hammer in Yuanya's hand had disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black stick as thick as an egg. He asked curiously. Senior Xiao gave it to me. Yuanya explained. That hammer was too light, so this stick was just right for me. Xiao Jian rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, what else did Senior Xiao say? Kill. Yuanya's face turned cold. Brother Lu said that most of the people in the cloak gang had killed people before. Especially the people around Boss Zheng, they didn't kill anyone. Senior Xiao told the disciples to kill without fear. This kind of killing is a good deed. Phew, Xiao Jian finally let out a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, luckily, Senior Xiao is from our Jiangchao temple. Master, they are here. Yuanya looked down and reminded. Xiao Jian naturally couldn't see that far, so he didn't look and sat down on the ground. Yeah, you sit down too. Otherwise, they will know that we are waiting for them. It will be hard for Master to explain. Yes, Master. Yuanya obediently sat not far away from Xiao Jian. The magic wand in his hand was also placed not far away. In just half a cup of tea's time, more than 10 strong men jumped out from the mountain path. These men were all wearing black clothes and black headscarves. Other than their faces, the rest of their body was hidden behind the black clothes. The man who jumped out first saw Xiao Jian and Yuanya sitting there and was stunned. Then, he hurriedly said to the slightly fat man behind him, Big brother, these two are the two bastards from Jiangchao temple. Cough cough, the slightly fat man took 2 steps forward, revealing his broom-like thick black eyebrows and garlic-sized nose. He coughed twice and said, Old Jiu, what did I teach you? These two are the Taoists from Jiangchao temple. How can you speak rudely? Yes, big brother. Old Jiu didn't dare to argue. He bowed his head and didn't say anything. Is this Taoist Xiao? Boss Zheng quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Seeing Boss Zheng being so polite, Xiao Jian felt apprehensive. However, he hurriedly got up and returned the greeting, I am Xiao Jian. I wonder who is this benefactor? Oh, I am the leader of the cloak gang, Zheng Mao. Boss Zheng smiled and said, Taoist Xiao has been staying in Jiangchao temple for many years. I should have come to visit you earlier. However, because I was busy with the gang's affairs, I neglected it. Oh, so it's gang leader Zheng. Xiao Jian's face turned serious. He hurriedly tidied up his Taoist robe and bowed, I didn't expect you to come to my Jiangchao temple. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Zheng Mao waved his hand, Taoist Xiao has already welcomed me at the entrance. How is this neglect? It really made me feel a little panicked. What's going on? Xiao Jian originally thought that they would start a fight the moment they met. Who knew that they would be so polite, which really made him confused. Is gang leader Zheng here to burn incense in my Jiangchao temple? Xiao Jian rolled his eyes and said with a smile, if so, please come to the main hall and kowtow to Lord Sea God. He. Zheng Mao waved his hand and said with a smile, I have never believed in ghosts. Although Jiangchao temple is prosperous now, in my eyes, those things are no different from the things that the monks of Shaojin temple did. Moreover, I have never entered Shaojin temple. Is this Jiangchao temple? It's better not to enter. So it's like this. Xiao Jian panicked and asked again, then why did Lord Gang Leader come here so late at night? Forget it. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Zheng Mao looked at the Taoist temple not far away and said, I came here today to discuss a business deal with Taoist Xiao. Business deal? Xiao Jian saw that Zheng Mao was not looking for Xiao Hua and his heart relaxed. He hurriedly said with a smile, since it's a business deal, it's easy to talk about it. Lord Gang Leader, please say a price. In the future, when my Jiangchao temple is prosperous, I will definitely send things to Cloak Gang on time to show my filial respect to Lord Gang Leader. Ha ha ha, seeing Xiao Jian being so tactful, Zheng Mao laughed loudly, how could your Jiangqiao temple's little bit of incense money be in my eyes? How could it be worth for me to come here personally? Even for the little gold temple, I only sent a deputy gang leader over. When Xiao Jian heard this, he was even more baffled. He carefully said, since Lord Jing doesn't care about my Jiangqiao temple's incense money, then I don't know what else my Jiangqiao temple can do business with Lord Jing. Taoist Xiao, what do you think this is? Zheng Mao said as he took out something from his bosom and casually threw it to Xiao Jian. That thing was black. Xiao Jian didn't dare to catch it and hurriedly dodged. With a pu sound, that thing fell to the ground. He, Taoist Xiao is quite cautious. Zheng Mao said with a smile. Xiao Jian hurriedly picked up that thing from the ground and said with a smile, I am old and can't see clearly. When Xiao Jian saw the thing in his hand, he couldn't help but stare blankly. What? Taoist Xiao doesn't recognize this thing. Zheng Mao narrowed his eyes and looked at the thing in his hand. He then looked at Xiao Jian with a smile. Chapter 3190. Of course, Xiao Jian recognized this item. Wasn't it the stone that was chiseled off from Xiao Hua's body when he discovered him? However, what Xiao Jian didn't understand was how this item ended up in Zheng Mao's hands and even caused him to come to the Jiangqiao temple. Of course I recognize this item. Isn't it just a stone? Xiao Jian said perfunctorily. Zheng Mao glanced at Yuanya, who was on guard, and said, Daoist Xiao, I came here today with great sincerity. This vitality stone. To tell you the truth, someone got it from your Jiangqiao temple. He didn't know what this item was, but it looked like a gem. That was why he brought it to my pawnshop to sell some copper coins. Sigh. When Xiao Jian heard, he already understood. There was no need for Zheng Mao to say more. It must have been the villagers from the General Ridge who pried open the box in his east room and took some out. As for who took it, it wasn't important anymore. Since Daoist Xiao is from the Dao sect, you naturally know the use of this vitality stone. Zheng Mao said without hiding anything, furthermore, I also know how many vitality stones you have here. How about it? Is Daoist Xiao willing to do this business with me? Sure. Xiao Jian looked at the black-clothed men behind Zheng Mao and said with a smile, this poor Daoist obtained this item by accident. Since gang leader Zheng knows what it is, then I'll sell it to gang leader Zheng. There's nothing to say about it. Alright, Daoist Xiao is indeed straightforward. Zheng Mao waved his hand and said, you made me think a lot earlier. I wonder how much silver does sect leader Zheng intend to use to exchange for this vitality stone. Xiao Jian opened his hand and looked at the stone that was the size of a duck egg. He smiled and asked. I didn't bring any silver today, nor did I bring any Qingquan bag. Zheng Mao laughed. Ah. Xiao Jian was shocked. Don't worry, Daoist Xiao. Zheng Mao smiled and said, to tell you the truth, I'm afraid you and I don't know how much this vitality stone is worth. However, this item is just a pile of stones in Daoist Xiao's Jiangqiao temple. But in the hands of my cloak gang, it's money. Today, I have personally come to the Jiangqiao temple to discuss with you. I will take these primordial stones first, and after exchanging them for silver at the auction, you and I will split the profits evenly. How about it? How is this possible? When Xiao Jian heard this, his face fell and he said indifferently, let's not talk about this for now. The source stones belong to my Jiangqiao temple and it has nothing to do with the cloak gang. The idea of a 50-50 split was complete nonsense. I will not agree. What's more, gang leader Zheng said that he would take the primordial stones away. No one would agree to that, right? Daoist Xiao. If the ratio is not suitable, it won't be too late to discuss it later. Zheng Mao smiled and said, but Daoist Xiao, you have to think about it. If you didn't have my cloak gang, where would you exchange your primordial stones for silver? I'm the only one who can help you find the exchange location, right? As for the second condition, hee, I'm a man of my word in Longevity Town. Isn't my cloak gang a guarantor? Hee, gang leader Zheng. Xiao Jian already knew that Zheng Mao was trying to gain something without risking anything. He even had the intention to forcefully swallow these primordial stones. He sneered and said, country of she naturally doesn't have any place to exchange primordial stones. But what about the capital of Copper Pillar country? There's an auction there. I can just bring these primordial stones there. What's so difficult about it? Ha ha ha, Zheng Mao laughed loudly. If I knew about it before, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that I know, there's a big problem. Do you think I brought so many brothers here just to see the night scene? Do you think the incense in the Jiang Chao temple is flourishing these few days? How dare you? Xiao Jian's furious roar was extremely frightening. Even Zheng Mao was dumbfounded and felt a sense of fear. This is my Daoist sect, Daoist Xiao, Daoist sect, Daoist sect. You dare to come here and disturb a Daoist? Do you not want to live anymore? Xiao Jian's following words made Zheng Mao laugh again. He threw away his previous fear and pointed at the Jiang Chao temple and said, what kind of place is this Jiang Chao temple? I believe I know better than all of you, right? 40 years before Daoist Master Xiao came to you, I had lived in this Jiang Chao temple for several years. The coldness of the winter night, the loneliness of the summer night, how could I not know? At that time, I made a wish to this bullshit Lord Sea God. As long as I don't feel cold, as long as I can eat my fill, I will definitely reconstruct his golden body. Unfortunately, my words were blown away by the night wind 40 years ago. My heart was also broken at that time. I know, there are no gods in this world. It's just that when there are many people who believe in them, they are gods. I also know that only by relying on one's own ability can one eat their fill and live in a big house that doesn't feel cold. Daoist Xiao has been in Longevity Town for so many years, but I have never caused you any trouble. Of course, it's because Daoist Xiao also doesn't have enough to eat. More importantly, it's because you stayed in Jiang Chao temple and I didn't want to disturb you. But today, Zheng Mao looked left and right. I brought my brothers here just to have a good discussion with Daoist Xiao. If it was before, how could I say so much to you? How could I give you 50% of the benefits for free? Headmaster Zheng. Daoist Xiao took a deep breath and said, perhaps it is because of your obsession in front of Daoist Xiao that you have achieved what you have today. Headmaster, what you need to do now is not to force a deal, but in front of Daoist Xiao's statue, bullshit. Zheng Mao sneered and interrupted Daoist Xiao's pretense. He said loudly, when I left Jiang Chao temple, I should have killed the Buddha in my heart. Xiao Jin temple's Buddha was like that, and so is Daoist Jiang Chao temple. There's no need to talk about the secular people in Longevity Town. They only know how to work at sunrise and rest at sunrise. They only put their lives on the illusory hope. Reconstructing the golden body for Daoist Sea God of Jiang Chao temple is just their hope for the future. The illness of the little girl in General Ridge and the injury of the beggar under the East Pass Bridge is just the power of your Daoist elixir. Xiao Jian, you can fool others, but can you fool me? You. Daoist Xiao secretly complained in his heart, but he still forced himself to be calm and said angrily, Headmaster Zheng, you're blaspheming Daoist Xiao. Humph, I'm not just blaspheming. If you don't hand over the vitality stones, I'll kill you too. This Jiang Chao temple has no need to exist anymore. Zheng Mao sneered. I know. Daoist Xiao raised his eyebrows and shouted, You've accepted the benefits from the monk of Xiao Jin temple. You can think whatever you want. Zheng Mao let out a long breath and looked deeply at the Jiang Chao temple behind Daoist Xiao. What he said just now was for Daoist Xiao, but more importantly, Zheng Mao wanted to say it to himself. At this moment, he was already a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, Xiao Jian, you're just a wandering Daoist. Since you're pretending to be confused, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Call out the Taoist cultivator behind you. Yeah. Taoist Xiao saw this and took a few steps back. He waved his hand and shouted, "Now that you've got a suitable weapon in your hands, I know you don't understand the meaning of this weapon. I'll tell you now that your master is testing you. If you can control this weapon and defeat these useless cloak gang disciples, you'll be able to enter your master's eyes." Ah. Really? Master. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. He couldn't believe it and asked back. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Taoist Xiao snorted, "Anyway, this is also a way for you and me to escape with our lives. It'll be best if your master can see it. Kid! Give me your life." Yuanya couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared and waved his magic wand towards Zheng Mao. "Come out." Zheng Mao didn't advance but retreated. The four disciples on his left stretched out their hands and took out their weapons to meet Yuanya. Zheng Mao himself sneered and shouted towards a dark place on the left side of the Jiangqiao ridge. Following Zheng Mao's words, two old men jumped out from the mountain ridge. They were the two people Xiao Hua saw playing chess under the tree at the foot of the Jiangqiao ridge. Ha! Xiao Jian saw two strangers and couldn't help but be stunned. "You two have followed me up the mountain and have been watching from the side for a long time. I don't know where you're from. I'm an honest person who doesn't do underhanded things. I didn't say anything before. Now that I can't do business with you two, it's time for you to come out." Zheng Mao saw that the two people were very agile and wasn't surprised. He asked indifferently, "Friend or foe, please make your choice." Ha ha ha. Zheng Mao is really like what people say, he's an ambitious and ruthless person. One of the old men laughed, to be able to see such a talent in the longevity town is really beyond this old man's expectations. When Zheng Mao heard this, he frowned and looked at the four people who were already fighting with Yuanya. It was obvious that the cloak gang was well prepared. Although Yuanya was powerful and the magic wand in his hand was heavy, under the siege of four experts, he was already somewhat powerless. Seeing that the situation didn't deviate from his plan, Zheng Mao turned his gaze back and said coldly, "If the two old men are here to see me, please wait here. After I'm done with my business, I'll invite the two of you to my cloak gang's headquarters for a chat." "Huh, with the two of us here, how can we let you disturb the peace of the Jiangqiao temple? I'll let you have a taste of this old monk's methods." The other old man had no intention of revealing his name. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a Buddhist staff that was 8 feet long. Immediately after, he chanted Sanskrit and formed a Buddhist seal with his hands. The Buddhist staff emitted a faint Buddhist light. Like a huge python, it pounced toward Zheng Mao and the others. A sharp blade-like sound of wind was produced, covering an area of 10 feet around Zheng Mao. Chapter 3191. When the other old man saw this, he didn't dare to be negligent. His body actually flew up and waved his hand. That seemingly ordinary hand suddenly became bigger. One by one, golden palms appeared along with the old man's Buddhist seal and smashed toward the other cloak gang disciples who were wearing black clothes. These two old men were actually Buddhist disciples. Moreover, these two Buddhist disciples were actually here to protect the Jiangqiao temple. They were here to protect Taoist Xiao Jian. Ah! Zheng Mao was obviously surprised. He said in surprise, "You guys are monks from the small gold temple. Could it be that you guys are also drooling over the vitality stones?" Unfortunately, the two Buddhist elders didn't answer. The power of the Buddhist staff and the palm shadows were already very close to Zheng Mao and the others. Naturally, other than Zheng Mao who stood there steadily with his hands slightly clenched and didn't move, the other cloak gang disciples had already moved. They took out their weapons and fled in all directions. Quick, seeing that the two Buddhist elders didn't have any intention to answer, Zheng Mao hurriedly spread out his hand. A small green sword that was 1 inch long appeared in his hand. As Zheng Mao chanted the sword art, he breathed on the small sword. The small sword flew into the air with a swoosh sound and expanded into a 3 feet long green sword. With a keng sound, it hit the Buddhist staff. Zheng Mao's flying sword was obviously no match for the Buddhist staff. It was immediately sent flying. However, the attack of the Buddhist staff was also blocked. Zheng Mao and the others took the opportunity to escape from the attack range of the Buddhist staff. Humph. The old man's Buddhist seal changed again. The Buddhist staff let out a wang wang sound and was raised again. The other old man's palm fell. Other than one of the black-cloaked men who dodged, the palm landed on the mountain rock and raised a cloud of dust. A 1 foot long and 3 inches deep palm print was clearly left on the mountain rock. The other 4 black-cloaked men were hit by the palm. Although they tried their best to raise their weapons to block, their weapons were all sent flying. They all spat out blood and rolled on the mountain ridge. "Junior brother, don't leave him alive," the old man controlling the Buddhist staff warned when he saw this. He once again controlled the Buddhist staff to attack Zheng Mao. Zheng Mao's small sword's brilliance had dimmed. He had been seriously injured just now. The situation in front of the Jiangqiao temple was completely under the control of the 2 Buddhist elders who had suddenly appeared. However, there was no trace of joy on Xiao Jian's face. Instead, there was a strong sense of fear and anger. He was probably muttering in his heart about his fate after the cloak gang's disciples were killed. Clang! At this moment, a strong sword cry rushed out from under the Jiangqiao ridge, and a cold voice shouted, "Where did this wild bald donkey come from? How dare you kill someone in front of me?" A green sword light streaked across the sky like a waterfall. The dense brilliance illuminated half of the Jiangqiao ridge. An old man dressed in Confucian robes wielded a flying sword and stabbed at the 2 elders from the Buddhist sect. See, 3rd level origin power. As the sword light approached, a snow-like coldness involuntarily emerged from the hearts of the 2 Buddhist elders. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison and looked at each other. They abandoned the attacking cloak gang disciples and activated their Buddhist seals. The Buddhist staff and palm print rushed to meet the flying sword. Boom! A violent collision sound was heard. Brilliance splashed everywhere, followed by 2 miserable screams. The Buddhist staff that had sent Zheng Mao's flying sword flying was now split in half by the Confucian elder's flying sword. One of the elders' hands was also chopped off by the flying sword. The 2 of them flew back and fell on the foothills. Roar! After the miserable screams, Yuanya, who was fighting with the 4 black-cloaked men, also roared and jumped out of the crowd. His arms were stained with blood. Although he had broken the weapons of the 2 black-cloaked men, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His arms were seriously injured and he could not hold on. "Thank you, Western Ridge Scholar." Zheng Mao was not surprised by this outcome. He bowed to the descending Confucian elder. "No need to be so polite." The elder waved his hand and the 3-foot-long flying sword in his hand spat out sword energy again. He coldly said, "This old man will kill these 2 bald donkeys. You kill these 2 bastards." This old man doesn't believe that bastard won't come out. Yes, this junior understands. Zheng Mao agreed and waved his hand. "Quickly, kill these 2. Fellow immortal." One of the 2 Buddhist sect elders who had fallen to the ground hurriedly took some medicine to stop his injuries, while the other hurriedly took out a jade token and shouted, "We are the state preceptors of the single Liang kingdom in the Liang province. This is a token issued by the king of the single Liang kingdom. We are here on the king's orders to protect Daoist Shao. You must not touch Daoist Shao. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the country of Shi and my single Liang country." Single Liang country. The Confucian elder with the bright moon Western Ridge Scholar was startled. He grabbed the jade token and it landed in his hand. This jade token was 3 inches long and was sparkling and translucent. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. On the front of the jade token were the 2 words Single Liang, and on the back was the word Shao. You are indeed the state teacher of Single Liang country. Western Ridge scholar frowned. He looked at the 2 Buddhist elders and asked curiously, "Why did you come all the way here to protect a Taoist bastard?" "Fellow immortal, this is an order from our king." The elder did not explain. Clearly, he did not want to say more. "Fellow immortal, you can take whatever primeval stones you want as long as you don't hurt Taoist Shao. We will treat it as if nothing happened today." Western Ridge scholar was clearly moved. He did not want to go against an order from a king even though Single Liang country was not close to the country of Shi. "Scholar, not far away," Zheng Mao smiled and said, "they have already heard of your name and you even heavily injured them. It's not like you don't know how petty Buddhist disciples can be. If I let them go, how can I still take the primeval stones from the tidal river temple? Even if I don't take the primeval stones, my cloak gang still wants to survive in Longevity Town for a few more years. You don't need to be chased to the ends of the earth by others, right?" "That's right." Western Ridge scholar looked at the tidal river temple which was still motionless and grinned. "I have offended Buddhist disciples before and was even chased by an old bald donkey with second-grade essence energy. If I let them go today, I will have to run away again. Even if I get the primeval stones, I can't cultivate properly." Rumble. Just as Western Ridge scholar made his decision, a green light flashed in the sky above the tidal river temple. Then, there was the sound of thunder. After the thunder, thick dark clouds gathered from all directions. The clear night sky now looked like it was about to change. The thunder naturally attracted everyone's attention. However, when they looked at the sky, the dark clouds, and the mountain wind, there was nothing out of the ordinary except for the strange thunder. When they looked at the motionless tidal river temple, they didn't pay much attention to it. However, just as West Ridge scholar was about to activate his flying sword again, the 2 Buddhist elders turned pale. Countless bolts of lightning appeared above everyone's heads and rained down on West Ridge scholar and the cloak gang. Ah! The lightning moved quickly and Western Ridge scholar hurriedly used his flying sword to block it. However, under the powerful lightning, the flying sword was instantly shattered. Western Ridge scholar was struck by 3 bolts of lightning and died with a scream. As for Zheng Mao and the others, they were even worse off. They couldn't resist at all and had several large holes in their bodies. They died on the spot. Rumble. More than 10 lives were lost in an instant, but the remaining heavenly lightning continued to strike. Thunder and lightning continued to roar above the foot of the mountain. After a while, the foot of the mountain regained its tranquility. Other than the 4 people who were dumbfounded, there were only the mountain rocks and the mountain path that had been charred black. However, the charred area was covered by the night sky. Apart from the rising smoke, it couldn't be seen. The tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds above the lightning, hitting the faces of the dumbfounded people, the corpses that were killed by the lightning, and even the Jiangchao Ridge. After the time it took to finish a meal, the thick clouds gradually moved away, revealing the half-moon in the sky. The raindrops also gradually thinned out. Xiao Jian seemed to have woken up from a dream and said coldly to the 2 Buddhist elders, "Both of you, scram back to the country of Danliang and tell that Xiao Jun. This old man has the protection of my Taoist god. I don't need his hypocritical kindness. Also, pass on this old man's words to him. When this old man is tired of living in the hidden immortal continent, I'll return to the country of Danliang and take back the throne that belongs to this old man." The 2 Buddhist sect elders looked in horror at Western Ridge Lei and the others who had been struck to death by the heavenly lightning. Then, they looked at the charred ground. Finally, they looked at themselves, who were unharmed, and the slightly muddy mountain. They exchanged glances and bowed deeply to Xiao Jian. Then, they rushed down the mountain path in a sorry state and gradually disappeared. Moss. Master. Yuanya finally dared to speak. He said with an incredulous tone, disciple. Disciple isn't dreaming, right? Yeah. Shao Daoist still dragged his voice and called out. Yes, master. Yuanya replied absent-mindedly. Come here. Yes, master. Use all your strength and pull this old man's arm. Shao Daoist's words floated like a gust of wind. Yes, master. Ah. Shao Daoist's miserable scream was comparable to a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, this old man told you to use all your strength, not to torture this old man to death. Yes, master. Yuanya's voice didn't carry any shock. Instead, there was a hint of confusion. This disciple didn't use much strength. Damn it, looks like this isn't a dream. Shao Daoist looked at the bruise on his arm and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was a trace of excitement in his mouth. Is this master's divine ability? Yuanya moaned and stuttered in a low voice, Master. Is he human? Chapter 3192. Shao Daoist sneered. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, this old man's luck is good. The gods and Buddhas in the sky are protecting this old man. Heavenly thunder bombardment is not something an ordinary cultivator can use. Although Senior Shao is powerful, if he could cultivate to this level, it would be impossible even in 1,000 years. At this moment, Shao Daoist seemed to have thought of something. He coldly looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the darkness that was like a fierce beast. He didn't think that the inconceivable ability of summoning heavenly thunder was done by Shao Hua, whose meridians were completely blocked. Instead, he thought of the Shao Jun. That's right, Shao Jian had always thought that Shao Jun had sent people to monitor him and prevent him from retaliating. However, he didn't expect that. The situation was the complete opposite of what he thought. These people monitoring him were actually protecting him. How could he remain calm? This old man is already like this. What do you want to do? Are you pitying this old man? Damn it, this old man doesn't care. Suddenly, Shao Jian couldn't help but roar at the night sky like a hungry wolf. Master? Yuan yet didn't understand these things and looked at Shao Jian strangely. Forget it. Yeah, go see what Senior Shao is doing. Shao Daoist dejectedly lowered his head and waved his hand. Yes, master. Yuan Ye's unchanging answer quickly rushed into the Jiang Chao temple. In the west room, there was a huge wooden bucket. It was the one that Yuan Ye used to clean his dog. At this moment, the girl called Shao Yun was soaking in it. Unexpectedly, a string of bubbles appeared in the clear water. Not only did it make a goo 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 sound, it even showed signs of boiling. As for Lu Yi, his starry eyes stared at Shao Yun's tightly closed eyes and her slightly reddened face. The anxiety on his face lessened. What? Shao Hua saw Yuan Ye rush into the west room. He didn't raise his head and asked indifferently, is it raining outside? Was there thunder just now? Yes. Yuan Ye faced Shao Hua. It was as if the word master had disappeared and he was used to answering. Oh, that's good. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Right now is the planting season. More rain is good for the crops. Right, if it rains, don't forget to put away the clothes. Shao Hua's answer was really out of Yuan Ye's expectations. He didn't understand what it meant by, spring rain is as precious as oil. Also, did someone find trouble with your master? Do you need this old man to take action? Speaking up to here, Shao Hua seemed to have suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked with concern. Facing Shao Hua's sincere smile, Yuan Ye felt guilty for no reason. He waved his hand and said, no need. Master has already sent those people away. Oh. That's great. Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If Daoist Xiao can handle it yourself, then that would be for the best. This old man will take a good look at this little girl. As he spoke, Xiao Hua once again stretched out his hand. His index finger and middle finger were placed together, precisely at the location of Xiao Yun's wrist where her pulse was. However, Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted together, a rare kind of doubt appearing on his face. Senior. Yuanya opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say, so he simply stopped asking and turned away. Immortal Elder. After Yuanya left, Louis couldn't help but ask, "How is Xiao Yun?" "Strange. It's really strange." Xiao Hua answered almost without hesitation. At the same time, the Dharma eye in between his brows slowly opened. The torrential rain at the Jiangchao temple was very strange. Naturally, compared to the torrential rain, the falling thunder was even more worrying. That was the heavenly thunder that directly killed more than 10 people out of thin air. Xiao Jian didn't have the guts to hide this matter. He didn't even wait for dawn to personally come to the Longevity Town's government office to report it. He didn't dare to let Yuanya handle this kind of matter. Yuanya would only make things worse. The Longevity Town's government office naturally belonged to the country of Shi's king, and also had its own set of rules. When the government office received the report, it was also as if they were struck by lightning. The Cloak Gang was able to run rampant in Longevity Town for so many years, so how could the official not know? When he received Xiao Jian's report, he almost wanted to smash Xiao Jian into prison at the first moment. Fortunately, the Jiangchao temple was no longer the same as before. The official didn't know, but the advisor and others who knew Longevity Town like the back of their hand immediately dissuaded him. The person was already dead, who would care about the benefits he gave when he was alive? Thus, the official brought his entourage and also didn't wait for dawn to arrive at the Jiangchao temple. They investigated the entire Jiangchao ridge from top to bottom. They even checked the place where Zheng Mao and the others died more than 10 times. Even when the advisor and others were suspicious, they even invited Longevity Academy's principal Zhu Junfeng to investigate the Jiangchao temple at dawn. However, the situation of the falling thunder killing more than 10 people was indeed strange, but the torrential rain that followed was also normal. Although Zhu Junfeng was extremely suspicious of Zheng Mao's death, he really didn't think that this kind of power that was close to the 5th level of essence power, and this kind of power that surpassed the 5th level was something that the 3 Taoist cultivators of the Jiangchao temple could do. Of course, this conclusion was also reached after he used the eye-clearing technique to see Xiao Hua's cultivation. Moreover, he didn't even think that in the entire country of Shi, other than those elders in the sects who had long disappeared, no one else could have this kind of cultivation. The only possibility was that Zheng Mao and the others were really unlucky. It was really because they were full of evil that they died under the heavenly thunder strike. Since the Jiangchao town's officials believed that Zheng Mao was killed by the heavenly thunder strike, and even Longevity Town's principal Zhu didn't nod his head and tacitly agreed, then the one who benefited the most was none other than Daoist Xiao Jian Xiao. Although he didn't say that Zheng Mao of the Cloak Gang came to find trouble with him, but in the night, that rainbow-like sword light was still seen by the lonely and idle people at night. What did this mean? As long as they made a little contact, they would immediately get the same explanation as Zheng Mao's words. The Jiangchao temple was favored by Daoist Xiao, the god of the sea. Ordinary people couldn't possibly hurt Daoist Xiao, who was a loner of the Daoist lineage. Not to mention that there was such concrete evidence, even if there were some vague rumors before, it would attract many kind men and women to burn incense. Now that the Jiangchao temple was in an uproar, there was no reason for the incense to not flourish. Early in the morning of the 7th day, from the beginning, there were a few men and women probing, until late in the morning, groups of men and women swarmed into the Jiangchao temple. Daoist Xiao Jian Xiao didn't even want to set up a divination stall in the Longevity Town, let alone set up a divination stall in the Jiangchao temple. It was so noisy for more than 3 days. Until the evening of the 9th day, Xiao Jian suddenly received a sealed letter from Yuanya. That letter was red, and there was a small goose feather pasted on the outside. When Xiao Jian saw the letter, he frowned, because he knew that if there was a goose feather pasted on the letter, it meant that it was extremely urgent. He wanted to open the letter as soon as he saw it. But, what was in the longevity town that made Taoist Xiao Jian Xiao so anxious? This was simply impossible. Therefore, Taoist Xiao didn't care at all. After all, tomorrow was the day of the competition between the Jiangchao Temple and the Shaojin Temple. That was the day of the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It was also a big matter for the Shaojin Temple and the Jiangchao Temple. After that day, there could only be one temple in the entire Jiangchao town. Of course, Taoist Xiao was sure that the Shaojin Temple would definitely be destroyed under his plan. Compared to the big matter of the next day, this goose feather letter was obviously insignificant. Taoist Xiao could even see the perverted smile of the Shaojin Temple's bald head in the goose feather letter. The goose feather letter had been thrown in the corner for 2 hours already. Xiao Jian didn't even ask Yuanya how he received the goose feather letter. After Xiao Jian sent off the last batch of worshippers and said that there was an even more important challenge the next day, the last batch of worshippers left resentfully with some copper coins. Even if Xiao Jian was willing to fulfill their wishes, Taoist Xiao wouldn't be happy. To make the descendants of worshippers who didn't have any children be comparable to the sand on the beach. Even if Xiao Hua was given 100 times more power, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Xiao Jian, who was lying on the bed, stretched his body. He tossed and turned, but couldn't get up. Maybe it was because of the competition the next day, or maybe it was because he was still worried about something, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When he saw the goose feather letter in the corner, he simply lit the oil lamp and sat up. As the saying goes, if you don't find it strange, you will be defeated. Taoist Xiao had already made up his mind to not believe anything, so he opened the goose feather letter. However, when he finished reading the words inside, Xiao Jian immediately jumped up from the bed. Because this goose feather letter only had a few words written on it, "My daughter is sick. Taoist Xiao, please have mercy." Signed off, Hao Jianzhong. Although the name written on the goose feather letter was Hao Jianzhong, Xiao Jian's gaze didn't stop on these 3 words for a moment. His mind immediately appeared in Chongqing town. Under the scorching afternoon sun, sitting in a small sedan chair, the kind Hao family's young miss who wanted to give him copper coins. With this thought, how could Xiao Jian still stay in the east room? Those few copper coins in the afternoon, those few meat buns when he was hungry, it was no different from sending charcoal in the snow. Amidst the cold words and disdainful gazes of the bystanders, the Hao family's young miss clear gaze, that faint smile, and that questioning that didn't contain any meaning of charity, immediately drove away Xiao Jian's tiredness. The Hao family's young miss was in trouble, how could Xiao Jian just stand by and watch? Moreover, he had also told Xiao Hua that if there was any difficulty, he should go and find the Hao family's young miss. Now that Squire Hao's letter for help was in front of him, how could he not go? But just as he took the things and valiantly rushed out of the east wing, the cold wind in front of him blew away his impulse. Yes, the goose feather letter mentioned Taoist Xiao. It must be that Squire Hao knew about the miracle of Jiangchao Temple and Taoist Xiao's magical ability, so he thought of me in this crisis. But am I Taoist Xiao? I'm afraid that if I don't bring Yuanya, I won't dare to go to Jiangchao Temple, right? The Hao family's young miss is sick. If it was an ordinary illness, only the doctor in the medical hall would be able to deal with it. Squire Hao might not think of Jiangchao Temple. But since he mentioned Taoist Xiao, it must be a thorny matter. I'm afraid this old man will have to discuss it with Senior Xiao. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jian secretly walked to the west room. The west room didn't change much from a few days ago. The water in the big wooden barrel was still steaming. Xiao Yun was still lying inside and hadn't woken up. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't think of a good way to wake her up. In a corner of the west room, Louis had already curled up his small body and fallen asleep. This child was mentally and physically exhausted, and his body was also deeply damaged by the cloak gang. Now that he was in front of Xiao Hua, he didn't have to worry about anything. How could he endure? In a day, he was only awake for 4 to 6 hours. The rest of the time, he was sleeping soundly. Chapter 3193. Master. Yuanya appeared behind Xiao Jian like a ghost. What's the matter? Humph. Xiao Jian scolded unhappily. What does this old man have to tell you? Yes, master. Yuanya left even more quietly than before. Xiao Jian actually didn't notice Yuanya's figure leaving. Damn it. Xiao Jian couldn't help but curse. Who's master? Fellow Xiao, what's the matter? Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed, had no choice but to open them. In the past few days, there had been too many people in the Jiangchao temple. There were devout people, but there were even more opportunistic people. There were even a few villains suppressed by the cloak gang in Longevity Town who came to the Jiangchao temple to sound out the situation. This made Xiao Hua very impatient. He originally had many methods to kill Zheng Mao and the others, but he chose to use heavenly thunder. Afterwards, wasn't he just trying to hide in peace? Today, he saw Xiao Jian, who had been too busy to come to the West Wing, come here at night. He knew that there was something troublesome and had to ask. Senior, please take a look. Xiao Jian gave the goose feather letter to Xiao Hua and told him his thoughts. Oh, it's that little girl. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He didn't like Xiao Jian's unscrupulous and lies, but he still approved of Xiao Jian's gratitude. Now that he saw the goose feather letter, he thought of the sedan chair that day and asked, "It's already late. What do you think?" This letter was sent in the afternoon close to dusk. Xiao Jian said honestly. As for who it was, disciple already doesn't know, master. Yuanya, who had just disappeared, appeared again and said in a low voice, it was a white-haired old man. He looked very anxious and hurried. He gave this strange letter to disciple and left in a hurry. That old man is probably a servant of the Hao family. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya and then looked at the night outside. Although it's already late, disciple has no choice but to go. That day, disciple clearly told senior that if I ran out of copper coins, I would have to go to the Hao family's young miss to eat. Now that the Hao family's young miss is in trouble, disciple naturally has to help. What else did that old man say? Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Jian and turned to look at Yuanya and asked again. That old man asked me to tell master that no matter how late it is, as long as master is free, he can go. Yuanya also answered honestly, but master was very busy at that time. He didn't wait for me to say this before asking me to leave. Since that's the case, then just go. Why have you come to this old man's place? Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and asked curiously. Since Squire Hao said that he was asking Daoist Xiao for help, it must be a great disaster. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Xiao Jian smiled and said, disciple knows his own limits. It's difficult to save the Hao family's eldest miss from this abyss of suffering. Senior, please help me. Xiao Hua didn't know much about Longevity Town. That Hao family's eldest young miss was one of the most unique people in the beautiful scenery. Thinking of that afternoon's calm and respect, Xiao Hua could only stand up, look at Xiao Yun in the wooden barrel, and say with a bitter smile, this trouble hasn't been solved yet, and now another trouble has come. There are so many troubles in this world. This girl. Xiao Jian had never asked before, but he could not help but feel curious. You don't understand. It's pointless to talk to you. Xiao Hua was not polite at all. He waved his hand and said, this old man will go with you to the Hao family. Thank you, senior. Xiao Jian laughed and hurriedly called out to Yuanya, "Yeah. Quick, you run fast. Quickly go down the mountain and find an ox cart." "Why find an ox cart?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "It's already late at night. If I wait until we reach Squire Hao's house, wouldn't it be daybreak?" Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Can't we just fly over?" "Senior." Xiao Jian was a bit surprised, "You can fly?" "Huh," Xiao Hua laughed. "That's right, if it was 10 days ago, let alone fly, he wouldn't even be able to stand steadily. Let's go." Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out a flying talisman. Using what little magic power he had left, he placed it on his own body. He then grabbed Xiao Jian's neck and said, "Don't be afraid. Just point out the location of Squire Hao's house to this old man." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Jian didn't feel awkward being grabbed by Xiao Hua's neck at all. Instead, he felt that Xiao Hua was even more mysterious. Xiao Hua activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Daoist temple with Xiao Jian. They flew into the dark night. Yuanya jumped onto the banyan tree and stared at Xiao Hua's back. His eyes were filled with envy and fanaticism. Even after Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, he was still unwilling to leave. That night, Yuanya didn't play his mournful musical instrument, which was a rare occurrence. Under Xiao Jian's guidance, Xiao Hua quickly found the location of Squire Hao's house among the tens of thousands of lights. He saw that it was a manor that was several mu in size. The manor was brightly lit and it looked very lively. Xiao Hua only used his divine sense to scan the manor and roughly knew what was going on inside. Thus, he brought Xiao Jian to a place not far from the manor. He looked at the door of Squire Hao's house that was also hung with a few lanterns and said to Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, in front of others, this Xiao is your follower. You should do whatever you need to do. If you encounter anything abnormal, this Xiao will naturally act. Do you understand?" "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Jian nodded. He smiled and pointed at his cloth bag and the peach with sword in it and said, "Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have taken these things." Xiao Hua nodded. Then, Xiao Jian cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and walked towards the door of Squire Hao's house. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and put his hands in the sleeves of his Daoist robe and slowly followed behind Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua wasn't familiar with Longevity Town and was even more unfamiliar with Squire Hao's house. Although he had seen a bit, he was still confused. Since it was like this, why not let Xiao Jian take the lead and make things clear? If it was really worth Xiao Hua taking action, then it wouldn't be too late for Xiao Hua to take action. Io. Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Outside the door of Squire Hao's house, there was a white-haired old man. That old man had been looking in another direction, but when he heard the footsteps behind him and turned around to see Xiao Jian's figure, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly rushed out of the house and said with a smile, "You really came. This old man has been waiting here for you for more than 2 hours. I thought you wouldn't come." "Who knew?" As he spoke, the old man looked behind Xiao Jian with some confusion and asked curiously, "It seems like it's not easy to come here from Squire Jiang Chao Temple." Although Xiao Jian liked the old man's respect, his expression didn't change at all. He cupped his hands and said, "When this Xiao received your house's goose feather letter, I knew that there was a great secret inside, and it was also a big matter. However, in the past few days, there were indeed too many people coming to my Squire Jiang Chao Temple. Many things were urgent, so I had no choice but to deal with those even more urgent matters. When I had to deal with the matters that I had to deal with personally, then I handed over some matters that could be avoided to my disciple. I brought this Daoist friend to your house. I wonder who this old man is." "Oh, this old man is Squire Hao Yulong of Squire Hao Mansion." The old man hurriedly smiled and said, "This afternoon, this old man brought Squire Hao's goose feather letter to Squire Jiang Chao Temple to meet Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't answer his question, Hao Yulong didn't dare to ask any more and hurriedly said, "It's just that there are too many good people in Squire Jiang Chao Temple. This old man saw that Taoist Xiao couldn't find the time, so I gave the goose feather letter to your disciple and," at this point, Hao Yulong hurriedly stopped and said with a smile, "However, this old man told your disciple that no matter how late it was, as long as Taoist Xiao was free, he had to come. This old man knew that Taoist Xiao would definitely keep his promise, so I've been waiting here. Come, come, my squire has been eagerly waiting for Taoist Xiao's arrival." As he spoke, Hao Yulong hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to come forward. At the same time, he also very politely nodded to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't mind. He grinned and closed his eyes again. Following Hao Yulong to the entrance of the Hao mansion, Xiao Jian felt a bit emotional as he looked at the entrance of the cave. He understood in his heart that for a big family like Squire Hao in Longevity Town, the entrance wouldn't be opened very often. Unless it was an important guest, they would have to go through the side entrance. He had also been to Squire Lu's house before, but every time he entered through the side entrance, he had never received such courtesy. Now that Squire Hao had opened the entrance, Xiao Jian had already received a courtesy that he had never received before. "Quick, inform the squire that Taoist Xiao from Squire Jiang Chao Temple has arrived." Hao Yulong immediately shouted towards the entrance as soon as he reached the entrance. There was a similar response from inside, and the sound of footsteps hurriedly went away. Squire Hao, seeing how respectful the Hao mansion was, Xiao Jian's heart couldn't help but become nervous again. He glanced at Xiao Hua who seemed to be asleep behind him and whispered to Hao Yulong, "What illness does Miss Hao have? Why is there such a big lineup? If possible, I would like to ask Squire Hao to reveal a thing or two in advance. If it's an ordinary illness, there's naturally no need to invite Taoist Xiao." Hao Yulong seemed to have something that he couldn't say, so he only sighed and said, "This matter is hard to explain in a few words. I'll have to ask Taoist Xiao to move your toes. Once you enter my mansion, you'll naturally know." "Oh." Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't say anything, Xiao Jian could only nod his head, but the doubts in his heart grew even stronger. After entering the Hao mansion's entrance, a few servants wearing green clothes and small hats immediately came up to greet them. These servants had respectful expressions on their faces, as well as the green bricks, green tiles, carved beams, and painted pillars along the way, and even the strange flowers and plants in the night didn't attract Xiao Jian's attention. He had always been wondering what exactly happened to Miss Hao. After passing through a fragrant garden, he was met with a white wall that was as tall as two people. On the wall, there were strange windows that looked like fans, flags, fishes, and birds. A fat old man was standing in front of the only moon gate on the wall. He was wearing a bright official's robe. Chapter 3194. Squire Hao. Xiao Jian seemed to have seen this old man before. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he quickly walked forward and shouted. Squire Hao's expression was somewhat dispirited. Although there was a kind of expectation in his eyes, it was extinguished in the darkness of the night. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's shout, Squire Hao raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. He walked out of the moon gate and cupped his hands. "Taoist Master Xiao. I have heard of Taoist Master Xiao's reputation, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I have seen you today, it is just as I thought. You have the demeanor of an immortal." I don't dare." Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said, "I am only one of the thousands of cultivators in my Taoist sect. Because of the favor of the sea god, the Jiangchao Temple was able to bring Taoist Master Zhao's favor to the people of Longevity Town. I am only standing in Xiao Jian's routine of modesty." However, before he could finish speaking, dang, dang, dang. From the moon gate came the sound of a wooden fish, which made Xiao Jian frown. Xiao Jian's words were immediately interrupted. He looked at the shadow behind Squire Hao with a puzzled expression. He, Taoist Master Xiao. Squire Hao's face was slightly embarrassed. He said in a low voice, I have sent the goose feather letter to the Jiangqiao temple, but I haven't seen Taoist Master Xiao for a long time. I know that the Jiangqiao temple is very popular now, so Taoist Master Xiao doesn't have much time. Therefore, I thought of the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, the small gold temple can't be compared to the Jiangqiao temple, but it is better than nothing, right? Therefore, I took the liberty to invite the monks of the small gold temple. Of course, since Taoist Master Xiao is here, I will drive these monks away. After saying that, Squire Hao pretended to turn around. Xiao Jian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Hao Yulong, his name was changed, must have sent the goose feather letter to him and immediately left for the small gold temple without waiting for his reply. Since Squire Hao had invited the monks of the small gold temple and the Jiangqiao temple, how could he drive them away? What he said just now was just polite words. If he had followed his words, he would have been the one to be driven away. Therefore, Xiao Jian quickly pulled Squire Hao's sleeve and said, Squire Hao's words. Oh. What do you mean, Taoist Xiao? Squire Hao wasn't surprised that Xiao Jian stopped him, but he still asked. Xiao Jin Temple is a branch of Buddhism. Naturally, it has its own unique side. Xiao Jian said with a smile, since they have come, let them make the first move. It wouldn't be too late for little Taoist to make his move when they were helpless. Otherwise, wouldn't the official lose face? That's true, that's true. Squire Hao slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. I invited them here. If I drive them away now, wouldn't it seem like I'm disrespecting Buddha? The Taoist priest's reminder was the best. Even if they can't, we can't not give them a chance. Exactly, exactly. Xiao Jian nodded with a smile. This Taoist is. Squire Hao looked at Xiao Hua behind Xiao Jian and asked in a low voice after finishing his polite greeting. Oh, this is also a fellow Taoist from the Taoist school. He is passing by the Longevity Town. Xiao Jian said hurriedly, he heard that there will be an immortal Buddhist ceremony tomorrow, and my Jiangqiao temple will accept the challenge of Xiao Jin temple. Therefore, he stayed to help little Taoist. However, he is not good with words. I hope Squire Hao can understand. I see. Squire Hao nodded. It seemed that he didn't care about the challenge. He said, then, please come in. Squire Hao, please. Xiao Jian raised his hand and gestured. Squire Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He turned around and entered the moon gate. When he turned his head, an indescribable gloom appeared in his eyes. It was more obvious than the shadow between the light and the darkness. Xiao Jian glanced at the silent Xiao Hua and the butler Hao Yulong, who was frowning beside Xiao Hua. His heart felt heavy. Generally speaking, Squire Hao should have told him what happened to the Hao family. Then, he would have thought about how to deal with the moon gate. However, Squire Hao's abnormality made Xiao Jian's heart skip a beat. Squire Hao must have encountered something very difficult, or even something very embarrassing. That was why he couldn't speak. Xiao Jian was afraid that he could only adapt according to the situation. After passing through the moon gate, what came into view was an extremely tall and lush osmanthus tree. Under the osmanthus tree, there was a two-story embroidered building, which was brightly lit. Around the embroidered building, there were several bald monks sitting cross-legged. Each of them had a wooden fish in their hands, and they were tapping it merrily. The murmuring of sutras flowed out from their mouths. In front of the monks was a 3-foot-high Zen platform. Another monk wearing a yellow kasaya was sitting cross-legged on it. He held a Zen staff in his hand and wore a monk's crown on his head. He was also chanting something with his eyes closed. Although this monk's back was facing Xiao Jian, and it was night time, Xiao Jian could recognize at a glance that this monk was Ming Fa of Xiao Jin Temple. Strange, Xiao Jian was surprised. What's wrong with Xiao Jin Temple today? Why didn't the old monk Ming Yu come? Why did they only send Ming Fa? Damn it, this old man's reputation has fallen. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian looked around again. Behind these monks were some vulgar housewives. They were standing with their sleeves pulled up. Their gazes passed over the monks' bald heads and fell on the lights of the embroidered building. Looking at the surroundings of the embroidered building, at the edge of the flowers and trees, there were burly men holding swords and other weapons in their hands. They were guarding there very vigilantly. Ah, bitter. Seeing the Hao clan's formation, Xiao Jian first felt regret in his heart. Damn it, why did I open the goose feather letter for no reason? Leaving it there. Even if Minister Hao blames me, I can just say that I didn't see it. Now, I've received a hot potato. Last time, when Minister Lu invited me over, it wasn't like this. I just don't know if Senior Xiao can. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian couldn't help but slightly turn his head and glance at Xiao Hua from the corner of his eyes. Xiao Hua still had the same expression. He narrowed his eyes and no expression could be seen. On the contrary, when Hao Yulong saw Xiao Jian turn his head, he hurriedly walked over and whispered, "Daoist Xiao, the place in front of the embroidered building was originally reserved for Daoist Xiao. However, when Daoist Xiao didn't come, Master Ming Fa of the small gold temple came and had no choice but to give it to them. It doesn't matter." Xiao Jian saw that Minister Hao was already sitting on a brocade chair not far away. His gaze once again returned to the embroidered building. How could he still care about this matter? He asked again, "Now that things have come to this, can the housekeeper tell me the reason for this matter?" "Yes, Daoist Xiao, this way please." Hao Yulong nodded in agreement and extended his hand to lead Xiao Jian to walk under the cassia tree. Just as the three of them walked past the cassia tree, there was a loud rustling sound. The cassia tree shook violently for no reason, and leaves fell from the cassia tree, scattering all over Xiao Jian and the others. Not only was Xiao Jian startled, but it also attracted the attention of the monks of the small gold temple. Their gazes, sharper than swords, instantly clashed with Xiao Jian's gaze several times. On the contrary, Hao Yulong didn't have any abnormalities. It was as if he had already experienced this. Seeing that Hao Yulong didn't panic and Xiao Hua still had that deadpan expression, Xiao Jian's heart calmed down. There was even a trace of a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. The back of the embroidered building was also brightly lit. However, there weren't any of the Hao family's housewives. Instead, there was a lonely offering table. There were also a few maids gathered around it. Everyone's face was filled with panic. They were originally whispering, but when they saw Hao Yulong coming over, they hurriedly shut up. On the offering table, there were a pair of candles, several pieces of yellow paper, and some miscellaneous things. It seemed that the Hao family had already prepared everything. Daoist Xiao. Hao Yulong pointed at the things on the offering table and said in a low voice, "These were all prepared by this old man. What else do you need?" "No need." Xiao Jian answered very satisfactorily, "These things are enough. However, Housekeeper Hao still needs to clearly explain to me what happened here. Otherwise, I won't be able to subdue the demon. It's hard to explain in a few words." Hao Yulong sighed and explained the matter in a low voice. Although Hao Yulong's voice was soft, Xiao Hua, who was at the side, heard it clearly. It turned out that this embroidered building was where the Hao family's young miss lived. This Hao family's young miss was usually kind. When she encountered injured or homeless small animals that no one wanted to adopt, she would bring them back home. The empty space near the embroidered building was usually occupied by those small animals. Moreover, after these small animals recovered, the Hao family's young miss was reluctant to give them away. Thus, the entire courtyard was in a bit of a mess. If the Hao family was poor, the Hao family's young miss naturally wouldn't be so kind. The family also wouldn't allow this kind of indulgence. However, the Hao family didn't care about money. They only wanted the Hao family's young miss to be happy. Not only did the Hao family's young misses maids take care of these small animals, even the other family servants often came to help. After a long time, there would naturally be mistakes. Once, after the young miss of the Hao family saved an unknown little beast, the first thing that the little beast did after waking up was to bite off the arm of a housekeeper. Then, it swallowed most of the animals in the small courtyard. Only then did it calmly escape under the vigilance of the Hao family's guards, who were on guard against a great enemy. Fortunately, the Hao family's young miss wasn't in the embroidered building at this time and thus escaped disaster. Ever since that danger, Squire Hao no longer allowed the Hao family's young miss to take in small animals. However, the Hao family's young miss was after all kind-hearted. When she saw unattended kittens and puppies, she couldn't help but take care of them behind Squire Hao's back. Squire Hao couldn't do anything about it. He could only tell the Hao family's young misses maids that they were only allowed to take care of and take in common animals. Moreover, once these animals recovered, they had to be released or given away. They absolutely weren't allowed to appear near the embroidered building. Chapter 3195. Another few years passed, and nothing unusual happened. Young Miss Hao's good name was well known in Longevity Town. However, a few days ago, on the third day after Miss Hao met Daoist Xiao, Miss Hao's mood suddenly changed. First, she panicked and asked her maidservant to call Squire Hao over and said some strange things. Then, after Squire Hao left, she seemed to have gone mad. Not only did she cry bitterly, but she also screamed hysterically. In particular, yesterday, Miss Hao no longer ate, nor did she allow anyone to enter the embroidery tower. Not to mention that the food that had been sent in was thrown out. Even the ordinary guards who tried to force their way in were knocked unconscious by some inexplicable thing on the embroidery tower and thrown out. Squire Hao walked around the embroidery building for a day and a night. He couldn't enter the building no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't even see his daughter, so he had to think of another way. At this time, miracles appeared one after another in the Jiangqiao temple. Squire Hao immediately sent Hao Yulong to the Jiangqiao temple to ask Xiao Jian to come and subdue the demon. However, because he had to care about his face and Miss Hao's reputation, he didn't dare to make a big fuss. After hearing Hao Yulong's words, Xiao Jian felt a little strange. He looked at the lights of the embroidery tower and then looked at Hao Yulong. He said in a low voice, "Housekeeper Hao, what you said really makes me confused. Kindness is a good thing. Even Daoist Xiao and the sea god have to protect you. But what does the adoption of small animals have to do with Miss Hao's embroidery building and Miss Hao's strange behavior? Could it be that there are small animals in the embroidery building again? If you don't explain it clearly, how can I subdue the demon?" Unexpectedly, Hao Yulong really didn't say anything. He pointed at the offering table in front of him with a wry smile and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't you know better than me if there are any strange things? Besides, you can't always listen to me, right? If you want to subdue the demon, you have to do it first, right? The monks in the Shaojin temple have been practicing for a long time. Okay." When Xiao Jian heard this, he knew that if he did not show his true ability, housekeeper Hao might not say anything. Therefore, he nodded his head and walked a few steps to the altar. He took down the cloth bag from his shoulder and carefully placed it beside the altar. Then, he took out a pen, a bell, and the peach-wood sword that he often held. After finishing his preparations, Xiao Jian turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist, please come and protect this poor Daoist." Xiao Hua responded. He looked at the things on the altar and was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what kind of magic power these things had. However, Xiao Hua still walked to Xiao Jian's side. After waiting for Xiao Hua to stand still, Xiao Jian turned towards the embroidery building and stretched out his hand. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his head and lightly reprimanded like spring thunder. Then, he slapped his hand on the altar and very skillfully caught the brush that was slapped. Shwa! The brush streaked across the air and accurately touched the ink that had been ground beforehand. When the tip of the brush was full of ink, rise. Xiao Jian waved his hand again. His left hand landed on a piece of yellow paper on the altar like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Another few crisp sounds of paper. Several pieces of yellow paper were grasped in Xiao Jian's hands. Boundless Tao Lord. Xiao Jian chanted a Tao name. The brush streaked through the air, and several drops of ink danced in the air. Xiao Hua watched as the brush landed on the yellow paper in Xiao Jian's left hand. Between the dancing of dragons and dancing of phoenixes, rune-like words appeared on the yellow paper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were continuous light sounds. One after another, realistic yellow runes appeared in Xiao Jian's brush. Then, Xiao Jian threw them one after another in the air and they slowly floated down. Xiao Hua's heart also shattered along with these yellow runes. Damn, this is the hidden immortal continent's yellow runes? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. He was somewhat unable to understand. Could it be that the hidden immortal continent's Taoist yellow runes are so easy to refine? Xiao Hua did not believe that Xiao Jian could refine yellow runes so easily. However, he also could not believe it. If Xiao Jian could not, how could he use it in such an important occasion? Moreover, looking at Xiao Jian's familiar appearance, it was far from the first or second time he used it. While Xiao Hua was flabbergasted, Xiao Jian continuously drew many yellow runes and these yellow runes scattered all over the ground. Even Hao Yulong's face was filled with respect and piety at this moment. Quick, at the end, Xiao Jian threw a handful of yellow runes into the air. Then, with sharp eyes and nimble hands, he threw the brush in his hand onto the sacrificial table. His right hand reached out and grabbed the peachwood sword. His left hand even grabbed and the bell also fell into his hand. Following Xiao Jian's so-called incantation, the bell rang incessantly. Following the ringing of the bell, Xiao Jian stepped on the Big Dipper in front of the sacrificial table and the peachwood sword in his hand began to dance. In particular, Xiao Jian's mouth was chanting an indescribable incantation again. At the beginning, Xiao Hua's brows were tightly knitted. He was very puzzled. However, after a moment, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth once again carried a smile. Because within Xiao Jian's dance, not only was there no magic power fluctuation, even the sword moves were sloppy and full of flaws. Xiao Hua was confident that he did not need to use any strength. As long as he attacked with one move, he would definitely heavily injure Xiao Jian. However, just as Xiao Hua was feeling disdainful, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared on the peachwood sword. At this moment, he heard Xiao Jian's loud roar, "Tao Sovereign, help me." Following Xiao Jian's angry roar, the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly became extremely methodical. It was as if it was a type of brilliant sword technique. With a wave of the peachwood sword, it hit the dozen or so yellow runes scattered in front of the sacrificial table. Boom boom. A few faint explosions sounded. The dozen or so yellow runes were all ignited. The sudden appearance of the flames frightened housekeeper Hao. Seeing the flickering flames, Xiao Jian became even more spirited. He actually jumped up from his original spot. His movements were very vigorous and his sword technique was even more wondrous. In just a short moment, the yellow runes that were scattered earlier all flew up. Moreover, they were all pierced and ignited by him one by one. Go! Xiao Jian's figure landed on top of the sacrificial table. The bell in his hand rang loudly and his Taoist robe fluttered. The peachwood sword even pierced the embroidered tower. All the yellow runes turned into fireballs and rushed towards the embroidered tower. Unfortunately, it was unknown whether Xiao Jian's magic power was insufficient or whether the demon within the embroidered tower was too powerful. Those fireballs only flew a few feet and were annihilated before they even touched the embroidered tower. They turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Evil creature. Xiao Jian's body slightly swayed on top of the sacrificial table. As if his magic power was insufficient, he actually jumped down from the sacrificial table. Immortal Elder. Xiao Hua naturally reached out his hand to support Xiao Jian, who landed on the ground. Hao Yulong also hurriedly went forward and shouted with some worry. Alas, the demon within the embroidered tower is somewhat strange. Xiao Jian sighed, this old man's magic power is limited. If housekeeper doesn't explain in detail, this old man won't have a detailed countermeasure. I'm afraid that I won't be able to subdue the demon. Hao Yulong was still hesitant. However, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Xiao Jian's movement just now had already attracted the attention of Squire Hao. However, seeing that Xiao Jian's method was ineffective, Squire Hao sat down again. Squire Hao had already seen Hao Yulong's gaze. He seemed to think for a moment and slightly nodded his head. Alas! After receiving Squire Hao's approval, Hao Yulong sighed. He looked at the embroidered tower and said, "Poor young lady. This matter involves young lady's innocence. Daoist Xiao, you have to swear that you won't speak of this matter to anyone else. This old man can only speak to you." Of course. Xiao Jian naturally also saw Squire Hao nod his head. He patted his own chest and said, "I don't dare to boast about other things, but I'm famous for being tight-lipped in Longevity Town. Since housekeeper Hao invited I here, I swear that I won't speak of this matter to anyone else. What about this Daoist?" Hao Yulong turned his head and pointed at Xiao Hua. It seemed that because Xiao Hua was here, Hao Yulong didn't finish his words. Xiao Hua unhappily opened his eyes and coldly said, "Isn't it just a little white rabbit? What's the fuss about? You even want this old man to swear, do you think it's worth it?" Ah! Hao Yulong's face was full of shock when he heard this. Even his hands were trembling. You actually know. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again and ignored him. He, housekeeper Hao, Xiao Jian's heart was clear. He laughed and said, "Since that's the case, in I's opinion, there's no need to swear, right?" N. Hao Yulong looked at Xiao Hua suspiciously and then at the embroidered tower. He really didn't know how Xiao Hua knew that there was a white rabbit in the embroidered tower. He could only nod and say, it wasn't until after the incident that Master flew into a rage and interrogated young ladies' maidservants one by one. Only then did he know that last summer, young lady saved an injured little white rabbit. Young lady was reluctant to give this rabbit away. She even loved it and kept it by her side every day and night. When the incident happened, only that rabbit was by young lady's side. So it's like that. Hao Yulong didn't say much and Xiao Jian didn't ask too much. However, Xiao Jian already knew that this rabbit was definitely not ordinary. Young lady Hao had been with this rabbit for so long that the word innocence had long been lost along with the river water of Liao River. This was the most important thing that Squire Hao was worried about. This was also the reason why Squire Hao didn't dare to make it public. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at his wit's end, Squire Hao definitely wouldn't have invited Shaojin Temple, Jiang Chao Temple, and Buddhist sect to his home. As for Chongqing Academy, Xiao Jian naturally knew that although the academy also had methods to subdue demons, there were many students in the academy. These young students were different from the monks of Shaojin Temple and Jiang Chao Temple. Not only did they come from all over Chongqing Town, but they also had close ties with the young people of Chongqing Town. If they subdued the demon, young lady Hao's matter would inevitably be exposed. Then, young lady Hao's future marriage and other matters would inevitably be troublesome. Xiao Jian laughed for no reason. Not to mention that he had the senior Xiao Hua behind him, it seemed that subduing any rabbit wouldn't be a problem. Even if he failed today, Squire Hao's hush money wouldn't be small, right? This kind of money thing that Xiao Jian liked the most. Chapter 3196. Taoist Priest. Seeing the smile on Xiao Jian's face, Hao Renjia's heart relaxed. He hurriedly said, "If it's possible, could you please cast the spell again? This little one will go and report to the master right away. Don't be anxious." Xiao Jian pulled Hao Renjia back and said with a smile, "Steward Hao, the matter of subduing the demon should be left to I. Furthermore, you have seen that the demon in the embroidered building is very powerful. Even if I cast the spell again, I don't know how effective it will be. If you report it now, I won't be able to subdue the demon. Wouldn't that make Steward Hao happy for nothing? All right." Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Hua who was casting the spell, Hao Renjia frowned and said, "Then, please hurry up." Before Hao Renjia could finish his words, a few extremely high-pitched noises came from the embroidered building. As soon as the noises entered Xiao Jian's ears, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a kind of pain. At the same time, the osmanthus tree in front of the embroidered building shook violently. "Go, why are you all standing there stupidly? You only know how to watch from the sidelines. Quickly go and save the young miss." Steward Hao seemed to have endured for a long time and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't have the nerve to scold the monks of the Shaojin temple, so he could only vent his anger on his own family's soldiers. "Yes. Yes." A man behind Steward Hao answered. He turned his head and pointed at a few of his family's soldiers. He shouted, "You all, hurry up. And you." Steward Hao suddenly jumped up from his chair and kicked that man's leg. "Why would I raise you? Hurry up." "Yes, master." That family's soldier didn't dare to be negligent. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a padao from his waist. When the other family's soldiers behind him came to his side, he whispered a few orders. 4 or 5 people roared from all directions of the embroidered building and actually jumped into the air, rushing toward the tightly shut window at the bottom floor of the embroidered building. Bam bam. With a few crisp sounds, the window was smashed open by several people. The 5 of them fell into the embroidered building at almost the same time. However, before they could stabilize themselves, a faint brilliance flashed, and another black shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Ah ah ah. With a few screams, the 5 of them flew out of the window at the entrance of the building. Their faces were all covered in blood, and their chests were all stained with fresh blood. Useless things. Why would I hire you? Steward Hao's face was ashen. He didn't care about the monks of the Shaojin temple who had forgotten to knock the wooden fish. "Master, I've tried my best." The guard who fell down tried his best to get up and shouted, "The people inside are not ordinary people." Amitabha. At this moment, Ming Fa stood up from the Zen platform and chanted Buddha's name. "Steward Hao, don't worry. Watch this poor monk subdue the demon." "Thank you, master." Steward Hao suppressed his anger and forced a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "These bald donkeys have been whispering here for a long time, right?" Xiao Jian immediately fanned the flames and asked Steward Hao. "Yes, I sent the goose feather letter to the Shaojin temple. I thought Zen Master Ming Yu would come in person. But only Zen Master Ming Fa came before the sky turned dark. Master didn't like it at first, but he brought a lot of monks with him. He also said that an expert came to the temple and Abbot Ming Yu had to stay in the temple to welcome him. Zen Master Ming Fa also said that an expert came to our longevity town. No matter what happened, the Shaojin temple would be able to solve it. That's why Master was happy. However, they knocked here for a long time. The wooden fish was about to break, but they didn't seem to have any effect. Humph, the Buddhist sect's dharma is naturally incomparable. But this Shaojin temple is only a wild fox Zen. I won't hide it from Steward Hao. I have been fighting with Shaojin Temple's Zen Master Ming Yu for a long time. If you don't believe me, you can go to Steward Lu's house and ask. Last time, these bald donkeys were defeated by I. Xiao Jian immediately said. This Ming Fa is a monk. How can he be a Zen master? I'm afraid that he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. When he can no longer pretend, he will have no choice but to come down and let I show off my skills. Cough cough. Steward How didn't know how to answer. He could only cough twice and say with a smile, let's see Xiao Jin Temple's methods. Yes, this old man will wait and see. Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Jian, said proudly. Buzz buzz. Just as Xiao Jian was slandering the little gold temple, Ming Fa, who was on the Zen platform, reached out his hand and took out an alms bowl. The alms bowl was purple gold in color and looked very simple. Ming Fa then began to chant. At the same time, the dozen or so monks below the Zen platform also stopped knocking the wooden fish. They began to chant along with Ming Fa's Zen voice. Following the rhythm of yin and yang, strands of Buddhist light gradually gathered around the alms bowl. Rise. After a moment, Ming Fa raised his hand and formed a Buddhist seal. His slightly weak magic power rushed into the alms bowl. The alms bowl flashed with a faint Buddhist light and slowly flew into the sky. Ming Fa actually has this move. Xiao Jian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. As he spoke, Xiao Jian didn't forget to look at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, he felt relieved. Seeing that the alms bowl was getting higher and the Buddhist light on it was getting stronger and stronger, Steward How couldn't help but feel a new hope in his heart. The alms bowl flew over the embroidered building and stopped in the air. Looking at Ming Fa, who was casting the spell, his forehead was already covered in sweat. It was clear that controlling such a Buddhist weapon was beyond his ability. Withdraw. Looking at the alms bowl, Ming Fa clenched his teeth and the Buddhist seal in his hand changed again. Wang. The alms bowl began to tremble. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and overflowed. It was like a lotus flower was gradually blooming layer by layer. When the lotus flower was extremely bright, a suction force came from the alms bowl. The suction force formed a pillar of light that covered the inside of the embroidered building. Wang. There was another strong hissing sound. Boom boom. Along with the hissing sound, there were another series of loud noises. The previously closed windows of the embroidered building were completely shaken open by the hissing sound. Even a few of the window frames were knocked out of the air. At the same time, the Buddhist light on the alms bowl was also fiercely flickering. A string of sparks came out from the edge of the pillar of light, creating a sizzling sound. Hiss. All of a sudden, a shadow of 10 feet in size suddenly appeared above the embroidered tower. The light above the embroidered tower flickered with a whoosh sound. The shadow actually ignored the embroidered tower and rushed straight into the night sky. It directly hit the end of the light beam, the shaking alms bowl. Boom! There was a loud sound. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl disappeared and it immediately fell from the sky. Puff puff. All of the chanting monks spat out blood and curled up. Even Ming Fa, who was on the meditation platform, was also dispirited and listless. He powerlessly watched the alms bowl fall to the ground with a clang sound. It rolled a few times and no longer made any sound. When he looked at the embroidered building again, he didn't know when the shadow had disappeared. The entire embroidered building was once again exposed to light. However, the windows were all wide open and not tightly shut like before. Father! On the embroidered building, a mournful voice called out, "You old man, don't do useless things here. It's better to quickly pack up and evacuate all of my Hao clan's 100+ people from Longevity Town. If we're late, no one will be able to leave Longevity Town alive." Daughter. When Minister Hao heard this, he couldn't help but cry. What's wrong with you? How can you still be so stubborn? How in the world are you so fascinated by that rabbit? Daughter, although your mother left early, father and you relied on each other for survival. Father has been kind to others all his life. Daughter, you're also kind to others. How can the heavens bear to treat my Hao clan like this? Father, if you don't leave now, I'll die in front of you today. Following a mournful cry, a face full of tears appeared in front of the broken window. Wasn't this the Hao clan's young miss that Xiao Hua saw on the streets of Longevity Town that day? However, the Hao clan's young miss was still sitting in a wooden wheelchair, her body just barely reaching the window. This Hao clan's young miss is actually unable to walk. Xiao Hua immediately understood. What a pity. Daughter. Can you not force father? Minister Hao cried out with a heart-wrenching voice. It's fine if you stay with it. Father would rather not ask about it, but this old man can't not see you. If you insist on leaving the Hao clan with it and leaving Longevity Town, how will you survive? What will you eat? What will you drink? You can't eat radishes and cabbages, right? Father. Hao clan's young miss's face was ashen. Why won't you listen to your daughter's words? How is your daughter as unbearable as you say? Your daughter only wants to tell father that Longevity Town is facing a great disaster. Other people's daughters might not be able to persuade you, but our Hao clan's daughter must say it. Even if father sees your daughter as a lunatic, your daughter must tell father. These few days. I'm afraid it's the final deadline. If father still doesn't agree, your daughter can only let it kidnap father. Daughter. Don't say any more. Minister Hao sighed. Father knows you've been charmed by that Uncle Rabbit. You only listen to its words. You only want to leave Longevity Town, that's why you made up such a lie. Don't be afraid. Shaojin Temple's monks and Jiangchao Temple's Taoist priests are useless. Father will go beg Longevity Academy's principal Zhu right now. Father will sacrifice his face. I'll save you from this Uncle Rabbit's hands. Father. You must not go. Hao clan's young miss was very anxious. She used her hand to push against the window and shouted, if you leave even half a step, your daughter will jump down from upstairs. Chirp chirp. Several horrifying screeches rang out. The previously broken window frames and other objects were suddenly broken and thrown high into the air. Several housewives and servant girls covered their ears in pain and squatted on the ground, paralyzed like mud. Those family guards also threw their weapons on the ground, doing their best to cover their ears. Aside from Xiao Hua, the others all showed pain on their faces, their bodies trembling. Chapter 3197. A white rabbit suddenly appeared on the windowsill where Hao family's young miss was. This rabbit was over 2 feet long and its entire body was snow white. The rabbit's fur all over its body stood up like sharp swords and its 2 ears were pointed straight at the night sky. Even its 2 scarlet red eyes were currently as ferocious as blood. Hao family's young miss saw this and hastily shouted. Squeak squeak. The rabbit suddenly stood up, and its 2 feet long body suddenly expanded, as if it was being inflated. Hoo! A stream of black gas was blown out from the rabbit's mouth. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed towards the monk of the small golden temple who had just taken out the alms bowl. As the black gas rushed out, the rabbit's body shrank once again. It was even smaller than before and the rabbit's erect fur slowly became docile. Seeing that the black gas rushed towards the monks' heads, it immediately turned into a ball and slowly fell towards them. Ming Fa and the others knew that this black gas was powerful. However, they were already injured earlier and had no strength left from the rabbit's scream. Even if they wanted to escape now, they were unable to do so. Seeing the black gas fall, all the monks were entangled by the black gas. In a moment, their bodies tilted and they no longer moved. Damn it! Xiao Jian forcibly resisted the rabbit's sharp cry. Seeing that the monks were no longer moving, the rabbit turned its head and seemed to be looking at him. He couldn't help but cry out and his body retreated a few steps. However, what caused Xiao Jian to be greatly shocked was that the moment he retreated, the rabbit that had already relaxed immediately stood up with a hoot sound. The rabbit's fur stood up again, and the whiskers at the corners of its mouth rapidly trembled up and down, as if it was facing a great enemy. "Don't panic," Xiao Hua's calm voice sounded in Xiao Jian's ears again. "Isn't this the time for the Temple of Tidal River to become famous? This old man has two little things here that can restrain this rabbit." Ah, Xiao Jian's heart trembled as he immediately remembered Xiao Hua's power. After he calmed down a little, he immediately saw that a black and a yellow object had appeared on the table in front of him at an unknown time. One was a black dog and the other was a yellow sable. You only need to give orders to these two little things. However, remember not to take this rabbit's life. Xiao Hua instructed again. Go. Xiao Jian was the best at taking advantage of the situation. Hearing Xiao Huaji's order, he didn't hesitate at all. He waved his Taoist robe and took out the two spiritual beasts as if he was the one who took them out. He shouted, "Take down this rabbit." Woof! That black dog was Xiao He. Xiao He barked and the entire building became silent. Then Xiao He jumped into the air and flew towards the building. Following Blackie's lead, Goldie followed suit with a flick of its tail. Looking at the two little things that hadn't changed much in the past 100 years, Xiao Hua felt a trace of happiness in his heart. It was impossible to say that 100 years of quiet cultivation wasn't boring, especially for Xiao Hua's state of mind. After experiencing the abandonment of the Imperial Thunder sect, the coldness of Fairy Hongxia, and the helpless death of Xue Xuehe, his heart had reached the lowest point in his life. Although Xue Xuehe and helplessness had a great opportunity after their deaths, they were still dead. When Xiao Hua was cultivating, fretting, and being invaded by his inner demons, he would enter the dark side of the space to explore. Moreover, the stone statue of Zhang Xiaohua that accompanied Xue Xuehe's soul also represented Xiaohua, but in the end, it still hurt Xiaohua's heart. In this extremely low point, Xiaohua's only hope was Xiao Huang and Xiao He. The attachment of the two little guys, that kind of unwillingness to leave, made Xiaohua feel warmth. At the same time, Xiaohua's love for them also made Xiaohua pass through the danger when he first entered seclusion. It could be said that Xiaohua, Xiao Huang, and Xiao He were the pitiful grandfather and grandmother who depended on each other for survival. At the same time, it was this rare warmth that didn't cause any changes in Xiaohua's heart due to the upheaval. The heart of that kind and simple country youth still existed in the rising perfected Xiao. Naturally, after 100 years of cultivation, Xiaohua benefited a lot. Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and even Little Silver had also undergone indescribable changes. At the moment, Xiao He and Xiao Huang still looked so cute, but a change was already brewing in their bodies. This change was something Xiao Hua didn't know about and couldn't predict. What Xiao Hua knew was that this change needed to be accumulated and induced. If he simply stayed in the space, he was afraid that he would never be able to change. Therefore, Xiao Hua was really ashamed to make a move on a rabbit that had just entered the market, but these two little things were just right. Chirp chirp. Just as Xiao Hua was sighing with emotion, the rabbit had already moved. There was a strong neigh, like a powerful storm, with the embroidered building as the center, blowing in all directions. Ah! Dozens of family guards approached the embroidered building and cried out in unison. They curled up on the ground, blood starting to flow out of their ears. The leaves on the osmanthus tree fluttered down and scattered all over the open space in front of the embroidered building. Woof woof. Xiao He was furious and barked wildly. That sound was very strange, and it cancelled out the rabbit's neigh. Squire Hao and the others, who were already scared witless, weren't hurt by the rabbit. Xiao Yu. Seeing the rabbit flip out, Miss Hao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, the rabbit's eyes were already red at that moment. Seeing that its neigh wasn't effective, it immediately kicked off with both legs and pounced at Xiao Huang. Its two front teeth, which were usually used to bite carrots, were now shining frighteningly brightly. Sure enough, a rabbit would bite when cornered, it really wasn't wrong. The rabbit was very strong. Even from far away, Xiaohua could hear the sound of the wind. Furthermore, the rabbit was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had pounced in front of Xiao Huang. Hee, this rabbit actually knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Xiao Hua laughed. Ever since it had shown up, Xiao Huang had been putting on airs and disdaining to fight with the rabbit. It had always been Xiao He charging in front. Seeing that Xiao He was very powerful, the rabbit didn't dare to bite Xiao He, and only then did it charge at Xiao Huang. What the rabbit didn't expect was that Xiao Huang's speed was even faster. Just as the rabbit stretched out its fangs and was about to bite, Xiao Huang swung its large tail and swept past like the wind. Its small claws even left a trace of blood on the rabbit's body. Woof! Moreover, without waiting for the rabbit to neigh, Xiao He's figure was even faster. Like a black lightning bolt, it streaked across the rabbit's back, and where its claws passed, it also left behind a few strands of rabbit fur. Gee! The rabbit's neigh was filled with grief. Its figure turned around in midair and turned towards the osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua saw clearly from the side that the rabbit couldn't fly, but its figure was strong and healthy. The osmanthus tree was now bare. When the rabbit landed on the tree, drops of blood slid down its back and dripped onto the tree trunk. The rabbit's figure was constantly trembling, and it wasn't clear whether it was because of fear or because it was trembling. Xiao Yu! Miss Hao screamed in distress. Quickly go and save Miss. Only now did Squire Hao come to his senses and hastily shouted. However, in front of the embroidery building, the dozen or so monks were already dead, and the dozens of guards were also paralyzed. Who could still move? Seeing that Xiao Jian's legs were somewhat soft, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, I will go and ask Miss Hao to come down. Fellow Daoist, please. Xiao Jian raised his leg. His legs were indeed somewhat weak, but he wasn't particularly afraid. This was precisely the power of the rabbit's neigh, and Xiao Jian's body was unable to resist it. Immortal Elder, many thanks. Housekeeper Hao was almost crying tears of joy at the side. Seeing Xiao Hua step into the embroidery building and steadily walk up the stairs, the rabbit became anxious. It rushed out from the osmanthus tree, wanting to rush into the embroidery building. However, with Xiao Huang and Xiao He blocking it, how could the rabbit succeed? However, the rabbit's body once again appeared with blood several times, and the rabbit didn't even leave the osmanthus tree by 1 foot. Xiao Hua went up the embroidery building. This was a very clean room. The reason why it was clean was not because it was clean, but because there were very few things. A few potted plants were placed around the room, a dressing table, a few chairs, and a boudoir that was blocked by a curtain. Apart from these, there was only Miss Hao sitting on the chair. The chair was very big, and Miss Hao could only reveal half of her head. On both sides of the chair, there were 2 wheels that were much bigger than ordinary wheels, blocking Miss Hao's 2 arms. Xiao Hua casually glanced a few times and warmly said, Miss Hao, Big Brother Daoist, Big Brother Daoist. Miss Hao was only concerned about the rabbit on the osmanthus tree and didn't notice Xiao Hua's arrival. When she heard Xiao Hua's voice, she looked back with difficulty and immediately shouted, This servant knows that you are Daoist Zhao's new disciple, this servant begs you, Xiao Yu won't harm anyone. It is usually very obedient, but Daoist Xiao and the monks of Xiao Jin Temple forced it. Gee. At this moment, the rabbit screeched again. This time, apart from the sound of pain, it was also frantic. Miss Hao no longer cared to talk to Xiao Hua and quickly turned her head. On top of the osmanthus tree, the rabbit that had just shriveled up was now swollen again, and its body was even bigger, more than 3 feet. You see. Xiao Hua still warmly said, a rabbit is a rabbit, a monster is a monster. They will never be human. You said that it won't hurt people, but what about the monks of Shaojin Temple? I'm afraid that they have no breath now, right? More than 10 lives. They are gone just like that. Yes, Xiao Yu is a monster. It is not human. But it has more feelings than humans. It knows what I am thinking better than humans. Miss Hao saw the rabbit situation, and her tears flowed down. She almost hysterically shouted, "I lost my mother when I was young, and my father didn't like me when I was young. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but when I grew up, I finally understood. It was because I was naughty when I was young, running around on the street. In order to save me from the carriage, my mother used her body to block the horse's hooves. And I was also run over by the carriage, and my legs couldn't move anymore. After I knew the truth, I didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and wholeheartedly tried to please my father, but no matter what I did, my father would not be happy. He always forced me to do things that I didn't like. And he never treated me as a human. Look at me." Chapter 3198. How Family's young miss hammered her own legs and shouted, "He was afraid of losing face, so he didn't let me show my face in public since I was young. He never let others know that I don't know how to walk on my own. In the past, I had a girl who, in order to make me happy, secretly took me out of the house. I was so happy, I finally had a few people to talk to me. However, when father found out about this, he actually beat to death. Do you know? When I heard Hong-er's miserable screams, I really wanted to throw myself down from this building. I was the one who caused Hong-er's death, poor child. From then on, I didn't dare to casually talk to the girls in the house. They also avoided me. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't come here, they definitely wouldn't get close to me. As for me, I could only raise some small animals and let them accompany me. But even if it was these pitiful little animals, father didn't let them go. He also beat them to death. The more Hao Family's young miss spoke, the more excited she became. Her voice spread far and wide. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree was still accumulating power, as if it didn't have the confidence to deal with Xiao Huang and Xiao He. Do you know the feeling of no one talking to you? Do you know the loneliness of everyone avoiding you? Do you know the feeling of looking out the window in the dark and seeing the insects chirping softly because of you? This. Xiao Hua touched his nose. He really didn't think that this seemingly gentle and quiet girl would have so much pain in her heart. Do you know? If I didn't know the cause of my mother's death, would have long secretly vowed to live for my mother. I definitely wouldn't let down the life my mother gave up for me. I would have left this world long ago, I would have left Longevity Town long ago. I really hate everything here, I hate the lifeless lives here. Hao Family's young miss face was covered in tears. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was also indescribably sour. There is never a lack of love in this world, it can be seen everywhere. It's like this in Xiaoyu continent, it's also like this in Hidden Immortal continent. There is love among cultivators, there is also love in the secular world. Hao Family's young miss shed tears and looked at the rabbit outside the window. She said again, when my life was incomparably bleak, I met Xiao Yu. At that time, I only treated it as a pitiful little white rabbit. I helped it bandage and heal its wounds, just like all the other little animals in the past. But Xiao Yu was different from other small animals. It seemed to understand what I was talking about and what I was thinking. Although it didn't talk to me at first, I already liked it. I can't live without it. I kept Xiao Yu behind my father's back, until one day, I suddenly seemed to understand its words. Do you know? The surprise at that time was definitely the only surprise in my life. The sunlight on that day was definitely the most brilliant day of my life. I saw hope in Xiao Yu, and from that day onwards, I had a new life. GG. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree suddenly erupted. A dense black demonic aura was spat out from its mouth. It was like a fist that struck towards Blackie. Woof. The demonic aura seemed to be several times stronger than before. It was the rabbit's full power attack. However, when Blackie barked, the black aura suddenly dissipated as if it had encountered a gale. Goldie swung its large tail and instantly arrived next to the rabbit. At the same time, it swung its tail again. Boom! It hit the rabbit's back. The rabbit spat out the black aura. It had already shrunk a lot and was unable to deal with Goldie's attack. The rabbit's body was sent flying from the osmanthus tree. Ping! It landed on the altar where Xiao Jian was drawing the talisman earlier. The rabbit seemed to be extremely weak. It actually laid on the altar and spasmed a few times. It struggled to get up but was unable to do so. The rabbit used all its strength to twist its neck and did its best to look at the embroidery building. Its crimson eyes actually had tears. Goldie and Blackie quickly descended and ferociously pounced on the rabbit. It was like a yellow wind and black lightning. The stunned Xiao Jian on the side suddenly woke up and hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill it, don't kill it." The two little things seemed to have heard something. They both landed on top of the altar and one of them rolled in the air. One stuck out its tongue and spun around the altar. The other used its large tail to sweep its fur as if it was tidying up the mess it made when it was bitten. Xiao Yu. Miss Hao's heart ached. She reached out and leaned against the window to look. She really wanted to cry. Woof, woof. Blackie stopped spinning and growled at the rabbit. The rabbit's gaze shifted back from Miss Hao and also growled in a low voice. "I beg you, brother Taoist." Miss Hao begged again, "Even though Xiao Yu is a demonic creature like you said, it really doesn't have the heart to harm people." "Oh right." Miss Hao seemed to have thought of something. She said as if she was grasping at straws, "Xiao Yu left Immortality Town a few days ago. When it came back, it told me to leave Immortality Town as soon as possible. It said that Immortality Town is in big trouble. In a few days, Immortality Town will be wiped out and there will be no one left." I didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Father about this. But Father didn't believe me and even said that I was crazy. He wanted to take Xiao Yu away from me. If Father didn't send people over to endanger Xiao Yu's life, how could Xiao Yu be so crazy? I don't understand. Xiao Yu was so kind to pass the news back. Why didn't Father believe it? Why did he think that bringing Xiao Yu with me was a disgrace to the Hao family? Why did he think that I wanted to leave this family? I did want to leave, I wanted to do so many years ago. But for Mother, I wanted to stay at home. I didn't want those second and third mothers to make the house a mess and not see Mother's shadow. You're right. Xiao Hua looked at this pitiful child and said in a low voice, "You've already suffered a lot, and you carry a lot of expectations. You're not only living for yourself, you're also living for the mother who died for you. That's why you should live a better life than others, a life more exciting than others. But your life isn't just your life, it's also your father's life. You're the eldest miss of the Hao family, so you have to bear the Hao family's reputation. Your father doesn't let you show your face in public and doesn't let others know that you can't move your legs. It's not just because of your Hao family's reputation, it's also your own reputation, your future, your happiness. You can't just look at your father's actions from your own point of view. You have to look at his actions from your father's point of view." Xiao Hua still said warmly, "The animals you raised weren't wrong. Your father didn't care about you at first, right? He was probably very indulgent, right? But didn't something happen later on? Didn't a servant get hurt? If it wasn't because your father was afraid that you'd get hurt, why would he kill all those animals? Now, it's been a few years, and you've started raising animals again. Your father didn't seem to ask much, right? Also, don't tell me that you've never sat in the sedan chair to relax, and that no students have ever brought gifts to see you?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Humph. Hearing this, How Family's young miss got angry again and said angrily, "Every time I went out, my father strictly instructed me not to leave the sedan chair. And every time a student came, my father also made me sit in the chair and not move. I understand that he wants to marry me off earlier, and those shifty-eyed students, which one of them didn't come from my father's family property. You'd better come down with me." Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit on the altar and said in a low voice, "Your Xiao Yu's life isn't in danger. Daoist Zhao's spirit beast knows its limits." Really? How Family's young miss was almost crying tears of joy. Can I walk out of Longevity Town? How Family's young miss was immediately dejected. Everything is possible. Xiao Hua smiled, pushed the wooden wheelchair, and slowly walked out of the embroidery building. The window of the embroidery building was like paper, and as Xiao Hua walked down step by step from the air, How Family's young miss was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. And Xiao Hua, who was pushing her from behind, had a kind of holy luster on his compassionate face. Ah! How Family's young miss almost couldn't believe that she flew down from the embroidery building. That Minister Hao and the others who still had some sanity were almost shocked. When Xiao Hua pushed How Family's young miss in front of Minister Hao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Minister Hao," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "you heard your daughter's words just now. Do you have anything to say?" "Daughter." Seeing his daughter appear alive in front of him, Minister Hao couldn't help but cry. Ignoring the filth on his body, he rushed over and hugged How Family's young miss in his arms. "Father is sorry. Father only cared about his own face, only wanted to give you the best, only wanted to arrange your future life, only wanted to let you live the good life that your mother wanted you to live. He never thought about what you thought. Do you know why I didn't let you go out? The most important thing isn't my face, it's your marriage. If other people knew that you couldn't move, who would marry you? If they coveted our family's property, even if you married into our family, when father gets old, wouldn't you still be bullied? You see, father didn't even dare to invite Chongqing Academy's principal Zhu over today. That's because father already asked him to find a good match for you in the academy. This rabbit's matter definitely can't be known by others. Moreover, that girl you said was beaten to death by father, you only saw her bring you out, only saw her treat you well, but what you didn't know was that she relied on your love for her to point fingers in front of other girls, and even said that you couldn't move inside and outside the mansion. Even, father only beat her to death because father found out that she wanted to collude with evil thieves to kidnap you. Father had no other choice. Chapter 3199. Although there are a lot of ugly things in this world, there are also a lot of beautiful things. Xiao Hua smiled. You only stayed in How Family and didn't go out, only relying on your own thoughts. You don't even know your father's true thoughts. How could you know about Longevity Town? Outside of Longevity Town, there is still Shi Country. Outside of Shi Country, there is still hidden Immortal Continent. There are a lot of beautiful things. They will make you intoxicated, they will make you feel that being alive is truly a happy thing. They will also let you know that the gift your mother gave you is something that others can't hope for. Father. Hearing her father take the initiative to apologize to her and say so many difficulties, all for her sake, How Family's young miss couldn't hold it in anymore. Knowing that she had too many misunderstandings, too many mistakes, she immediately burst into tears. Seeing the two hugging and crying, Xiao Hua smiled. He walked over to Ming Fa and the other monks, lowered his head and looked at them a few times, then clapped his hands and stood up. After that, he looked at the people lying on the ground near Embroidery House, then walked to Xiao Jian's side. The two of them whispered a few words, and the conversation between Little Black and the rabbit on the offering table ended. How was it? Xiao Hua asked in his heart. Father. Little Black said in a simple and honest manner, this fellow has honestly confessed. Sweat. Little Black's words almost made Xiao Hua's forehead sweat. What did this have to do with anything? However, Little Black still said, it's called Little You, it's an honest rabbit. It has never harmed anyone. A few years ago it was jealous of a rabbit hedgehog. Stop. Xiaohua really didn't expect Little Black to say so many unknown words, and hurriedly asked, Little Black, this honest confession, this jealous of a girl, where did you learn it from? What's wrong? Father, did the rabbit say it itself? Little Black replied very strangely, is this guy right? Do you want the boy to teach it a lesson again? No need. Xiaohua helplessly smiled bitterly. These words were probably said by that glib-tongued rabbit, right? No wonder how family's young miss liked this rabbit so much. Yes, father. Little Black continued, the rabbit was injured by a group of hedgehogs, that's why it met Coachman. Oh, cuz is the one with the limp. The rabbit's leg was broken by someone, but it slowly recovered under the care of this coachman. It felt that this coachman was quite good, so it stayed by her side. Get to the point. Xiaohua was a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in how family's young miss and the rabbit's complex. The main point. What's the main point? Blackie was confused. What did Rabbit mean when he said that Longevity Town would be flooded with blood? Xiaohua asked patiently. Blackie immediately understood and said, that was the rabbit's own guess. This guy had left Longevity Town a few days ago. He seemed to have gone to visit a friend, but that friend and the people around him were gone. He searched for a long time and finally found someone who was preparing to move. People. Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then immediately came to a realization. The people that Xiao He spoke of were probably those monsters, right? That person told Rabbit that they had received a message. Recently, a group of monsters would come to Longevity Town. These monsters usually eat humans and meat, so they didn't dare to stay in Longevity Town. They had to quickly go somewhere else. Blackie continued to explain, Rabbit knew about this and hurriedly told Cuz. He wanted Cuz to leave Longevity Town to hide. But before the coachman could take it away, the building was surrounded by people. Cuz was in a very bad mood and cried every day. Rabbit didn't know why, but he could only accompany Cuz here and not let anyone in. After listening to Xiao Hei's glib tongue, Xiaohua immediately determined that there was a mistake in this information. He was afraid that this rabbit was a bit exaggerated, and the Hao family's young miss named Xiaoxi didn't understand, so she told landlord Hao that there was a mistake, causing a huge misunderstanding. But thinking about how this rabbit actually chose to stay in Embroidery House and Longevity Town for Hao family's young miss, Xiaohua had a whole new level of respect for the rabbit. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of an even more important question and hurriedly asked, right, is this rabbit male or female? Male or female? What do you mean? Father? Blackie was stunned. Blackie. Xiaohua looked at Blackie with disdain. He had lived for almost 200 years, but he didn't even know the difference between male and female. Blackie wagged his big tail and methodically replied, Mother, what is male and female? Boy doesn't know either. Oh, right. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, is this rabbit the same as that big white bird you saw before? Of course it's not the same. Blackie replied without hesitation. Damn it, this is bad. Xiaohua already had a bad plan in his heart, but at this moment, his heart couldn't help but thump. Thinking about the rabbit's glib tongue, Hao family's young miss innocence. A big white goose is a big white goose, a rabbit is a rabbit. Mother, don't tell me you don't even know this. Blackie said to Xiaohua with some disdain, moreover, that big white goose is very powerful, this rabbit is far from it. Big white goose. How do you know about big white goose? Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Looking at Blackie's proud expression, he suddenly asked again. In the past, there was one by the river in our home. Blackie said very simply. Hee, I forgot. Xiaohua smiled and said to Blackie, go ask the rabbit, is it male or female? Let Blackie go ask. Blackie wagged his tail, talking to this rabbit is really embarrassing. Xiao Hua was really angry. Just as he was about to scold Blackie, Blackie immediately rushed to the rabbit and cried out a few times. After the rabbit weakly cried out a few times, Blackie hurriedly shouted, "Father, father," the rabbit said, "Your servant is naturally female." "Why do you think it's female?" "Ha ha ha, good." Xiao Hua's heart immediately calmed down and said with a smile, "You wait here, no need to pay attention to it." "Yes, father." Little Black immediately flew up from the altar and landed on Xiao Hua's left shoulder. Little Yellow naturally wouldn't show any weakness and quickly landed on Xiao Hua's right shoulder. That big tail was still swaying on the back of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua raised his hands and stroked the two little guys. That kind of smile always flowed in his heart. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on the rabbit on the sacrificial table, as well as Hao family's young miss who was sitting on a wooden wheelchair not far away. Xiao Hua also understood the affection between Hao family's young miss and this rabbit. How could he break them apart? Damn it! This Xiao Hua, what is his cultivation level? Seeing the two spirit beasts beating the rabbit into a pulp and being so intimate with Xiao Hua, Xiao Jian's heart was also uncertain. Xiao Hua was like an iceberg in the sea, revealing more and more magical abilities that he didn't know about. "Minister Hao, take care of these family soldiers and monks, as well as some fainted servants." Xiao Hua brought the two little guys to Minister Hao's side. Xiao Jian naturally also accompanied them. Xiao Jian looked at the monks with a face full of disdain and said, "These monks are not dead, but they were confused by the demon aura. As for whether they can wake up or not, it will depend on Xiao Jin Temple's methods." Yes, yes. At this time, Minister Hao didn't dare to treat Xiao Jian lightly. He wiped his face with his sleeve and endured the numbness on his body. He hurriedly called the servants who could move outside to call the other servants to clean up the mess near the embroidery building. The Hao family's young miss was naturally thinking about the rabbit on the table. After leaving her father's embrace, she immediately looked at the table. The rabbit there was also looking at the Hao family's young miss pitifully. Taoist. The Hao family's young miss looked at Xiao Hua, wanting to say something but hesitated. "He, go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This guy has been taught a lesson today. In the future, he will learn to restrain himself." Seeing the gloomy expression on Minister Hao's face, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "This is a female rabbit. It has nothing to do with the young miss's innocence." Oh, hearing this, Minister Hao patted his forehead with a very regretful expression. It seemed that he had already neglected the fact that the rabbit was male and female. It was only because of his concern and anxiety that he thought the worst of things. Seeing the Hao family's young miss struggling to turn the wooden wheelchair towards the table, Minister Hao couldn't help but walk over and push his daughter. When the Hao family's young miss turned her head and saw that it was actually her father, the smile on her face was like a lily in the night. The Hao family's young miss reached out to hug the rabbit, but unfortunately, the rabbit was too far away from her and she couldn't reach it. Minister Hao bit his lips and held back his fear. He carefully pulled the rabbit from the table and handed it to the Hao family's young miss. Seeing her father's fear, the Hao family's young miss's heart suddenly softened. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, to that night when she looked at the full moon in the sky and cheerfully asked her father to bring the full moon to her. Her father answered her without hesitation that as long as she grew up, he would definitely pluck the full moon from the sky and give it to her. As she grew up, she knew that her father was just being perfunctory. But now, seeing her father bring the rabbit to her eyes, wasn't it the same as plucking the full moon from the sky? The full moon didn't belong to the rabbit or the full moon. It was her father's love and care for her. Father. The Hao family's young miss's tears flowed down again and dripped onto the rabbit. The rabbit endured the pain and leaned its head against the Hao family's young miss's chest like a spoiled child. "It's okay, it's okay." Minister Hao wiped away the Hao family's young miss's tears with heartache and forced a smile. "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out of the city and we'll go to the manor in the countryside. If you don't want to, we won't take the sedan chair. Let me push you and we'll walk through the town. I won't go. The Hao family's young miss said with a smile, I'm still waiting for Brother Taoist to treat my illness. When I can walk, I'll accompany you to the manor in the countryside. What? The Taoist priest can cure your leg? Minister Hao almost couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 3200. Hao family's miss smiled sweetly, yes, just now Brother Taoist told me personally. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao almost immediately ran in front of Xiao Hua and knelt on the ground, seemingly disregarding his identity as a squire. He cried out, Immortal Elder, please have mercy and save my daughter. Get up. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pulled Squire Hao up. He said, Since I have spoken, I will naturally keep my promise. Change your clothes, I will wait for some peace and quiet before we talk. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua looked at the sky, or I can forget about today, you wait for tomorrow. Oh, no, the day after tomorrow. Come to Jiangqiao Temple, I will take a look at Miss. Immortal Elder, don't go. Hearing that Xiao Hua had the intention to leave, Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and said anxiously, I will go change my clothes now, Immortal Elder, please wait a moment. My poor daughter has been paralyzed in a chair for so many years, whether it is me or my daughter, we can't wait any longer. Fine. Xiao Hua also didn't like to delay today's matter until tomorrow, so he nodded and said, I will wait here, you go change your clothes. Yes. Squire Hao hurriedly turned to Hao family's miss and said, Daughter, you accompany Immortal Elder, father will be back soon. Okay, father. Hao family's miss naturally didn't want to wait until the day after tomorrow. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks, she was really afraid. Also. Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a thumb-sized pill and handed it to Squire Hao. He said, dissolve this pill in water, feed each monk a mouthful and they will wake up. In addition, if possible, please give them some money so that they won't leak this matter. Yes, yes. Squire Hao happily took the pill and said with a smile, I am also worried about this matter. If I send these monks back for no reason, Shaojin Temple's Zen Master Mingyu will definitely not let this matter go, he might even chase after us. Immortal Elder, by doing this, you have eliminated future troubles for me. Many thanks to Senior Immortal. Looking at Xiao Hua handing over the pills to Landlord Hao, Xiao Jian's face was filled with hidden bitterness. He originally wanted to watch the Shaojin Temple's monks get into trouble, but who would have thought that Xiao Hua would raise his hand and save these monks? His plan was in vain. However, Xiao Hua was now someone he could only look up to. He didn't dare to obstruct anything and could only watch helplessly. Open your mouth. Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit in Miss Hao's arms again. He touched it with his hand and took out a scarlet pill that was smaller than a soybean. He said, you were scratched by Little Yellow and your body has been poisoned. If you don't want to die, take this pill. That rabbit was originally lying weakly in the arms of Hao family's young miss, but when it heard Xiao Hua's words, it immediately became spirited. It hastily straightened its rabbit head, clasped its two paws in front of its chest, and bowed up and down. Why do these things look like street ruffians? How can it be a female? Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit's behavior and felt both angry and amused. However, he also knew that the rabbit would never dare to lie to Xiao He. Thus, with a flick of his hand, the antidote pill flew up. The rabbit very sensitively opened its three-petal-like mouth and deftly caught it. Then, in an instant, it lost all its strength and collapsed in Miss Hao's arms as if its spine had been pulled out. Miss Hao lovingly stroked the rabbit's slightly knotted fur. Ai, this rabbit. Xiao Hua was speechless. Beside him, Xiao Jian also shook his head. Two immortals. Housekeeper Hao Yulong didn't dare to leave. However, he was still extremely afraid of the rabbit and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, he mustered up his courage and said, "Please follow me to the living room to serve tea. My family's master will accompany the immortals in a moment after changing his clothes." "No need to go to the living room." Xiao Hua looked at the embroidery building and said, "You all quickly clean up the embroidery building. I will help the young miss treat her injuries." "Yes, yes." That housekeeper had watched Miss Hao grow up. At this moment, he was so happy that tears flowed down his face. He hastily called a dozen maids and rushed to the embroidery building. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning up. At this moment, Squire Hao had changed into a new set of clothes and rushed over to accompany Xiao Hua to the embroidery building. After the maid placed Hao family's young miss on the bed, Xiao Hua carried a chair and sat in front of the bed. He smiled and said to Hao family's young miss, "Little girl, this old man didn't correct you just now. You have to remember that this old man isn't some Taoist brother. This old man is much older than your father. I'm more than enough to be your grandfather. Moreover, I'm also a doctor now. As the saying goes, a doctor has the heart of a parent. It won't affect your chastity. Immortal elder, you're really that old?" Miss Hao blushed and couldn't help but ask. Gee, the rabbit at the side naturally made a sound, seemingly agreeing with Xiao Hua's words. "I can't help it." Xiao Hua shrugged, "Time forgives no man. In the blink of an eye, I'm already so old. If I didn't have to treat your leg today, I wouldn't be willing to reveal my true age to a little girl. Hee, immortal elder is really interesting." Miss Hao couldn't help but laugh. "Immortal elder." Squire Hao at the side smiled and said, "I'll accompany you here. You're the savior of my Hao family. What you're worried about doesn't exist." "That's right, senior, please do it." Xiao Jian knew that there was no need to hide anything at this time. He said in a low voice, "I'll wait outside the embroidery building." "Yes, Yulong, accompany Taoist Xiao to eat in the front hall." Squire Hao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Taoist Xiao has been busy all night and hasn't eaten a single grain of rice. My Hao estate really doesn't have any etiquette." "Yes, I understand." Hao Yulong woke up and hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to follow him downstairs. "Immortal elder, please." Squire Hao smiled and said, "Once immortal elder is done, I'll accompany immortal elder to eat." "There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "I've already abstained from eating. You just need to accompany Taoist Xiao well." "Yes, I understand." Minister Hao's face was filled with admiration. Xiao Hua looked at Hao family's young miss and said with a serious expression, "Young Miss Hao, this old man wants to take a look at your legs. Are you willing?" "I'm willing." Although Miss Hao knew that what Xiao Hua said was true, she still couldn't help but blush when faced with an 18-year-old youth's face. Xiao Hua heard Miss Hao's answer and didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said to the servant girl beside him, "Take Miss Hao's clothes." At this point, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He looked to the left and said, "Forget it, you can all leave. Only Squire Hao can stay." Immortal elder. Miss Hao naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. She said shyly, "I'm not good at walking. My daily bathing is done by Huan. So it's like that." Xiao Hua scratched his head. He didn't do anything for Miss and young master, so he really didn't know about this. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble Huan. Rabbit, you can go out with them. Come back in a while." Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Rabbit obediently followed Little Yellow and Little Black out of the embroidery building. Seeing Xiao Hua so attentive, although it was a bit inappropriate, Squire Hao was already convinced in his heart. The confidence in his heart increased by a bit. "All right, Huan, roll up Miss Hao's clothes to the injured area." Xiao Hua ordered. "Yes." That servant girl was the one who accompanied Miss Hao to talk to Yuenya in town that day. At this moment, she very deftly rolled up Miss Hao's underwear, revealing the pure white skin inside. Xiaohua looked at the pure white jade-like legs in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Although Miss Hao's legs had extremely good skin, they were still thin and small. They couldn't even compare to a 10-year-old child. An ordinary person could easily grab this thigh. Moreover, the muscles near the thigh had long withered and shrunk inwards. It looked very frightening. My daughter's legs were crushed by a carriage when she was young. Squire Hao's eyes were red as he explained, that carriage was carrying heavy goods. My daughter's leg bones were completely shattered. This one looked everywhere for doctors, but they were helpless. Later on, I asked someone to secretly visit Chongqing Academy. The teachers in the academy also didn't have any good methods. However, they said that although the academy couldn't do it, their sect should have pills that could treat it. However, at that time, this one didn't have such a large family property and couldn't take out the primordial stones they wanted. Later on, this one worked hard to earn money and obtained such a large property. However, my daughter had already grown up and missed the best time to treat her. The immortal masters of Chongyun's sect only heard this one time and didn't see my daughter at all. They only said that they didn't have a shred of certainty. Therefore, this one gave up on this idea. Father, forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Only now do I know what father has done for me. Miss Hao also sighed. You are still young, I'm afraid you don't remember these things. It's fine. In the eyes of parents, how could a child be at fault? Squire Hao immediately found an excuse for Miss Hao. I have a way. Xiaohua stretched out a finger and pressed on Miss Hao's leg a few times. He then stretched out a few fingers and pinched a few times. He nodded and said, but. Squire Hao and Miss Hao's expressions were first overjoyed and then anxious when they heard Xiaohua's words. They cried out, but what? Immortal Senior, please speak. Miss Hao. Xiaohua said solemnly, your father has done enough for you, but because of your willfulness, it has caused so many misunderstandings. Although your father doesn't care, you have to bear the responsibility for all these mistakes. I can treat your legs, but you have to bear the pain with a clear mind. You must know that your stubbornness has brought much more pain to your father than all of this pain. You have to experience your father's pain. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your help. Miss Hao clenched her teeth and said, this one has long had this intention. Immortal Senior. Squire Hao said anxiously, my daughter is weak and sickly, I'm afraid she can't bear too much pain. This one is willing to bear it for her. An unpolished jade can't be made into anything, Xiaohua said indifferently, Miss Hao's willfulness and narrow-mindedness are all related to you. This is a good opportunity to let her know. Chapter 3201. Okay. Squire Hao looked at his daughter with heartache. And with I here, you don't have to worry about life and death. Xiaohua calmly said, I know what I'm doing. Immortal Elder, please, Miss Hao couldn't bear to see her father's affection and urged. Okay. Xiaohua agreed and waved his hand. A dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. Then, like lightning, they pierced Miss Hao's face and head one by one. Although Squire Hao didn't know why Xiaohua pierced Miss Hao's head with these silver needles, he didn't dare to say a word. After Miss Hao's head was pierced with the silver needles, Xiaohua pierced them into the various acupuncture points on her legs. Finally, he rubbed his hands and said indifferently, are you ready? Yes. Miss Hao nodded, and the maid Huan Er obediently took out a handkerchief and put it between Miss Hao's teeth. Kachacha, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand and grab Miss Hao's thigh. With a bit of force, the broken bones that had already grown together were completely crushed into powder by him. Ah! Miss Hao screamed. Her eyes turned white, and she almost fainted from the pain. The handkerchief that was bitten by her teeth was bleeding, and the sweat on her forehead was even bigger than soybeans rolling down, Xiaoxi. Squire Hao couldn't help but call out Miss Hao's nickname. His distressed expression was even more painful than his own broken bones. Unfortunately, Miss Hao was in so much pain that she couldn't answer. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she groaned and said hoarsely, "Immortal Elder. Is there another time?" "Yes, there is another time." Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he replied. "Immortal Elder, Immortal Elder. I beg you." Squire Hao couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. He pulled Xiao Hua's robe and collapsed on the ground. He cried and said, "Take everything from this lowly one's house. As long as this lowly one can afford it, please don't let Xiaoxi suffer anymore. This lowly one can't take it anymore." "Fine." Xiao Hua picked up Squire Hao and looked at Miss Hao, "Xiaoxi. I also call you by your nickname. You are a kind-hearted child, and I can see clearly why you gave the copper coins to Taoist Xiao. I also know that you have the heart to raise injured animals and seek justice for the girl who was beaten to death. This is the bright side of your heart. However, you haven't been able to be as happy as ordinary people since you were young, and you have too much resentment in your heart. You also have too many misunderstandings about your father. Although I've already made things clear today, there's no guarantee that you won't think differently in the future. Today's pain is to let you know your position in your father's heart. It is also to let this pain that you will never experience in your entire life leave a deep impression on you. In this world, there are no parents who don't love their children." "Immortal Elder, I understand." Miss Hao replied weakly. Then, go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll have a new life." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the silver needles on Miss Hao's head were collected into his bosom. Miss Hao's face immediately turned pale again. Xiao Hua then reached out and pressed her sleeping acupuncture point, and Miss Hao immediately fell asleep. "Kacha kacha," Xiao Hua then reached out and crushed her other thigh bone. Then, he took out 2 medicinal pills and melted them with his magic power before applying them on Miss Hao's thigh. When the medicinal pills completely melted into her bones, Xiao Hua then fed her another medicinal pill. Finally, he took out another jade bottle and gave it to Squire Hao, saying, "Miss Hao won't wake up or move for the next 27 days. Feed her a medicinal pill every 9 days. During this period, don't move Miss Hao at all. On the evening of the 27th day, ask a doctor to come and take a look. If Miss Hao's leg bones are completely healed, then don't worry about it. If Miss Hao's leg bones aren't healed, then let the doctor fix it so that when Miss Hao wakes up, it won't affect the healing of her leg bones. It's that simple." Squire Hao asked in disbelief, but he immediately regretted it and hurriedly said, "I didn't suspect Immortal Elder, it's that simple." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Miss Hao, who had fallen asleep, and said, "The bones in her legs have been crushed since she was a child, which is a tricky thing. Later, she hasn't been treated for so many years. These crushed bones are either growing randomly in one place, or they are already necrotic. Therefore, it is impossible to treat her now. I'll shatter her bones again and use my Taoist immortal pills to fuse these bones back together in 27 days, just like how they grew back in the past. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days for bones to heal. I am not some immortal. Being able to heal her bones within 30 days is already the best I can do." "Yes, I understand." When Squire Hao heard Xiao Hua's profound explanation, he was really ecstatic. The trace of disbelief from before also disappeared. "I thank Immortal Elder for your miraculous skill. Don't worry." Xiao Hua said again, "After 30 days, Miss Hao's bones will be healed. However, the muscles in her legs haven't been used for more than 10 years. They can't be used anymore. I still need to let Miss Hao move more and use her legs more. According to within 3 to 5 years, Miss Hao will be able to walk freely. Of course, after this treatment, the doctors in Longevity Town will be more experienced than I. Moreover, with how family's financial resources, they will definitely be able to support it. It's already very good, it's already very good. Although Xiao Hua wasn't able to make Miss Hao stand up in a few days, which wasn't a miraculous skill, this kind of time that Squire Hao could accept made Squire Hao feel more at ease. I'll wait for you to leave. Xiao Hua looked around and said, I have already done what I can do. The rest will depend on Miss Hao's recovery. Please, Immortal Elder, please. Squire Hao hurriedly asked Xiao Hua to leave the embroidery building. He ordered Huan to carefully look after Miss Hao and accompanied Xiao Hua to the front hall. Walking on the road, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, Squire Hao, Miss Hao's condition is like this. I won't say any more. I want to talk about another matter. Immortal Elder, please speak. Squire Hao said very respectfully with a smile. Just now, I only scolded Miss Hao and didn't say anything about Squire Hao. But this doesn't mean that Squire Hao didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Hua wasn't polite and said with a very serious tone, although I can't control this matter, as an outsider, I still want to say a few more words to Squire Hao. AI, Immortal Elder, please speak. Squire Hao's face showed melancholy. Since this lowly one has accumulated this family business, no one has said anything straightforward. Actually, Miss Hao's legs are secondary. The most important thing is her heart disease. Xiao Hua also sighed, for so many years, she thought too much and did too little. Others also didn't care enough about her. She can only communicate with small animals. In particular, she is no longer good at talking to people and doesn't trust people. These problems should all be blamed on you. A person's face is indeed important. For the sake of the child's future, you should arrange some means. But remember, the child belongs to you, but the child isn't you. Your thoughts aren't the child's thoughts, and your actions can't replace the child's actions. If you blindly force your thoughts on the child, it will only make her feel suffocated and powerless. Actually, if you let the child come into contact with outsiders when she was injured, she would be able to accept her condition with peace of mind. Now, even if her legs can't be cured, her heart won't have any problems. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua said seriously, at least, she won't be obsessed with a rabbit. She won't make things difficult for you. Right, I still want to say something. You should believe her. At least from today's matter, the child didn't do anything wrong. She still thought about this family and told you a dangerous matter in advance. It's just that you didn't choose to believe her and caused such a big misunderstanding. Yes, this lowly one will change a lot in the future. Squire Hao nodded and said hesitantly, then, should this lowly one listen to the child and hide in the countryside first? Her legs. Others might hesitate about this matter, but for you, it's necessary. Regardless of whether there will be danger or not. This is the first step for you to gain the child's trust. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, as for her legs, as long as she doesn't move them, it'll be fine. You can just move the entire bed away, right? Yes, many thanks for the immortal's guidance. Squire Hao nodded like a little chick. He didn't expect that a Taoist immortal would understand the thoughts of these children so well. While talking, they arrived at the front hall. A banquet was set up in the front hall. Xiao Jian was accompanied by Hao Yulong, drinking wine to his heart's content. Seeing Xiao Hua come in, the two hurriedly got up. Xiao Jian even used his Taoist robe to wipe the oil on his mouth and respectfully asked, Senior, Miss Hao, it's already fine. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said carelessly, have you eaten and drunk well? Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Senior knows that this disciple has eaten his fill. Since you've eaten well, you and I should hurry back. In a few hours, we will be preparing to go to the Xiao Jin temple. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Jian now only followed Xiao Hua's lead. He hurriedly left his seat and said respectfully. Immortal Senior, don't be anxious. Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said anxiously, "Immortal Senior has worked so hard to save my daughter from the fire and water. This lowly one has to give Immortal Senior 3 times the respect." Seeing that Squire Hao was very sincere, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I don't like drinking wine, let Taoist Xiao drink it on my behalf." "Very good." Squire Hao hurriedly gave Hao Yulong a look and raised the pot to toast Xiao Jian 3 times. At this time, Hao Yulong also came in with a plate full of more than 10 small gold ingots. Chapter 3202. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao respectfully said, "This is a small token of gratitude. This small one knows that thousands of taels of silver are not enough to repay Immortal Elder's gift. This is only a small token of my appreciation. Your Jiangchao temple is really shabby, so I ask Immortal Elder to accept it. When the Jiangchao temple is repaired, this small one will put in even more effort." Xiao Hua naturally had no use for these treasures. He glanced at Xiao Jian. What made him feel strange was that Xiao Jian, who previously would have dropped a copper coin, didn't have much of a reaction to the shiny gold today. However, Xiao Hua still said, "Daoist Xiao, this is Squire Hao's token of appreciation. What do you think?" "Very good, very good." Xiao Jian also smiled and said, "Disciple thanks Squire Hao on behalf of Daoist Xiao and Sea God Darren." As he spoke, he unceremoniously took the tray, picked up his cloth bag from the table, and casually poured the gold into it. From the looks of it, it was no different from pouring a dozen copper coins. "Let's go." Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't say much and brought Xiao Jian out of the front hall. Under the guidance of Squire Hao and Xiao Jian, they left the Hao residence. However, just as they walked out of the front hall, Xiao Huang and Xiao He flew in from the air. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and naturally put them back into the space. That glib-tongued rabbit didn't appear. Clearly, it returned to the side of the Hao family's young miss. Outside the Hao residence, a carriage was already prepared. Xiao Hua glanced at the night sky. It was the darkness before dawn. He didn't say much and lifted his foot to get on the carriage. Looking at the coachman driving the carriage away from the Hao residence, Squire Hao and Hao Yulong bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. The carriage was very stable. Xiao Jian sat for a moment and a wave of unbearable sleepiness came over him. He didn't dare to rest and forced his eyes open. He looked at Xiao Hua who was sitting cross-legged and asked, "Senior, disciple has a question. I have always wanted to ask. Is it possible?" "Speak." Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "If you want to ask about my origin, then you should just shut up." "I don't dare. Senior's origin has nothing to do with disciple. Disciple definitely won't ask too much." Xiao Jian yawned and said, "Disciple just feels a bit strange. Senior's cultivation is so profound, why don't you like to reveal it?" When this disciple first met Senior, perhaps Senior had some restrictions that prevented him from revealing his cultivation. But later on, it was obvious that Senior's cultivation had recovered, so why did he keep hiding it? Especially when I came to the Hao residence tonight. Actually, this disciple needs to rely on Senior, but why does Senior have to pretend to be this disciple's follower? In the end, wasn't it Senior who took action to deal with that rabbit? Moreover, Senior's cultivation has also been exposed. Since that's the case, why must Senior hide behind me? Xiao Jian's words were originally unintentional, perhaps because he wanted to get close to Xiao Hua, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, when Xiao Hua was in the Dawn Rain continent, he had yet to obtain a cultivation method. From being a rogue cultivator to being abandoned by the heavens, and then to the Imperial Thunder sect, he had suffered a lot. Not long after arriving at the Imperial Thunder sect, he obtained a cultivation method from the Buddhist sect, and even had some achievements in Buddhist cultivation. From this moment on, Xiao Hua became very careful, blindly concealing his cultivation, trying his best not to let others notice him. However, Xiaohua was this outstanding, like a sharp flying sword, so he would definitely stand out. A great Dao sword battle resulted in the terrifying phoenix and nascent soul nameless, making it impossible for him to hide anymore. However, Xiaohua's cautiousness, his habit of hiding himself, remained. Even now, when he arrived at the immortal burial continent, whether it was the Buddhist sect or the Confucian sect, they were all upright and upright. Even the Taoist sect's cultivators were not the kind of cultivators who would be exterminated. Was there a need for Xiaohua to be this cautious? Just like tonight, just like what Xiao Jian said, Xiaohua simply did not have any need to hide behind Xiao Jian. Even if it was to deal with that rabbit, a few fire talismans and a magic tool would be enough to deal with it. There was simply no need to go through so much trouble. And, if Xiaohua's magic power was not enough, but to deal with an inferior little rabbit, just a yellow talisman would be enough, right? A habit, it's a habit. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he already heard Xiao Jian's snoring sound. Xiaohua's mouth hung a smile, and secretly said in his heart, "This Xiao is hiding something, aren't you also hiding something?" Previously, when you saw a few copper coins, your eyes would open. Today, when you saw so much gold, you didn't lose your composure. Those high-grade spirit stones, ordinary people simply do not understand, you also properly received them. That so-called single young country, King Xiao Jun, it seems like they are all real. Xiao Jian's sleep naturally reached the Jiangqiao ridge, only then was he awakened by Xiaohua. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Jian did not say anything, jumped down from the carriage, and followed Xiaohua up the mountain. When he arrived at the door of the Taoist temple, he still turned his head to look at the sky that was already somewhat bright in the night. He cupped his fists towards Xiaohua, yawned, and entered the east wing, as if he had full confidence in the upcoming challenge. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the banyan tree, and saw Yuanya jumping over like a spirit ape. He waved his hand, and walked into the west wing. Everything in the west wing was no different from before he left. Xiao Yun was still lying in the wooden barrel, except for her head which was still exposed, the rest of her body was soaked in water. Xiaohua stretched his hand out to test the temperature of the water, but it was still somewhat cold. He knew that Yuanya had just changed it. Then, he stretched his hand out from the water and took Xiao Yun's wrist out. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head slightly. "What's going on with this child?" Xiaohua sighed. "If she's sick, then right? From her pulse, everything is normal. But if she's not sick, then the heat in her body hasn't decreased. Moreover, her pulse is different from ordinary people's. This child." Thinking, Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi who was sleeping soundly. When Brother Lu came to the Jiangqiao temple, he was already seriously injured. Although he had Xiaohua's spirit pills, his mental and physical exhaustion was not something that could be replenished by spirit pills. Tonight, he really couldn't hold on, so he fell asleep in front of the wooden barrel. It's rare for there to be love in this world. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi's tightly knitted black eyebrows with deep worry, knowing that he was worried about Xiao Yun even in his dreams. This girl has nothing to do with him, but he was able to give his care because of the girl's loneliness. Although he is a thief in the marketplace, his heart is so bright and pure. Compared to How Family's young miss, he is much better. Poor How Family's young miss, if she could meet Brother Lu when she was young, perhaps she wouldn't have isolated herself from the world, only living with a rabbit. Rabbit. Xiaohua thought of the rabbit and suddenly froze. That's right, the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent is different from the Shi country of the Dawn Rain continent. Not only are there Confucian and Buddhist cultivators here, there are also demons. Since the rabbit can enter the boudoir, and Xiao Yun's pulse is different from ordinary people, could it be that she is also a demon? Xiaohua originally wanted to use his Dharma eye, but at that time, Lu Yi was beside him, so Xiao Hua felt that there was no need, so he stopped. At this time, Xiao Hua carefully looked at Xiao Yun's face, but he couldn't see any difference between her and ordinary girls. However, Xiao Hua also knew that there was a little duck in his space. How could he tell when Dai was still in her human form? Of course, at this time, Dai had completely recovered after 100 years of cultivation, but Xiao Hua still didn't think of how to explain the space to Dai, so he threw her in a corner of the space, isolating her from other things, waiting for an opportunity to let her out in the future. As for the matter of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, Xiao Hua wanted to ask Dai first, but when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, Xiao Hua simply didn't ask. Who knows when he can return to the Dawn Rain continent, it won't be too late to ask when the time comes. There was also the multicolored conch, there were also some changes, but Xiao Hua didn't dare to look. If it was really Minghua's body, then who knows what was so special about it? If he was careless and fell for it, it would be too late to cry. Everything depends on the opportunity. Xiao Hua sighed, then thought again, maybe I can see some clues with my heavenly eye. Thinking, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again, and a faint light flashed on his forehead. Layers of green light were produced in the white light, but, just when the Dharma eye was about to open, Xiao Hua suddenly frowned, patted his forehead, and said with a bitter smile, "What time is it now? How can I still think of this?" What the rabbit said may be true, since this Xiao knows, I naturally have to investigate. Let's talk about Xiao Yun's matter in a few days. Immediately, the light on Xiao Hua's forehead disappeared, and Xiao Hua hurriedly walked out of the east room. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in front of the Daoist temple, looked at the gradually rising sun, and was about to send out his divine sense, but just as his divine sense was sent out a few li, he withdrew it again. Divine sense can't be subtle, if it's to investigate something, it's better to use Buddhist sense. Under the puzzled gaze of Yuanya, who was lying on the banyan tree in the distance, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense, and began to carefully investigate the surroundings of Longevity Town. The little gold temple in the night still had the noise of the day, and inside the great strength hall, it was still brightly lit. On the incense table in front of the Buddha, incense sticks were burning fiercely. In front of the incense table, a dozen monks wearing monk robes were chanting some unknown sutra, and in their hands were a wooden mallet, lightly knocking on the wooden fish in front of them. Only, in this night, the chanting of sutra was somewhat vague, and the sound of the wooden fish was also somewhat low. Stop! An angry roar sounded in the main hall. Immediately, the chanting of sutra and the sound of the wooden fish stopped. What was extremely disharmonious was that the main hall was only silent for a moment, and the dang-dang sound of the wooden fish sounded again. "Abbot, please forgive me." The crisp sound of the wooden fish was knocked twice, and the monk who was dozing off in time hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, looking at monk Mingyu in front of the incense table, who was wearing a kasaya and had a face full of anger, and was glaring at him, and hurriedly called out. Chapter 3203. Humph. Zen Master Mingyu's eyes flashed with anger and humphed, "Look at all of you. It's just chanting sutras, why are all of you so listless? You can't even last a night. What kind of cultivation is this? It's better to renounce asceticism and go home to farm. We were wrong, please forgive us, Abbot." The group of disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and said in unison, "Senior Brother Abbot." A slightly fat monk standing in front of the group of disciples smiled and said, "The disciples left in the temple are just ordinary monks, they can't be compared to the disciples that Senior Brother Ming Fa took away. My Shaojin temple is now filled with incense, there are many lay people who come to pray and fulfill their vows. They have been doing good deeds in the temple during the day to welcome pilgrims, they are already very tired. If they stay up all night chanting sutras, I'm afraid they won't be able to support themselves. I hope Senior Martial Brother can understand. Junior Brother Ming Jian." Zen Master Mingyu's face was filled with displeasure as he said, it's not that I don't understand them. I don't ask much of them, but it's different today. Yunlin Temple's martial uncle Xingqian is coming to my Shaojin Temple. No matter how well we do on a daily basis, he won't be satisfied. Our hard work will all be for naught. Sigh. Hearing this, Ming Jian's face was filled with worry. He looked at the night sky outside the main hall and sighed, we have been waiting here for 3 nights, but martial uncle didn't come. I'm afraid he won't be coming today. Senior brother, why don't we let the disciples go back and rest? Tomorrow is the day of the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Although my Shaojin Temple can't be as lively as Yunlin Temple, it should still have some atmosphere. These disciples will have to work hard tomorrow. At this point, Ming Jian couldn't continue. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu was also worried. The immortal Buddhist ceremony is one thing. But the challenge of the Jiangchao Temple is more important. If martial uncle Xingqian doesn't come in time tonight, my Shaojin Temple will be in trouble tomorrow. Forget it, all of you can leave. Rest in peace early so that you can be energetic tomorrow. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist sect's disciples. Yes, we understand. The dozen or so monks felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They all stood up, bowed, and left one after another. Ming Jian, you should go back too. Seeing that Ming Jian was still sitting there, Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and said. But Ming Jian smiled and said, disciple had better accompany senior apprentice brother here. Maybe martial uncle Xingqian will come over soon, so it's better for our Shaojin Temple to not lose our manners. Speaking to this point, Ming Jian was puzzled again and said in a low voice, Senior brother Abbot, didn't you say a few days ago that Shishu should have arrived the day before yesterday? Even if martial uncle is late, it shouldn't be so late, right? If you ask me, who should I ask? Zen Master Mingyu was clearly impatient. He got up from the futon and walked slowly to the door of the main hall. He looked at the night sky outside and smiled bitterly. The immortal and Buddha ceremony will begin in a few hours. The challenge of Jiangchao Temple would follow soon after. Over the past few days, the reputation of the Tidal River Temple had risen greatly. They had saved 2 men and women who were about to die, igniting the passion of the entire longevity town. Not to mention the reconstructed golden body called Taoist Master Shao or Lord Sea God, even the incense was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past, their Taoist sect had Yuanya, and even our Shaojin Temple's disciples couldn't defeat him easily. Now that there's a mysterious Taoist Master Shao, how do you expect our Shaojin Temple to face him tomorrow? Senior brother Abbot. Ming Jian was a little surprised. That Yuanya might be strong and skilled in fighting, but in the eyes of senior apprentice brother Ming Fa and senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, he shouldn't be much, right? That new Taoist Master Shao of Jiangchao Temple has an unknown background and we don't know how strong he is, but it's obvious that he's Shao Jian's blood relative. Shao Jian doesn't have any cultivation, so how strong can his blood relative be? If I could easily kill Yuanya, would his Jiangchao Temple still exist today? Zen Master Mingyu replied in a low voice, although Yuanya doesn't have any Taoist techniques, his fighting skills are all sure-kill techniques that put his life on the line. I've only just formed a good relationship with him. If I really put my life on the line, I'm definitely better than Yuanya in terms of punches and kicks. Besides, how can I, as the head of a temple, directly face off against Yuanya? TSK then we're in trouble. Ming Jian's expression changed as well. He smiled and said, I thought that senior apprentice brother Abbot had always been hiding your strength and didn't want to lower yourself to the same level as Jiangchao Temple. Humph, that might not be as serious as you think. Zen Master Mingyu narrowed his eyes. If it really involves the survival of my Shaojin Temple, I'm not afraid to use my Buddhist secret technique, oh. What happened to Shaojin Temple? You're actually going to use a secret technique? At this moment, a Buddhist sense swept past them. Similarly, a surprised voice sounded in their ears. Martial Uncle Xingqian. Hearing this voice, Zen Master Mingyu almost shouted out loud. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice and the Buddhist sense. Not long after, four middle-aged and old monks of different sizes stepped on faint clouds and floated down from the night sky. Disciples Mingyu and Ming Jian greet martial uncles. Zen Master Mingyu and Ming Jian tidied up their clothes and respectfully bowed. Amitba, martial nephews, please rise. In front of him was a thin old man. His eyebrows were already white, and his hands were abnormally dry. However, the old man's eyes flashed with an extremely bright light. He glanced at the two of them and chanted the name of Buddha. Yes. Zen Master Mingyu and monk Ming Jian replied and straightened up. The old man was Xingchen. After greeting Mingyu and Ming Jian, he waved his hand and said, "Behind me are Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan. Martial nephew Mingyu, have you met them in Yunlin Temple before? This disciple greets your martial uncle Xing Kong. As for martial uncles Xing Min and Xing Fan, I have only heard of your name and have never seen you before." Monk Mingyu smiled and greeted Ming Jian and the other three martial uncles. Where's Ming Fa? Xing Chen clearly had some understanding of Shaojin Temple. Although I'm late, the other ordinary disciples can rest. He can't sleep early, can he? Of course not. Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, I've been waiting for martial uncles with more than 30 disciples of Shaojin Temple for 3 days. The other disciples just left a few minutes ago. As for Ming Fa, today's dusk, Counselor Hao of Longevity Town is in some trouble. It seems that there's some demon there. I can't go, so I sent junior brother Ming Fa over. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. Oh. Demon? Xing Chen raised his white eyebrows and said in surprise, what kind of demon is it? Can Ming Fa handle it alone? I don't know what kind of demon it is. Zen Master Mingyu said casually, however, as far as I know, there aren't any powerful demons in Longevity Town. Besides, Ming Fa has the demon-absorbing bowl in the temple and more than 10 disciples to help him. He should be fine. No. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen immediately shouted, tell this old monk where Squire Hao lives. This old monk will go and see for himself. Okay. Seeing that Xing Chen was so serious, Zen Master Mingyu's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak, Xing Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that I don't have to go. Oh. Ming Fa, they're back. Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly released his weak Buddhist awareness. Unfortunately, the range of his Buddhist awareness was too small to see anything. However, Zen Master Mingyu withdrew his Buddhist awareness and said to Xing Chen and the others, since junior brother Ming Fa is back, you don't have to worry about him. Please rest in the quiet room. Okay. Xing Chen nodded and looked at the great Buddha's hall. After I pay my respects to Buddha, I'll go. Then, under Zen Master Mingyu's lead, Xing Chen and the others paid their respects to Buddha and came to a quiet room that had been prepared in advance. Mingyu and Ming Jian poured tea for Xing Chen. Before Xing Chen could take a sip, Ming Fa returned to Shaojin Temple with more than 10 embarrassed disciples. Ming Fa and the others were injured by the rabbit's demonic qi and their primordial qi was damaged. They looked dispirited and listless. Ming Fa ordered the disciples to go back to their rooms and rest, then he came to see Zen Master Mingyu alone. Seeing Ming Fa return with a broken halberd, both Zen Master Mingyu and Xing Chen were surprised. After Ming Fa told them what had happened, Zen Master Mingyu's face changed greatly. Looking at the frowning Xing Chen, Zen Master Mingyu got up and walked to Xing Chen. He knelt on the ground and said, Martial Uncle, please save Shaojin Temple from destruction. Ah. Why is that? Xing Chen seemed to be thinking about something else. Seeing Zen Master Mingyu bow to him, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, Martial Nephew, stand up and speak. Martial Uncle, this is very important. It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple. If Martial Uncle doesn't agree, I'm afraid I won't dare to stand up and speak. Zen Master Mingyu said bitterly. It concerns the survival of Shaojin Temple. Xing Chen was even more surprised. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, as long as it's something that I can do, just say it. Since it concerns the safety of Shaojin Temple, how can I not agree? After Zen Master Mingyu told him about the challenge between Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple, as well as the Immortal Buddha ceremony at Chongqing Academy, Xing Chen smiled and said, I thought it was something important. Since it concerns the prosperity of Buddhism, even if you didn't say it, I would have volunteered myself. It's not a difficult task. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Seeing that Xing Chen didn't blame him for taking matters into his own hands, Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked him and said, I just wanted to take advantage of Martial Uncle's arrival to wipe out the remaining Taoists in front of Shaojin Temple. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected opponent. An unexpected opponent? That's nothing. Xing Chen smiled and said, if you challenged Chongqing Academy, I would have to consider it. A small Jiangchao temple doesn't need me to take action. This old monk's junior brother alone can uproot them. Huh, that's for sure. Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, not to mention Jiangchao Temple, even Chongqing Academy, since Martial Uncle and the others are here, they will definitely win. However, I feel that Chongqing Academy is too powerful in Chongqing Town, so it's not easy to confront them openly. Otherwise, I would have pulled Chongqing Academy into the fight. Chapter 3204. Hee, what do you know? Xing Chen sneered. It's not worth it to sacrifice Chongqing Academy for a bet. We can't challenge the bottom line of the Confucian cultivators. We can only try our best to develop the power of the Buddhist sect. What's more, Old Monk and the rest are not the only ones who have come to Longevity Town. The Chongyun sect has also sent a few literary masters. I may not be able to win. Ah. How many literary masters have come from Chongqing Academy? Zen Master Mingyu was surprised. He looked at Xing Chen and said anxiously, did something big happen in Chongqing Town? Not only did Liao Chen of the Buddhist sect come, but also a literary master of Confucian cultivation. Ming Fa, come here. Xing Chen didn't answer Zen Master Mingyu's question. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Ming Fa to come to him. After Ming Fa sat on the praying mat in front of Xing Chen extended a finger and placed it between Ming Fa's eyebrows. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xing Chen opened his mouth and said, it seems that the so-called monster of the Hao clan is just a rabbit that has turned into a spirit. However, Ming Fa, you didn't wake up on your own. What kind of elixir did you take? With your cultivation, you can't escape from the rabbit. Ah. That's. Zen Master Mingyu was shocked. He looked at Ming Fa and asked, did the sun rise from the west? Xiao Jian of Jiangchao Temple actually helped our Shaojin Temple. If Xiao Jian didn't know how to do it, then it must be another Taoist. Xing Chen laughed. Impossible. Ming Fa shook his head quickly. It was always Xiao Jian who did it. That Taoist was just a follower. But speaking up to this point, Ming Fa also came to a realization. He looked at Ming Jian and Ming Yu and said, but, from the things that happened in the past few days, this Taoist priest with the same surname Xiao is really possible. Oh. What happened to Jiangchao Temple? Xing Chen's interest was piqued again. As far as I know, this dilapidated place can no longer pose any threat to the Golden Temple of our Buddhism sect. Why are there so many things happening today? Zen Master Mingyu recounted everything that had happened in the past 10 days. Hee, do you still need to say it? It must be that Taoist priest Zhao's doing. He must have some kind of Taoist elixir. Xing Chen sneered. The awakening of Ming Fa and the others, as well as the subduing of the rabbit spirit, are all related to Taoist Xiao. That's right. If this Taoist priest Xiao didn't want to reconcile with my little gold temple, he wouldn't have been able to save Ming Fa and the others. Zen Master Bright Moon nodded and said, given Xiao Jian's harsh temperament, he could only send the unconscious Ming Fa and company back to Little Gold Temple and use this to humiliate our Buddhist sect. Amitabha, if that's the case. Ming Fa had already thought things through on the way here. Upon hearing Zen Master Ming Yu's words, he blushed slightly and pressed his palms together. I've made things difficult for Senior Brother Abbot. It's all my fault for being too weak. Hee, it's fine. Zen Master Ming Yu glanced at Xing Chen and said with a smile, my Buddhist sect has always been merciful to people. Whether they are secular people, Confucian cultivators, or Taoists, I have never really attacked Yuanya, have I? Those small fights were just a joke to the Jiangqiao Temple. Since the Jiangqiao Temple was the first to show goodwill, Little Gold Temple shouldn't be petty. Shaojin Temple couldn't be petty. Who didn't know how to return a favor? Tomorrow. Oh, I should say today, at the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we only need them to admit defeat and forgive them. Fool. Unexpectedly, just as Zen Master Ming Yu finished speaking, he thought Xing Chen would clap his hands. However, what greeted him was Xing Chen's cold face and scolding, Ming Yu. You have been the abbot of Little Gold Temple for so many years. You have received the high hopes of our Yunlin Temple's elders. I. Seeing Xing Chen so angry that he didn't even address him as martial nephew, Zen Master Ming Yu panicked and hurriedly stood up. Please enlighten me, martial uncle. You don't understand the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism, much less the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism. You don't know the greatness of my Buddhist sect. Why did my Buddhist sect travel millions of miles to build a Yunlin temple in the country of Shi? Why did my Yunlin temple send you to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Little Gold Temple? Xing Chen said coldly, to shine the Supreme Buddha's light on the 3 continents is what we, the thousands of bodhisattvas, should do. This is our lifelong obsession. Your hypocritical benevolence can only be blinded by worldly grievances, throwing our Buddha's greatness into the sea of blood. Today you let go of Jiangqiao Temple, tomorrow you will let go of Longevity Academy, but what about them? When they bare their sharp fangs and drive you out of Longevity Town, I'd like to see where you'll end up. Previously, when I saw that you were able to deal a fatal blow to the Taoists of Jiangqiao Temple when I came to Longevity Town, I thought you were a promising talent and was delighted. However, after hearing what you said just now. Hearing Xing Chen's words, Zen Master Ming Yu put his palms together and said, Amitabha, martial uncle's teachings are right. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare to use my little mercy to block the Buddha's great ambition, and I won't dare to use worldly favors to block the glory of my Buddhist sect. It's good that you know your mistake. Xing Chen's expression changed, and he nodded, actually, your goal in Longevity Town isn't Jiangqiao Temple, I'm sure you know that. Yes, I understand. Jiangqiao Temple is just an ant compared to Longevity Academy. Zen Master Ming Yu lowered his head, my Shaojin Temple still doesn't have the strength to compete with Longevity Academy. Do you think Longevity Academy agreed to participate in the competition and hold the so-called Immortal Buddhist ceremony at Shaojin Temple on Zhu Juanfeng's whim? Xing Chen's right hand sneered, Longevity Academy wants to see our Buddhist sect's attitude towards Taoism, whether we're tolerant or cold. Don't forget what the Immortal Buddhist ceremony is. If you're tolerant today, not only will Jiangqiao Temple's Taoist sect grow stronger, even Longevity Academy will bully you and trample on you. The conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism is like a tiger and a wolf. Yes, I understand. Seeing that Xing Chen actually brought out the conflict between tigers and wolves, Zen Master Ming Yu hurriedly nodded, then tomorrow's matter will depend on martial uncle. Since Longevity Academy sent someone here, they must be prepared. Jiangqiao Temple also has Taoist Xiao who can subdue demons. It won't be easy to deal with them. When he spoke up to hear, chanting Master Bright Moon was clearly shocked again. Of course, a Transcendence Realm martial uncle came from his family, a scholar-level Confucian cultivator came from Long Life Academy, and even the unremarkable River and Tide Temple gained a Taoist priest who could subdue demons. Wasn't this a situation of fierce competition? He didn't believe that these people were all here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony that Longevity Town had never paid attention to before. Martial uncle. Zen Master Mingyu asked tentatively, you didn't come to Longevity Town for the immortal Buddhist ceremony, right? When I came here, who knew that you would hold the immortal Buddhist ceremony here? Xing Chen sneered, if I wanted to participate in the immortal Buddhist ceremony, wouldn't I be at Yunlin Temple? Who would have the patience to come to your Shaojin Temple? Zen Master Mingyu was delighted to hear Xing Chen's nagging and not so serious tone. He smiled and said, then I really don't understand. Is there anyone in Longevity Town that can catch the eye of martial uncles? If it's my purpose for coming here. Xing Chen glanced at Ming Fa and said lightly, it's related to what Miss Hao said. Ah. Ming Fa was stunned and almost blurted out, what the rabbit said was true. Sigh. Ming Fa's words made Zen Master Mingyu and Ming Qing gasp. They looked at Xing Chen in disbelief. That's right. Xing Chen said lightly, Yunlin Temple received news that some demons are eyeing Longevity Town. It can't be. Zen Master Mingyu almost cried out in grief. He had put in a lot of effort in Shaojin Temple, and it was not easy for it to have such a scene. If the demons were eyeing Longevity Town, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Longevity Town is one of the hundreds of towns in the country of Shi. There's nothing to show off. Why are those demons eyeing Longevity Town? I'm not a demon, how would I know what they're thinking? Xing Chen did not refer to himself as old monk anymore. He seemed to have a lot of resentment. What exactly is the news that martial uncle received? Ming Cheng was also afraid and asked in a low voice, perhaps the news is false. It may not be false. Xing Chen shook his head and said, even Chongyun sect sent scholars to Longevity Academy. The Confucian cultivators must have received this news as well. However, the reason why this old man came a few days late was because I looked around and found a few unorthodox cultivators. I even went to Lucky Shun Town to visit the small bamboo temple. What's strange about it? Zen Master Mingyu looked at Xing Chen's expression and asked in a low voice. There seems to be some movement, but it also seems to be groundless speculation. Xing Chen shook his head and said, however, it's not like what you think, or what Miss Hao said about the people being plunged into misery and suffering. I'm afraid it's just some small demons who want to do some blood sacrifice. It's not a big deal. Blood sacrifice. Zen Master Mingyu raised his eyebrows and said, why don't they go deep into the mountains and forests? Why would they go to Longevity Town where there are so many people? Don't tell me they want to use hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town as sacrifices. If you're a demon, you must know. How would I know if they want to use hundreds of thousands of people for blood sacrifice? Damn it, it's just some groundless speculation and they sent me here. Sigh, think about the invitation to the immortal Buddhist ceremony that I went through so much trouble to get. It's all wasted. Martial uncle, tomorrow my Shaojin temple will have an immortal Buddhist ceremony, and you're hosting it. Isn't this fulfilling your regret? Bullshit. Xing Chen was about to stand up. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly put his palms together. Amitabha, this poor monk knows his mistake. Then, he recited a few scriptures and said, look at that nondescript arena in front of your door. You want me to preside over the immortal Buddha ceremony? You really want to embarrass me. Chapter 3205. Only now did Monk Mingyu realize that Xing Chen referred to himself as an old man. His eyes narrowed and he hurriedly said, if martial uncle isn't willing, then sit up there. This disciple will host on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Either way, it's a glorious affair. What glorious affair! Xing Chen said in annoyance, this old man has never heard of a Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian challenge held in an arena made of several wooden pillars. This kind of arena can be used by ordinary people, but it will collapse as soon as a cultivator goes up there. Let's not talk about anything else. With a flying sword from a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist seal from a Buddhist disciple, wouldn't your thin wooden planks be destroyed? This disciple understands. Monk Mingyu blushed and smiled apologetically, but this disciple's little gold temple only has 30 people. How could we have the financial resources to make it perfect? This stage is nothing more than a place for unranked disciples to play around on. When Martial Uncle sparred with Longevity Academy's literary masters, he naturally flew back and forth in the sky for the people of the secular world to admire. Why would he need this stage? Although that's the case, this is still the face of the Buddhist sect. We can't ignore it. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, go add Buddhist light to the arena so that others won't laugh at us if anything happens. Yes, we understand. Hearing the order, the three arhats who had been silent with their brows lowered responded and stood up. Martial Uncle, this way please. Ming Fa glanced at Monk Mingyu and hurriedly said. Let's go. We'll go out together. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, it's almost dawn. We won't be able to cultivate in the quiet room for long. Yes, Martial Uncle, this way please. Monk Mingyu and the others hurriedly stood up. When they arrived outside the Shaojin temple, they saw a large flat area under the mountain gate. There was an arena that was several zhang in size. Below the arena, there were dozens of thick wooden pillars supporting it. The thickness of the arena was at least a foot. It could be considered extremely sturdy. On the two sides of the arena were two sheds. They were empty inside, without any tables or chairs. Under the morning light, the arena looked very lonely, especially between the thick wooden pillars. Darkness seeped through the gaps, making it look very rough. Perhaps because he had just been scolded by Xing Chen, Zen Master Mingyu, who had always been proud of the arena, felt his face heat up. He stole a glance at Xing Chen in front of him, as if waiting for Xing Chen to speak. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen only glanced at him indifferently before raising his head to look at the Longevity town in the distance. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Zen Master Mingyu didn't dare to say anything. He only accompanied them quietly. On the other hand, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan discussed in a low voice for a while. Then, they stood at different parts of the ring and waved their arms. Some of them were chanting mantras, while others were making Buddhist seals. After half an hour, a faint Buddhist aura appeared from all parts of the ring. The originally simple and crude ring seemed to have a bit of a Buddhist aura. Ming Fa leaped up and landed on the stage. He circulated his internal energy and kicked the stage a few times. He didn't hear the previous zhuzh sound. He put his palms together and bowed, many thanks to the three martial uncles. Amitba. The three monks put their palms together and smiled faintly. It was already dawn in the east. Everyone's monk robes fluttered in the morning breeze. A solemn atmosphere filled the air around the ring. At this moment, a Buddhist aura that was fainter than the wind and brighter than the sun suddenly swept across the ring. However, it paused for a moment when it swept past Xing Chen and the other monks. Ah! Xing Chen and the other three monks were in the transcendence realm. They were at the second and third tier of elemental energy. How could they not notice the Buddhist aura sweeping over them? Xing Chen was shocked and almost lost his voice. Which martial ancestor is here? Xing Chen didn't hesitate. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew towards the source of the Buddhist aura. He wanted to welcome the owner of the aura. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan didn't want to stay. They hurriedly flew up as well. Martial uncles, martial uncles. Zen Master Mingyu was anxious. He was only at the first and second tier of elemental energy and couldn't fly. He didn't have a Buddhist weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but shout. However, Xing Chen and the others didn't seem to hear him. The figures in the air became smaller and smaller. Senior Brother Abbot. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa turned pale with fright. Their Buddhist aura was weak and almost inaudible. However, they also noticed the abnormality of the Buddhist aura. They walked over to Zen Master Ming Yu and asked excitedly, which martial ancestor's Buddhist aura is this? Are there other seniors coming over? How would I know? Zen Master Ming Yu replied unhappily, even martial uncle Xing Chen doesn't know. How would I know? Then. Ming Fa said softly, what's this martial ancestor's cultivation level? Can the old man block the demon's blood sacrifice? Senior Brother Ming Fa. Ming Qing smiled. Since martial uncle Xing Chen calls him martial ancestor, then it must be Ru Ni's cultivation level. He was at the 4th tier of elemental energy in the hidden immortal continent. What Ru Ni's cultivation level? Zen Master Ming Yu rolled his eyes at Ming Cheng. That's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Yes, I know. It's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Ming Cheng said embarrassedly, a martial ancestor with this level of cultivation. I'm afraid he's on par with the abbot of our Cloud Forest Temple. No, he should be stronger than the abbot of Cloud Forest Temple. Why did he come to Longevity Town? Naturally he has the same goal as martial uncle Xing Chen. That's good. Ming Fa laughed. With him around, we don't have to worry anymore. Senior Brother Abbot, you didn't go to Hao Clan so you don't know. That demon is really powerful. Even my Shaojin Temple's Buddhist artifact couldn't do anything to it. If there's an even more powerful demon coming over, my Shaojin Temple. Humph. Zen Master Ming Yu snorted coldly and said, it's because my Shaojin Temple doesn't have that kind of power that martial uncle Xing Chen and the rest came to Longevity Town. Now that a Ming Ni's martial ancestor has come, my Shaojin Temple has nothing to worry about from now on. That whatever rabbit, whatever radish, they're just methods for us to spread Buddhism. Yes, we understand. Ming Fa smiled and said, with martial ancestor, what Tidal River Temple, what Longevity Academy, they're not enough for my Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand to stop Ming Fa and ordered the two, quickly go and inform the disciples in the temple to prepare for the martial ancestor's arrival. Yes, we understand. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa left excitedly. However, after an hour, the sun had risen and the 30 or so people in Shaojin Temple were already waiting in front of the Shaojin Temple in their monk robes. Xing Chen and the other 3 flew back. There were no other monks in front of them. Martial uncle. Zen Master Ming Yu frowned slightly. He looked at Xing Chen who had landed on the ground and said in a low voice, is it because martial ancestor doesn't want to stay in my Shaojin Temple? No. Xing Chen frowned even more tightly than Zen Master Ming Yu. I didn't find any trace of martial ancestor. He seemed to have passed by here. His Buddhist awareness swept past, so it's not easy to find him. Zen Master Ming Yu was extremely disappointed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Oh, of course. Xing Chen raised his head again and looked into the distance. Perhaps he's in Longevity Town. And he has the same purpose as me. But he's not from Yunlin Temple, so he doesn't want to meet us. This martial ancestor's cultivation. Ming Fa couldn't help but whisper, has he already reached Ming Jin? Yes, in terms of Buddhist awareness, he should have reached the Ming Jin realm. Xing Chen nodded. However, Buddhist disciples don't pay much attention to Buddhist awareness. They only focus on refining relics. If I'm not mistaken, this martial ancestor has just stepped into the Lotus realm. Pseudo-Lotus? Ming Fa was dumbfounded. Of course. Xing Chen said proudly, this is just a feeling based on my Buddhist awareness. It can't be true. If martial ancestor is Ming Jin, he could even be Rugu. Martial uncle Xing Chen. Ming Fa smiled and said, "How many realms are there in Buddhist cultivation? I haven't entered the rank yet, so I really don't understand. Martial uncle, please enlighten me." "Hee hee, little guy." Xing Chen laughed. "You haven't entered the rank yet, but you want to know the 9 realms? Aren't you biting off more than you can chew?" Seeing Xing Chen joking like this, Ming Fa knew that Xing Chen's worries had disappeared because of the presence of the Buddhist sect's master. He smiled and said, "Although I haven't entered the rank, I should at least know the secret of Buddhist sect's cultivation. Otherwise, if I accept a disciple one day, I'll be too embarrassed to tell him about it." "Hee hee, okay." Xing Chen was in a good mood. There are 9 realms in Buddhist cultivation. They are benevolence, transcendence, Rugu, bright gene, pseudo-lotus, canopy transformation, embryo formation, stationary spirit, and living Buddha. The mysteries within can only be comprehended when one cultivates. This old man doesn't know either. You just have to remember it well. "Thank you, martial uncle." Ming Fa was overjoyed. "Forget it. Let's go into the temple. The immortal Buddha ceremony is about to begin. You should get ready." Xing Chen waved his hand and said to Monk Mingyu, "Oh right, you said that the rules of the challenge were set by the temple of Jiangchao. Did they send it here?" "This." Monk Mingyu smiled bitterly. "Xiao Jian hasn't sent it yet. I don't know if he sent it to Chongqing Academy." "Nonsense." Xing Chen scolded. "The challenge is today. If you don't even know the rules, how are you going to compete with them?" "Martial uncle." Monk Mingyu smiled. Originally, there were only 2 people in the temple of Jiangchao. One was Xiao Jian, the other was Yuanya. It wasn't 10 days ago. A third person came. I don't know his name. I only know that his surname is Xiao. These days, the temple of Jiangchao has been very busy. It should be the work of the newcomer, Xiao Daoist. The 3 of them had probably never seen such an exuberant situation before. Where would they find the time to come to my Xiao Jin temple? I can't send people to ask them. Wouldn't that make my Xiao Jin temple lose face? Moreover, I think, as long as martial uncle comes, no matter what the temple of Jiangchao has, won't it be destroyed under the martial uncle's dharma? Chapter 3206. And these past few days. I've been worried that Uncle Master wouldn't be able to come, so I didn't think too much about it. Zen Master Mingyu added, "Let the monastery of Jiangchao bring it on. Our Shaojin temple will deal with whatever comes our way. Why should we be afraid of them?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, Uncle Master Mingyu." Xing Chen laughed when he heard Zen Master Mingyu's last few words. Exactly. No matter what rules the monastery of Jiangchao sets, they're nothing but ants before the power of our Shaojin temple. With that, Xing Chen entered the Shaojin temple with his head held high. The 3 disciples of the Transcendence realm followed him, leaving Zen Master Mingyu and the rest behind. Uncle Master Xing Chen is really straightforward. Ming Fa said enviously. Exactly. Zen Master Mingyu said in a low voice, "If Uncle Master can stay at our Shaojin temple for a while after the immortal Buddhist ceremony, we'll definitely benefit greatly." Abbot, just as Zen Master Mingyu was thinking about how to keep Xing Chen, a disciple called out softly from behind him, "Someone seems to be coming from the foot of the mountain." Oh. When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, he hurriedly turned his head. Indeed, there were a few horse carriages slowly approaching the small gold temple on the mountain path about 1 mile away. Beside the horse carriages were several burly men on horseback guarding them. "This is Manager Feng from the Green Pine Drugstore in West Town." Ming Cheng looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, "When I passed by the Green Pine Drugstore that day, I heard him mention that the Immortals and Buddha's ceremony is a rare event in the Longevity Town. Today, he will definitely come to support the Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood that in the hearts of the people of Longevity Town, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony was no different from ordinary social theater and music performances. Shopkeeper Feng came to support, just to watch the show. Forget it. Since he's here, he's a guest. My Shaojin Temple can't be too slow. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand. Come with me to welcome him. Since shopkeeper Feng of the Green Pine Medicine Store was here, the shopkeeper of the Sundry Goods Store, the shopkeeper of the Grain and Oil Store, and so on wouldn't be far away. Carriages after carriages and streams of people came from all around Longevity Town towards the little golden temple. By the time the sun was high in the sky, there were already several hundred people gathered around the arena. Looking at the mountain path at the foot of the mountain, there were still many people coming over. Zen Master Mingyu had really underestimated the gimmick of the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony. This was especially so when the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony included the competition between the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, and Taoist sections. These hundreds of people had long surpassed the usual number of people who came to the Shaojin Temple to offer incense and worship Buddha. His Shaojin Temple only had about 30 people. How could it handle this? Fortunately, just as Zen Master Mingyu was sweating profusely and feeling extremely anxious, Longevity Academy sent over 100 disciples. Under the lead of a teacher, they assisted the Shaojin Temple in maintaining the order of the ceremony. While Zen Master Mingyu was extremely grateful, he originally wanted to discuss with the teacher how to assign these disciples to assist the Shaojin Temple in arranging the hundreds of people. However, the teacher only greeted Zen Master Mingyu with a smile. After announcing his name, he immediately turned around and instructed the 100 disciples to split into 10 groups and lead the villagers in all directions of the arena. He didn't even bother to discuss with Zen Master Mingyu. Zen Master Mingyu was very dissatisfied. This was clearly overstepping one's authority. Where would the Shaojin Temple put its face? However, in just a moment, the Long Life Academy disciples who were divided into groups each carried out their own duties, commanding the villagers. When they saw the chaotic arena become orderly again, Zen Master Bright Moon revealed a bitter smile. Now, how could he not know that his little golden temple, compared to Long Life Academy, couldn't take a single blow? Not to mention the number of disciples in cultivation, just the experience of dealing with such a big scene was far inferior. Zhu Junfeng suggested that the Immortal Buddha ceremony be held in Shaojin Temple. On one hand, he wanted to see how Shaojin Temple would deal with it. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to see Shaojin Temple make a fool of itself. Fortunately, Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly and rejoiced at the same time. This seat has always respected Longevity Academy. Moreover, Longevity Academy doesn't need any incense. Between them, it can be considered harmonious. This is why Zhu Junfeng was able to send disciples over to assist. Although Longevity Academy is strong, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It's not a big deal for them to cover up my Shaojin Temple's brilliance. Immortal Buddha, Longevity Academy is in front of my Shaojin Temple. Regardless of whether it was Zen Master Mingyu's self-deception or Longevity Academy's overstepping one's authority, the order in front of the arena gradually improved. Even though there were many villagers who came later, they were all led to an orderly place by the Longevity Academy disciples. Naturally, the villagers in front of the arena weren't all kind people. Some of them didn't accept the arrangement and stood in a bad position. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints and conflicts. Longevity Academy's disciples didn't show any mercy to these people. They either subdued them or chased them away. Zen Master Mingyu and the others were envious of their ruthless methods. In the eyes of the Buddhist monks, these people were pilgrims and parents of food and shelter. However, in the eyes of the disciples, they were troublemakers. They could use any means to deal with them. There were even some ruffians who didn't look like they were here to watch the competition. When they saw the academy's disciples, they didn't even go near them. They stayed far away and turned around. The crowd was weaving. When the sun was high up in the sky, there was already a black mass of heads in front of the arena. The people at the front came early. Some brought their own chairs and stools. Even if the people at the back brought some, their line of sight was blocked by the people at the front. When they sat down, they couldn't see the arena clearly. Zen Master Mingyu took a look and got a fright. Weren't there close to 2,000 people here to watch the show? Amitabha. If these people come to my little gold temple, everyone will burn incense for the Buddha and give a copper coin to the little gold temple. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't help but think. Just as Zen Master Mingyu's imagination was running wild, Ming Fa ran over and whispered, "Senior Brother Abbot, no one from Longevity Academy in Jiangchao Temple has come yet." "It's fine," Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, "Longevity Academy's disciples are here. How can their not come? As for Jiangchao Temple, I forgot that Xiao Jian and I didn't agree on a time. That guy is so sinister. He won't not come, right?" When he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu's expression almost changed. If Jiangchao Temple didn't come, wouldn't this arena become a joke? These few days, he was jealous of Jiangchao Temple and worried that Xing Chen hadn't come yet. This made Zen Master Mingyu a bit flustered. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the horizon. Zen Master Mingyu's ears twitched and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked up and saw a few figures flying towards him with flashing sword lights in the distance. Amitabha. Longevity Academy's people are here. Zen Master Mingyu put his palms together and said with a smile, "The Confucian cultivators are here. This immortal Buddha ceremony can begin. As for Jiangchao Temple's Taoists, if they don't come, it can only be said that they fled before the battle. There's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu tapped the monk staff in his hand and was about to activate this Buddhist artifact to bring him up into the sky. However, from the little gold temple's mountain gate behind Zen Master Mingyu, a few loud and clear Buddhist chants came, "Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Martial Nephew Mingyu, hurry up and welcome the Confucian cultivators. Yes, Martial Uncle Xing Chen." Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. Using the flying technique in front of so many people would be the center of attention. It would be of great significance to the little gold temple's reputation in the future. He could almost imagine the kind of longing these good men and women would have when they came to the little gold temple to worship Buddha and fulfill their vows. However, before he could activate his telekinesis, a few excited donkey cries came from the mountain path at the bottom of the hill. Soon after, a hoarse voice with the same excitement faintly sounded. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it Taoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Temple? Sure enough, when he looked up, on the mountain path far away, a lame donkey was pulling a broken carriage. In front of the carriage was Yuanya. He held a small whip in his hand and was trying his best to control the small broken carriage to move towards the little gold temple. After Yuanya was naturally Xiao Jian. He was standing on the carriage and waving his hand at Zen Master Mingyu. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu sighed, "Is this, the Taoist's honor? How shameful. Ming Cheng, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite." Unfortunately, before Ming Cheng could speak, Xing Chen's instructions rang in Zen Master Mingyu's ears, "Sigh, the Taoist sect has fallen to such a state. How can they be a match for our Buddhism sect? Forget it, Nephew Mingyu, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite." "Yes, yes." Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Xing Chen fly up from the mountain gate with Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, the crowd of nearly 2,000 people was in an uproar. Everyone exclaimed, and many people even knelt on the ground and shut their mouths helplessly. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and shouted, "Ming Fa, Ming Cheng, follow me down the mountain to welcome the Daoist sect of Jiangchao Temple. When you see them in the arena later, don't hold back. Beat them into a pig's head for me. Yes, senior brother." Seeing that Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that he spoke like that, Ming Fa and Ming Cheng didn't dare to not answer loudly. Zen Master Mingyu strode down the mountain. The mountain path that had been watered and cleaned long ago was already covered in dust after being trampled by 2,000 people, staining the lower hem of the Zen Master's brand new monk robe. The little stains were hard to hide, just like Zen Master Mingyu's mood. However, seeing that the donkey carriage was approaching, Zen Master Mingyu took a deep breath and passed his monk staff to Ming Cheng. He put his palms together and bowed, "Daoist Shao, I represent the Buddhism sect to welcome the Daoist sect to the immortal Buddhist ceremony of the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators." Chapter 3207. You. Just as Monk Mingyu was bowing, not only did the donkey cart not stop, it even sped up. Yuanya hurriedly pulled on the reins of the lame donkey and shouted loudly, wanting to stop the donkey cart. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp. The reins caused great pain to the lame donkey. It couldn't help but raise its front legs and neighed loudly. It sounded as if it was replying to Monk Mingyu's words. The donkey cart's sudden movement caused the people on the cart to lose their balance. Xiao Jian stood on the cart and couldn't help but stagger. He jumped off the donkey cart and landed on the ground. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare. I'm just a small Taoist and can't represent my Taoism. But today, for the survival of my Taoism, I still dare to pay a visit to Xiao Jin Temple." Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, but it was hard to hear because of the donkey's neighing. "Go to hell." Yuanya, who was holding the reins, saw the lame donkey struggling and couldn't help but get angry. He shook the reins and jumped off the cart, kicking the lame donkey's butt. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp, the lame donkey cried out in pain. It was kicked to the side of the mountain path by Yuanya, and fell to the ground along with the cart. Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cart, calmly jumped off the cart. Although his figure was strong and healthy, one couldn't see anything special about him. "Damn it!" Xiao Jian originally had the look of an expert as he politely bowed to Zen Master Mingyu. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically as he cursed, "Yeah, this is the donkey cart that I borrowed from the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This donkey is worth a lot of money. If you break it, how am I going to compensate the tea house's boss?" Hearing this, Yuanya didn't say anything. Monk Mingyu's face turned green. He glanced at Ming Cheng, who understood and said with a smile, "Daoist Shao, don't bother about the donkey cart. Let's hurry up the mountain. It's already late, the immortal Buddha ceremony should start. The competition on the stage has already made people look forward to it." "Io, that's right." When Xiao Jian heard this, he came to his senses and shouted, "That's right, yeah. Hurry and move the donkey cart to the side. In a while, you will be competing with these monks on stage. Remember, since we came here today, we don't plan to go back. After we get the arena, we will take this little gold temple under our Jiangchao temple. Is this a donkey cart? It's fine if you don't want it." Master, on the other side, Yuanya had already raised the donkey cart with one hand. The lame donkey was also obedient now. It shyly moved to Yuanya's side and actually licked his hand. Unfortunately, Yuanya slapped the donkey's head to the side and answered Xiao Jian, "This donkey cart is worth a few coins. Although Xiao Jin Temple has some copper coins, we can't live extravagantly. You Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He looked around and saw that there weren't many villagers from Longevity Town. Thus, he sneered, "Xiao Jian, are you daydreaming? Do you think this penniless monk doesn't know what you and your disciple are capable of? You, a new Taoist disciple, want to chase this poor monk away from Longevity Town? Hee, why don't we wait and see?" Xiao Jian laughed loudly. "However, this old man feels that you should ask Ming Fa about this. He seems to be more confident than you. This penniless monk only knows that he can give you a black eye." Ming Fa's gaze naturally avoided Xiao Hua. He coldly looked at Xiao Jian and shouted, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the arena with this penniless monk?" "Haha, of course. In a while, I will see you on the arena." Xiao Jian waved his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and said, "Mingyu, why aren't you bringing this penniless monk to the arena? Is this how your little gold temple treats its guests?" "Humph." Zen Master Mingyu gritted his teeth hatefully. However, he still put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. Taoist Xiao has come like this." As he spoke, he took the monk's staff from Ming Cheng and led the way without looking back. He led Xiao Jian and the other two up the mountain path. In the sky, Xing Chen was flying in front. When he saw the faces of Mo Jianli and the others, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. These people's cultivation was about the same as his, but Mo Jianli was obviously much younger than him. The hidden immortal continent was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, when he thought of Ling Chen's powerful Buddhist awareness that made him feel suffocated, he sneered in his heart. He stopped in mid-air, put his palms together and saluted, "Xing Chen of the Cloud Forest Temple and my three junior brothers, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, greet fellow immortals of Confucian cultivation. We don't dare." Mo Jianli was originally behind Zhu Junfeng. When he saw that it was not Mingyu who flew out of the little gold temple, but an old monk with second-stage elemental energy, he immediately flew out from behind Zhu Junfeng and bowed, "I am Mo Jianli of the Chongyan sect. I bring my three junior nephews, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong, as well as Zhu Junfeng and Tai and of the Longevity Academy. Greetings, fellow immortals of the Cloud Forest Temple." When the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators met, they greeted each other and exchanged greetings. Zhu Junfeng looked at Zen Master Mingyu who was leading Xiao Jian up the mountain gate of the little gold temple and the villagers below the stage. He took half a step forward and said respectfully, "I am Zhu Junfeng of the Longevity Academy. On behalf of the Longevity Academy, I welcome Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." "Ha, Junior Zhu." Xing Chen smiled and said, "I have heard of Principal Zhu's name before I came to the Longevity Town. In these few years, the Longevity Academy has not only supported the Little Gold Temple, but also sent out students to help the Little Gold Temple today. That's why Mingyu did not make a fool of herself. On behalf of the Cloud Forest Temple, I have to thank the Longevity Academy. Seeing that the immortals and Buddhists of the Longevity Town are getting along so well, in 10 or 20 years, I will still come to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." If Senior is so considerate, the Longevity Academy will invite Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony every 10 years. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. "Yes, that's how it should be." Xing Chen also clapped his hands. "In the future, every 10 years, I will also ask Mingyu to send an invitation to fellow immortal Mo. You and I will come together." Well said, well said. Mo Jianli did not like to argue with Xing Chen. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiao Jian, who had not yet reached the mountain gate. He waved his hand and said, "Martial Nephew Junfeng, you go ahead with Martial Nephew Mingyue and hold the Immortal Buddha ceremony. I have a few words with fellow immortal Xing Chen." "Yes, junior uncle." Zhu Junfeng agreed and cupped his hands at Xing Chen and the others. Then, he flew through the crowd with Mr. Tai and landed on the arena. Greetings, sir. As soon as Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai An landed, hundreds of disciples shouted in unison. It was such a spectacular sight that a few people almost collapsed on the ground. "Ha, you have worked hard." Zhu Junfeng was as elegant as jade. He raised his hand and gestured to his surroundings. From the looks of it, he was even more like an abbot than Zen Master Mingyu. "President Zhu." A loud voice came from below the arena. "I haven't seen you in a long time. I heard that the Tidal River Temple will be challenging the Shaojin Temple and the Longevity Academy today. You won't be joining in, will you?" "Huh, so it's shopkeeper Zhang." Zhu Junfeng glanced at him and said kindly, "It's just a spar. I'm afraid it's not my turn to fight." "Of course, if you need me to fight, I will not be stingy. I will not hide anything. Because my Longevity Academy is Longevity Town's academy, Longevity Academy's students are Longevity Town students, this Zhu is also a citizen of Longevity Town." "Good, good, well said." Before Zhu Junfeng's voice landed, countless applause and cheers rang out. Many of the villagers who had never seen the methods of Confucianism before looked at Zhu Junfeng with pious eyes. They had long regarded Zhu Junfeng as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had already arrived at the mountain gate. He had already heard Zhu Junfeng's words, and the anger in his heart was even more depressing than when he heard Xiao Jian's arrogant words. If Zen Master Mingyu's nose was crooked from anger just now, he would be fuming with rage right now. Zhu Junfeng's words and the Shaojin Temple's efforts were covered up. Wasn't the Shaojin Temple doing all the work for others? Who was the abbot of the Shaojin Temple? Unfortunately, Zen Master Mingyu could not get angry. He could only put on a fake smile and wait patiently for the pig-like Xiao Jian to catch up. Martial Uncle Xingqian's words last night were right. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu was completely convinced. He originally thought that since Chongqing Academy was a Confucian cultivator, they would at least know more about etiquette than Jiang Chao Temple. However, now that they had shown their etiquette, it was clear what they were thinking. Of course. Zhu Junfeng raised his hand again and smiled. Today, Shaojin Temple is hosting the ceremony. Longevity Academy is also here as a guest. On behalf of Longevity Academy, I would like to thank the Buddhist sect, the disciples of Shaojin Temple, and Zen Master Mingyu for your hard work and effort. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Fortunately, although the 30 or so monks' chants were not as loud as Longevity Academy's, they were still uniform. It was obvious that they had practiced this countless times. Amitabha. Many of the villagers who came to participate in the ceremony were also devotees of Shaojin Temple. There were even some who had been instructed by Zen Master Mingyu many times. When they heard the monks speak, they naturally echoed. The entire scene was finally harmonious in Zen Master Mingyu's eyes. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had just reached the mountain gate. He lightly tapped the staff in his hand and activated the telekinesis in his body. An extremely faint cloud appeared under the staff and wrapped around Zen Master Mingyu's feet. Then, as Zen Master Mingyu raised his hand and lowered his head to chant Buddha's name, he slowly flew toward the arena. Buddha is merciful. Zen Master Mingyu usually did not reveal his Buddhist cultivation. When he suddenly flew from the mountain gate to the arena, many devotees were stunned. Then, a commotion broke out. In just a moment, many people lowered their heads and chanted Buddha's name with Zen Master Mingyu. Chapter 3208. Welcome, Principal Zhu and Mr. Tai An, to my Shaojin Temple for the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Zen Master Mingyu landed on the arena gracefully and bowed to Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai An. Greetings, Zen Master Mingyu. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai An naturally returned the greeting. Zen Master Mingyu glanced at Xingqian and Mo Jianli, who were still discussing in mid-air, then faced the audience and said with a smile, "It's a pity that my Shaojin temple is lacking in manpower, and this is the first time we're holding such a grand Immortal Buddha ceremony. It can't be compared to Chongqing Academy at all." Benefactors who went to Chongqing Academy to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony 10 years ago might not have said it out loud, but I'm sure you're already grumbling about how stingy my Shaojin temple is, right? Boom. There was a burst of laughter below the arena. Everyone had a kind smile on their faces. They didn't think too much about the competition between Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. Although my Shaojin temple didn't do well today, with the help of Chongqing Academy, I think my Shaojin temple will do better and better. Zen Master Mingyu continued, "After 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, my Shaojin temple will definitely give all of you a perfect Immortal Buddha ceremony." Clap clap. There was another round of applause below the arena. Zhu Junfeng didn't care about Zen Master Mingyu's tit-for-tat words. He also raised his hand and clapped with a warm smile on his face. Of course, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony is to commemorate the friendship between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. This friendship was also tested in the fight against the enemy. Now, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons sacred realm are the proof of this precious friendship. Although time will pass, although you and I will grow old, although the sun and moon will change, this friendship will never change. Holding the ceremony every 10 years is to remind us juniors that the peace of the 3 continents was not easy to come by. Not only must we not forget the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of our seniors, we must also work together, through thick and thin, to build the 3 continents into a more prosperous place. Zen Master Mingyu was not done yet, so he spoke in a loud and impassioned voice. Prosperous. High in the sky, Missouri Jianli whispered something to Xingqian while paying attention to the movements in the arena. When he heard Zen Master Mingyu say this word, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to laugh. But after a while, he forced himself to hold back and said, "Fellow immortal Xingqian, your Cloud Forest Temple has been developing rapidly in the country of Shi these years. My Chongyun sect is truly envious. Perhaps one day, your Yunlin Temple will also become a scene of prosperity." Xingqian raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zen Master Mingyu, whose face was flushed red, and said with a fake smile, "This is not because my Yunlin Temple is developing well, but because the people of the country of Shi like my Buddhism sect, and need my Buddhism sect. My Buddha is merciful, my Buddhism sect does not develop on its own, and does not feel the need of others. Only when my Buddhism sect is needed, my Buddha will be there to solve the needs of the people. If one day, the people of Longevity Town say that we do not need Buddhism sect's illumination, that we do not need Buddha's salvation, then my Yunlin Temple will immediately evacuate the disciples of Shaojin Temple, and return the Shaojin Temple to Longevity Town." Ha! Mo Jianli only said one sentence, but Xingqian actually said so many philosophical words, he did not know how to feel. He smiled faintly and said, "Whether your Buddhism sect disciples evacuate or not, perhaps it is up to the Yunlin Temple to decide, or perhaps it is up to the Rivertide Temple to decide. Either way, it is not up to me to decide. Just now, I have already told fellow Immortal about the news my Chongyun sect received. Although fellow Immortal did not say it clearly, I feel that the news Yunlin Temple received should be similar to that of my Chongyun sect, right?" "That's right." Hearing that Mo Jianli was talking about business, Xingqian stopped arguing with Mo Jianli. He nodded and said, "I came here for the same reason as you, fellow Immortal Mo. We are here because of the vague news that the monster is going to massacre the town of Longevity. Also, just last night, my Shaojin Temple's disciples met with a strange thing." "Oh. What is it?" Mo Jianli's eyes lit up, and said hurriedly, "Could it be that you have found out the truth?" "Although not yet, but it is close." Xingqian nodded, and then told him about Minister Hao's family. "Ah." Hearing this, Mo Jianli was stunned, and looked up with a strange expression. It was Xiao Hua, who had followed Xiao Jian to the front of the arena, his eyes fixed on the arena, and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Mo, are you talking about this person?" "He should be." Xingqian smiled and said, "Besides Xiao Jian and Yuanya, isn't there only one person in the River Tide Temple? Who else could it be? It seems that fellow immortal Mo has hidden himself well." Mo Jianli nodded slightly and said, "Although I heard that there were miracles in the River Tide Temple, I always thought that it was caused by the elixirs that Taoist Xiao had. If it is as fellow immortal Mo said, then I have to look at Taoist Xiao in a new light. Heh, Taoist disciples have risen from the ashes for a long time, and there have been many in the past, right? They are just decorations for the immortal Buddha ceremony, so you don't have to care about them." Xingqian said with a smile. "Well, let's not talk about the River Tide Temple." Mo Jianli looked away and said, "I came to River Tide Town a few days ago, and I met with something in the Liao River outside the town." Then Mo Jianli told Xingqian about the Liao River, and then he pointed at Xiao Jian, who was in the arena, and said with a smile, "The next day, those fishermen went to the River Tide Temple and reconstructed the so-called golden body of the sea god. Humph, they are all fools. The so-called sea god is just a clay statue, and there is no Buddha." Xingqian sneered and said with disdain. However, he stopped when he saw Mo Jianli's expression change. Mo Jianli was no match for Xingqian when it came to a battle of words, but now they were fighting against an unknown monster together. He could not let others have a bad impression of him. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, "How could it be as miraculous as the disciples of the immortal Buddha sect? However, if what fellow immortal Mo said is true, could it be that the monster is a member of the water tribe?" "Very likely." Mo Jianli nodded and said, "But after that day, I took 2 martial nephews along the river for hundreds of miles, and we didn't find anything. However, according to what fellow immortal Mo said, the ordinary monsters near Jiangqing town have all escaped. Maybe it is really a member of the water tribe in the river. Well, since we have found the monster's location, after today's immortal Buddha ceremony, we will search along the river again. Your divine eye and spiritual sense are marvelous, and my Buddhist sense is also good at observing the subtle. We should be able to find something." "Okay," as fellow immortal Mo said. Mo Jianli clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Let's go and see if the immortal Buddha ceremony of the Shaojin Temple is different from the one of the Chongqing Academy." "Please." Xingqian raised his hand and said with a smile, "I am a host. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well." "Ha, please." Mo Jianli also laughed, and several people controlled the clouds and sword lights to land on the arena. Zen Master Mingyu flew onto the arena with the help of his staff. Xiao Jian, who was behind him, was displeased. He looked around and found no ladder. The arena was 6 feet high. How could he get onto it? Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian naturally thought of Xiao Hua first. He turned around and called out. However, behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the extremely ordinary arena. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Jian's words. "Senior Xiao." Xiao Jian called out again, but Xiao Hua still ignored him. Xiao Jian did not dare to say any more. He roared at Yuanya, who was behind Xiao Hua, "Why are you dying behind Senior Xiao? Quick, get Master onto the arena." "Yes, Master." Yuanya answered and ran in front of Xiao Jian. He looked at the edge of the arena and called out, "Master, come here. Disciple can throw you onto the arena." "Throw." Xiao Jian looked at the somewhat tall arena. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, throw then throw. Anyway, this is the only time I will lose face. After the competition, this Shaojin temple will belong to this old man. This old man will be the first to break this arena." As he spoke, Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya. He closed his eyes and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, the arena of martial arts competition. Stage, the stage of village opera, Lu Town, Piaomiao sect. Xiao Hua stood at the mountain gate. When he saw the arena for the first time, a kind of incomparable familiarity emerged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of extremely familiar scenes appeared in his mind. A small child waving the clumsy and specious Big Dipper god fist on the arena, fighting with several monks in all seriousness. That childish face was filled with seriousness and longing. Immediately after, there was another huge stage. On it, there were several people dressed in opera costumes singing. Immediately after, there were several indistinct punches and kicks. Zhang Xiaohua, oh Zhang Xiaohua. So you were so cute when you were young. So stubborn. So righteous. Xiaohua's eyes could not help but heat up. Lu Town, my hometown. Perhaps it is in this hidden immortal continent. In his memory, he had never seen this arena in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, the Dawn Rain continent did not have anything like a stage. There was also no cultivation sect or Buddhist sect called Piamiao sect. It seems like this Xiao was sent back to his hometown by fate's hands. Only I don't know which country this Lu town is in, and which province it is in. When Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose again. He laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohu, that is my second brother. Back then, he seemed to have thrown me into the ring just like that. The liveliness of the Xiao Jin Temple's arena made Xiao Hua think of many familiar scenes. Naturally, he did not hear Ming Fa's soft reminder when he walked to his side. Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Jian actually wanted Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, Zen Master Mingyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this looking for trouble with the Xiao Jin Temple? Isn't this silently telling others that the Daoist branch of the River Tide Temple received unfair treatment in the Xiao Jin Temple? Thus, Zen Master Mingyu hurriedly shouted, there is a ladder behind the arena that leads to the arena. Chapter 3209. Humph, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make a joke out of this old man? What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Jian snorted in annoyance and hurriedly looked behind the stage that was covered by a cloth. Unfortunately, the cloth was very tight and he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. Daoist Xiao, please come over here. A scholar with delicate features came out from behind the stage and said with a smile. Hee, thank you, young master. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said casually, Longevity Academy's students are really sensible. Compared to the monks of Small Gold Temple, you are many times better. In the future, when this old man is in charge of Small Gold Temple, this Small Gold Temple will become Small Gold Temple. I will definitely invite Longevity Academy's students to eat and drink at Small Gold Temple for 3 days. Hee. That student smiled faintly and didn't reply. He led Xiao Jian and Yuanya to the ladder behind the stage that was covered by the cloth and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Benefactors, on the stage, Zen Master Mingyu ignored Xiao Jian and said with a smile, I believe that some benefactors already know that today's immortal Buddhist ceremony is different from 10 years ago. The difference is that there is a Daoist sect in Longevity Town's Jiangchao Ridge who wants to challenge Small Gold Temple's Buddhist sect. Furthermore, if any benefactors were present that day, they would know that this challenge was initiated by Daoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Monastery. That day, this old monk went to Longevity Town to look for Principal Zhu of Longevity Academy to discuss with him about today's immortal Buddhist ceremony. Since this old monk saw that Jiangchao Monastery had such ambitions, this old monk decided to push this competition to today. Principal Zhu also passed by that day and decided on today's event on the spot, as well as the competition between Small Gold Temple and Jiangchao Monastery. Hee, Zen Master Mingyu is right. Zhu Junfeng didn't miss the opportunity to say, in this year's immortal Buddhist ceremony, other than the cultivation of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, there will also be a competition between Buddhist and Taoist sects. The price of this competition was decided 10 days ago. Whichever sect loses the competition will disappear from Longevity Town. Alright. Below the stage, there were already people who weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. No matter what purpose they had, their faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. From the looks of it, there was no shortage of people who came to watch the show. Only, my small gold temple has the geographical advantage, and Immortal Academy has also come to participate. That is why this poor monk has given the authority to set the rules to River Tide Temple's Taoist priest Xiao. Today, I ask Taoist priest Xiao to explain it in front of all these benefactors. When Zen Master Mingyu saw Xiao Jian walk up to the arena, he chuckled and said, "Let's see if the rules are fair." Good. Below the arena, a few elders clapped and said, "Zen Master Mingyu is indeed an upright person. He doesn't bully others. I greet Principal Zhu." Xiao Jian walked up the stage and cupped his hands towards Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and also cupped his hands in return. Following which, Xiao Jian walked up 2 steps and stood side by side with Zen Master Mingyu and the others. He cupped his hands towards the surroundings again, as if he wasn't uneasy at all. He smiled and said, "Benefactors, my River Tide Temple doesn't have many people. Including I, there are only 3 people. Benefactors, you must be a witness for my River Tide Temple. Don't let this small gold temple shamelessly refuse to leave after our River Tide Temple wins." Ha ha ha. Below the stage, everyone roared with laughter. Don't worry. If small gold temple loses and they don't leave, we will chase them away for you. That's good. This way, I can be at ease. Xiao Jian bowed towards the crowd and said, "Now, I will announce the rules of the competition and let everyone see if it is fair." Good. Below the stage, everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Jian glanced at Zen Master Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng and said, "My River Tide Temple doesn't have many people, and Small Gold Temple doesn't have many people. If my River Tide Temple were to compete with Small Gold Temple, it would be fine. However, Chongqing Academy actually has over 1,000 people. If all of them participate." Without waiting for Xiao Jian to finish, Zhu Junfeng immediately waved his hand and said, "Taoist Xiao, don't worry. My Chongqing Academy only has 131 people. If you say how many people you want to send, my Chongqing Academy will send that many people." Hee, that's good. Xiao Jian nodded. "I feel that Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy should send 10 people each." Oh. Zen Master Mingyu looked at Zhu Junfeng. He originally thought that Xiao Jian would ask Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy to send 3 people each. He was already prepared to refute. He didn't expect Xiao Jian to agree to Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy sending 10 people each. It was really unexpected. Zhu Junfeng smiled, "Even if there are 10 people, your River Tide Temple will only send 3. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage?" "There is no other way." Xiao Jian said helplessly, "It is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Naturally, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects will be the main participants. My Taoist sect will only be there for decoration." "Fine." Zen Master Mingyu nodded, "Then how should we compete?" "Very simple." Xiao Jian raised his voice, "Our 3 sects will list out the names of the participants and announce it on the spot. Then, they will go up the stage according to the order from first to last. Of course, only 2 people can compete on the stage. The order will be Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist. Whichever sect's disciple loses, the next sect's disciple will go up. Of course, if this disciple loses, he will lose the right to fight again. The next disciple will wait for his sect's turn to go up the stage. In the end, whichever sect's disciple stays on the stage will win. Of course, my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple, whichever sect's disciple loses first will lose the challenge and disappear from Chongqing Town." Hee, I'll say something. Zhu Junfeng waited for Xiao Jian to finish before saying with a smile, Daoist Zhao's method seems fair, but there are still some drawbacks. If my Longevity Academy and Shaojin Temple work together, wouldn't your River Tide Temple suffer a great loss? One of your disciples is going to deal with two of our disciples. I believe in Chongqing Academy. Xiao Jian smiled, if I don't believe in Chongqing Academy in Chongqing Town, who can I believe in? Good. Zhu Junfeng clapped, since Daoist Xiao believes in my Chongqing Academy, I will also represent Chongqing Academy to explain to the people of Chongqing Town that my Chongqing Academy will definitely not cheat for personal gain, and will definitely not show mercy in the competition. Good, I will testify. Everyone below the stage clamored loudly. Daoist Xiao, are you at ease? Monk Mingyu sneered. Xiao Jian laughed, I have always believed in Chongqing Academy. And, since Daoist Xiao believes in me, then I still have to say a few words. Zhu Junfeng continued, the key to the competition is Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple. Therefore, the order should be Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian. My Chongqing Academy fighting with whoever is first is unfair to them. Daoist Xiao, don't you agree? That's right. Principal Zhu is right, I really didn't think that much. Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and said, I was thinking about how to arrange the three people of River Tide Temple so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I really didn't think about this. If Daoist Xiao has no objections, then let's use this order. Zhu Junfeng smiled, Chongqing Academy has no objections to the other rules. What about Monk Mingyu? Amitba, I have no objections. Principal Zhu is right. Monk Mingyu said with a smile. Good, since that's the case, I will go and prepare the name list for the competition. Zhu Junfeng clapped, how about letting the disciples prepare for the ceremony? Good, that's how it should be. Monk Mingyu looked up and saw Xing Chen, Mo Jianli, and the others flying over. He smiled and said, it's a good opportunity for the seniors to be our reference. Then, Monk Mingyu tapped his staff and said, Principal Zhu, please, I will go down with Daoist Xiao. Zhu Junfeng did not activate his sword light, but smiled and said to Xiao Jian. Then let's go down together. Monk Mingyu nodded slightly. After the five of them left the arena, Xiao Jian looked up at the two sheds on both sides of the arena and said with a smile, Lord Abbot, may I know where the disciples of River Tide Temple are resting? Which of these two sheds is? River Tide Temple only has 3 people. Please come to my Shaojin Temple's mountain gate to rest. Zen Master Mingyu said faintly, after the Immortal Buddha ceremony, I will see you on the arena. Mingyu, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jian was furious. Daoist Xiao, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Chongqing Academy's shed? Zhu Junfeng quickly said. No need. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, after today, this Shaojin Temple will belong to my Daoist sect. Who would have the patience to mess with the Buddhist sect now? Then, he waved his hand and said to Yuenya, bring the donkey cart here. We can't let the rent of 3 copper coins go to waste. This old man will rest on the donkey cart. Zhu Junfeng laughed and brought Mr. Tai into the shed under the guidance of the students. Monk Mingyu smiled coldly and left without paying attention to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian turned around and walked towards the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate in anger. Yuenya quickly ran towards the mountain path beside the mountain gate. That lame donkey was tied to a tree beside the path. Senior, what are you looking at? Seeing Xiao Hua standing there and looking at the arena, Xiao Jian was puzzled and asked in a low voice, what is there to look at in this arena? Is this kind of arena common in Hidden Immortal Continent? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Naturally it is very common. Xiao Jian nodded and said, as long as there is a fight, it will be on the arena. Oh, then have you heard of Lu Town and Piamiao sect? Xiao Hua asked again. Lu Town. Piamiao sect. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and shook his head, disciple has not heard of it. However, there are countless villages and towns in hidden immortal continent. Even if Disciple does not know, Disciple can guarantee that if there are not 20 Lu towns in hidden immortal continent, there are at least 10. I just don't know which Lu town you are talking about. As for Piamiao sect, Disciple is not particularly familiar with Confucian sects and cannot casually say. Oh. Xiao Hua also did not think that he would be able to find it so quickly and only lightly nodded his head. That's right, senior, did you see those people in the air just now? Xiao Jian winked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, how was it? Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiao Hua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuanya brought over. Hee hee. Xiao Jian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiao Hua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Min from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha. The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The 2 of them flew into the air, clapped their hands, and took out 2 purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, 2 Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The 2 monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. Buddha, please protect us. Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground, and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Humph, Jun Feng, did you see that? Mo Jianli coldly said, this is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the hidden immortal continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people. Yes, Disciple understands. Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Chen's voice was extremely calm, Amitabha, this is my grace, the reign of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha, and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful. In an instant, everyone went crazy, and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang. Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal, of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage. At the same time, they all waved their hands, and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Liemo Ming, and Ji Dong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Juanfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword lights scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry, and rushed to the sky, as if they were flying together, and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then, the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and the 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. "Go!" Mo Jianli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 rushed into the air, and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish, and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 in the air. Mo Jianli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jianli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air, and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated, and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Hua! There was a soft sound, like rolling up a bead curtain, and a soft chuckle, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious qi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass, and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar, holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars, there were golden-scaled brilliant sun-red bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges, there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the god of longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes, and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the 3 divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors, and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters, and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above, there was a purple weiwei. It was bright, round, and bright, and on top of a big golden gourd. Below, there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle, there were many layers of tiny pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle, there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace, and chi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. He, senior. Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake. This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time, Xing Chen's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light, if monk Mingyu could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future, they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course, he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xing Chen was still thinking about how to deal with Chongyun Sek's Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xing Chen. Ba, Xing Chen put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The immortal palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds, and divine beasts, in short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Chongqing Academy wishes the Immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Mingyu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The Immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now, the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Chongqing Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Mingyu will win. Someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Chongqing Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Mingyu very excited. Thank you, everyone, for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you. Then, Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth again. The Little Gold Temple is the host of this Immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition. As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was, Jianzheng, Jianping, Jianshan, Ming-Fa, Ming-Cheng, Xing-Kong, Xing-Min, Xing-Fan, and Xing-Chen. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu looked below the stage and said loudly, Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple, can your Tide Temple's name list come out? Huh, my Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple. Xiao Jian said loudly. The first to fight is my inferior disciple, Yuanya. The second is naturally fellow Taoist Xiao Hua. The last is I. Oh. Xiao Hua. Both Mo Jianli and Xing Chen looked at Xiao Hua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiao Hua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Chongqing Academy? Zen Master Mingyu also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Junfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xing Chen was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? Chapter 32:11. Forget it, Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. He, Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, my Chongqing Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Chongqing Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later. Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Chongqing Academy. It was Zhang Chunyang, Lu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiang, Du Yuechen, Tai and Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, Ji Dong, and Mo Jianli. Amitba, the names of the three sects have been decided. Monk Mingyu smiled and said, Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh. Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now, they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects to start the competition. You can go. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuanya. Let this old man see how many tricks you have. Yes. Yuanya jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuanya naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang! Yuanya put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, which bald donkey wants to die, wow. The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, a slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Shaojin Temple's monk, Jianzheng. This monk often fought with Yuanya, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today, he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. You are Jianzheng. When Yuanya saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me. Jianzheng shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jianzheng could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, Yuanya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, but today is different. I want to show you I's true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat and... Before Jianzheng could finish, Yuanya roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, Bald donkey, eat this. How dare you? At this time, Jianzheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands, and with a loud roar, he charged forward. Pang! The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jianzheng's skills were not inferior to Yuanya's strength was greater than Jianzheng's. With just one hit, Jianzheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Cheng and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuanya's match. For Jianzheng to be easily sent flying by Yuanya, that was very normal. Amitba. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, Principal Zhu, my Shaojin Temple has lost the first round. Students from Chongqing Academy, please come up. Okay. Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, Zhang Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiangchao Temple's Taoist disciples. Yes. A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. Fellow immortal Yuanya, please. Zhang Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. Please, please, please. Yuanya would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhang Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in midair. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuanya. Zhang Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jian Zheng's. However, Yuanya's methods originated from the jungle and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhang Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. I am not fellow immortal Yuanya's opponent. Thank you for your guidance. Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhang Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in midair, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Facing Yuanya, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the small gold temple easily knocked off the arena, even Lu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the small gold temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuanya's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today, Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the small gold temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jian was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the small gold temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuanya's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuanya had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew, Yuanya's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Zhu's imagination. However, fellow immortal Shao, your rules are really strange. Martial nephew Yuanya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my long life academy and small gold temple bullying him with numbers? Ha ha ha." Xiao Jian stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly, "My Jiangchao temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow immortal Shao, let Yuanya rest for a while." Zhu Junfeng said again, "After my Longevity Academy and the small gold temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuanya come up? This isn't appropriate, right?" Monk Mingyu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuanya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuanya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuanya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Mingyu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuanya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiang from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the small gold temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, "This rule was personally proposed by Taoist Shao from Jiangchao Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it? It's fine." Yuanya took a breath and forced a smile, "This little one can still hold on, forget it." Xiao Hua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the small gold temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, "Yuanya, just admit defeat." Yes, towards Xiao Hua's words, Yuanya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiao Hua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, "It seems like immortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang. Please show mercy." No problem." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiang's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiao Hua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiao Hua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiao Hua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. See. Below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. You are not this old man's opponent. Xiao Hua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiang and said indifferently, "Let him come." As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed at Xing Chen. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's cultivation level, Fan Xiang knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, "Right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage. You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move. This junior will not accept defeat." The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first? That's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff. He said, "Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful." As he spoke, Xiao Hua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiang was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm, "Io, not good." The staff in his hand stopped and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiao Hua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiang was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true qi and flew out of the ring. Xiao Hua's heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiao Hua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move and the entire stage collapsed. Chapter 32:12. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on. Hiss. Xing Chen, Mo Jianli, and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiao Hua and the heaven-leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiao Hua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If this staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Disciple. Fan Xiang obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while, he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiao Hua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiang's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the earth crystal Yao milk, he couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiaohua didn't feel anything. When he was in Thunder controlling Sek's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua used soul stings to attack thousands of qi refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation establishment disciples at the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiaohua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore, Xiaohua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xing Chen and Mo Jianli and smiled, "Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together?" To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiaohua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul cultivator, soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiaohua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xing Chen flying out of the shed and Mo Jianli flying out of the shed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Saraira was the same as the others. It was in his Naiwan palace. But because there was a divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, from the conversation between Monk Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiaohua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiaohua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base, so now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Saraira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Mo Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiaohua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint Qin Qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Mo Jianli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation. In particular, the commonly used methods of the three continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years, who knows where Xiaohua obtained the lost Taoist orthodoxy. But Mo Jianli knew that since Xiaohua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiaohua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiaohua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Mo Jianli didn't let Qiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Jianli from the Chongyun sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Mo Jianli could think of it, Xing Chen could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Mo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xing Chen feel a little awkward. Because Xing Chen couldn't see Xiao Hua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiao Hua was a Confucian cultivator. When Mo Jianli called him senior, Xing Chen was shocked. He thought to himself, oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyan sect? But then, he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Mo Jianli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiao Hua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xing Chen from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow immortal Xiao. Although Xing Chen couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiao Hua twirled the heaven-leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now, no need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after Shaojin Temple and Chongqing Academy finish this. Hee, senior must be joking. Mo Jianli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. My Chongyun sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with senior? If I knew senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, junior admits defeat on behalf of Chongqing Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Mo Jianli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said. Xiao Hua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangchao Temple will have to rely on Chongqing Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally, Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiao Hua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuanya alone wouldn't be a threat to Chongqing Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Mo Jianli change sides, Xing Chen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, may I know where immortal friend is from? Shaojin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Shaojin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangchao Temple? Xiao Hua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, when he thought about the West Ocean he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangchao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangchao Temple and Shaojin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangchao Temple? East Ocean, loose cultivator. Xing Chen was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiao Hua's one sentence made it impossible for Xing Chen to find the specific location. Senior Xiao. Mo Jianli asked curiously. You seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation, and I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, senior. Mo Jianli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtained the inheritance of 2 sections. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of 2 sects. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Chongqing Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiao Hua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Chongqing Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xing Chen will deal with it. The two looked at Xing Chen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao is this poor monk's senior. Xing Chen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Shaojin Temple in Chongqing Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with Senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not Senior's opponent. Just now, Senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xing Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Hua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xing Chen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome. As long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiao Hua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xing Chen listened to Xiao Hua, the more he felt that Xiao Hua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jiangqiao Temple to withdraw from the Longevity Town? Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, I'm leaving. Xiao Jian and Xiao Chen are no match for all of you. Good. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiao Hua. They bowed and saluted. Xiao Hua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xing Chen waved his hand and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, the 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. He. Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew what Xing Chen was thinking, and said with a smile, you and the others, quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Yes. Xing Chen was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiao Hua's match. In order to prevent Xiao Hua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xing Chen had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. Xing Chen made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Naiwan palace also surged out. Wang. The alms bowl in Xing Chen's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amitabha. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight! Suddenly, Xing Chen let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, his rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Shaojin Temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out, and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky without blinking their eyes began to howl violently above their heads. Boom! A huge explosion came from the Shaojin Temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Shaojin Temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. Hiss, psychokinesis again. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Xiao Hua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiao Hua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. "Senior, please." A smile appeared on Xing Chen's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. "As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the four of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the longevity town." "Good." Xiaohua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. "Eat this Xiao's staff." He. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xing Chen couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiaohua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the four alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xing Chen would have been scared. But Xiaohua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, even if Xiaohua broke through the formation, Xing Chen wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The alms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the four alms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiaohua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? "Junior brothers," Xing Chen ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiaohua. "Isn't Senior Xiao too careless?" Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Mo Jianli in a low voice, "The Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation." Senior Zhao's reckless attack. "I'm not sure." Mo Jianli shook his head. "I want to say that Senior Xiao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoots. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's—" Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, "A swindler." Boom. The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiaohua. Xing Chen thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiaohua's attack was powerful. How is this possible?" Xing Chen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the four of them collapsed under Xiaohua's attack. "Unfathomable." Mo Jianli murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiaohua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xing Chen and the other three who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the four of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. "Alas, this is an unfair victory." Xiaohua sighed. Then, he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, "Xing Chen, take this." "Forget it." When Xing Chen saw Xiaohua's awe-inspiring demeanor, he knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Woo! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. What's going on? Xiaohua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xing Chen? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiaohua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away, Senior. Xiao Hua's divine sense was fast, but Xing Chen and the others' Buddhist awareness, Mo Jianli, and the others' eye-clearing in divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiao Hua was about to fly away, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua frowned. "Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight?" Xing Chen hurriedly explained, "Although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that, we are no match for you. If you have something to say, say it quickly." Xiao Hua was angry. "Don't delay me from saving people." "Yes," Xing Chen hurriedly said, "we want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Taoist method can save more people or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior?" "Okay." Xiao Hua already felt that he had defeated Xing Chen and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xing Chen's words, Xiao Hua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xing Chen was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Hua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Shaojin Temple. They were much stronger than the 3 from Jiangchao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xing Chen emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Shaojin Temple or Yunlin Temple. "Martial nephew Mingyu." Xing Chen waved his hand and said hurriedly, "Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now, there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Shaojin Temple. Quickly organize the disciples and send them to Shaojin Temple. If Shaojin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else." "Yes, disciple understands." Zen Master Ming Yu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xing Chen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Mo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. Tai and with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now, they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, small Golden Temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu. Mr. Tai then saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking, he said, "I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Mo." "Yes, that's the only way." Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, "These 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here." Then, Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiao Hua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Shaojin Temple, they were about to move to Shaojin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple. After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. Chapter 32:14 Longevity Academy's students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at small golden temple. After a while, the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards small golden temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy's students, small golden temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After monk Mingyu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in small golden temple? Even those small golden temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it. Unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. This. Monk Mingyu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards small golden temple. After this small unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left, those who couldn't, didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter small golden temple. As a result, Longevity Academy's students coldly looked at small golden temple's monks. They were also worried about the academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire small gold temple, the calmest and calmest ones, were probably Xiao Jian and Yuanya, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Yuanya immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiao Hua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Yuanya. Within a few miles, the Xiao Jin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Xiao Jin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiao Hua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jiang. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, but even Xing Chen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiao Hua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiao Hua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine it into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiao Hua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal Yao milk into vital energy, that generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable pishio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core as Xiaohua thought. Could it be that there is an 18th level golden core? This was Xiaohua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiaohua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods, the possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiaohua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiaohua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge, but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiaohua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when the strange movement sounded, Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhang high suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River, and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something, and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, but it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water, not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water, not to mention the bedding, window frames, and tables soaked in the water, just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiaohua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, the amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiaohua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment, and then floated up again. Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away, there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring waves shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several zhang tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the two sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, it was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town like breaking rotten weeds. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings and buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on earth. What Xiaohua could see, the people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire Longevity Town, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Chen and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Chen and the others flew faster than Xiaohua, and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long, and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing Min casually saving the two children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Chen and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming, and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Chen flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhang high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures, and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishan Town, where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Chen had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow immortal Mo Xing Chen looked at Mo Jianli, who was standing not far away from him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.